Todd rolls his eyes. Both of you need to stop with the dramatics. An obsessive ex is nothing to be dramatic about. Between the two of us, Hazel holds her own much better and hasn't been testing their patience lately like I have. I'll make the call later today and get the arrangements going. I'm sure Daphne will be happy to trade a few projects with me to accommodate. Absolutely. I breathe a sigh of relief. Hazel, you're a real one. The brothers don't look thrilled, but they don't fight it either. Fine, as long as it gets done. And since you mentioned it, Daphne, make sure we vet our guest list before we send out the invitations. Mr. Chekhov was a safe bet, though. Keith mutters. Revisit the hired security, too. We may need to go with a new vendor. Hazel nods and takes notes. I just focus on calming my temper. Usually, I'm ready to curl up in the corner and assume the fetal position until all the confrontation fades away. But lately, I've been feeling far more aggressive, assertive, fight more than flight. The brothers end the meeting with a few final notes that fly in one ear and out the other. I just want to get back to my office and stare at the screen of my laptop for a good half hour until my brain simmers down to a silent mush. Thanks, Hayes. I squeeze her hand as we leave the conference room. I owe you one. Hardly. Count this as a freebie. But only 10 minutes later, once I'm finally settled into my comfy chair and have my laptop set up, Todd pokes his head through the door. Hazel has a field shipment emergency. We need you to make the call to Conrad. No excuses. He adds with a firm tone when I open my mouth to protest. I take a deep breath, then another, and another. I might as well practice my Lamaze breathing. What I'm about to do feels more stressful and painful than what childbirth might be. But then, fuck it, just rip the Band-Aid. The phone rings a couple times, and for one fleeting, hopeful moment, I think I might be in the clear. Not my fault if he doesn't answer, right? This is Conrad. Shit. I clear my throat. Just the first syllable of his name lodges there like some stuck bug. Conrad, hi. It's me, Daphne. Oh my God, Daphne. He laughs, clearly elated. Daphne, baby, it's so good to hear from you. Slow your roll. This is a professional call. I don't care what it is. I've been trying to get a hold of you, and after those last texts, God, baby, I can't stop thinking about you. I miss you. I glance over to where my small trash can is nestled between the desk and the wall. Maybe I should scoot closer, just in case the nausea becomes overwhelming. Once again, this is not a personal call. Strictly professional. Baby. Or I can hang up and pass the showing on to someone else. Conrad sighs into his phone. Fine. What do you have for me? Literally nothing, and I'll continue to have nothing for you until the day I die. We need to set a date for the next showing. They'll want something within the next month or so. Ah, geez. I've been working on a few pieces, but I don't know. You know what? Ignore that. Ignore me. I'll make it work. Oh, if only. Great. When should we pencil this in for? Conrad sucks air through his teeth and takes a moment to respond. I'm really going to have to go through my inventory to see what I have. Can we meet later today? I'll bring a catalog. I pretend to be flipping through my planner while I shove down the bile creeping up my esophagus. I want so much to be too busy for a meeting I desperately don't want to have. But to his credit, he is maintaining professionalism. He mentioned a catalog and nothing else. That is a legitimate reason to meet. In view of every security camera in this place, of course. I have a 1 o'clock available. Hard stop at 2, though. I can hear his face break into a grin. Perfect. God, seriously, you don't know how happy this makes me, Daphne. I'm really looking forward to this. He's not going to hang up first, so I do it for both our sakes. And then I contemplate thumping my forehead against the keyboard until I need concealer for that, too. Chapter 40. Daphne. The soft knock at my door arrives several hours too early. Conrad is here with flowers in hand. The first thing I notice is how small the bouquet looks compared to what Pasha usually sends me. In fact, one of his elaborate arrangements is taking up a good portion of my side desk as I scramble to gather my wits. Conrad, what a surprise! I force my voice to sound pleasant despite feeling anything but. He pushes through the door, holding the vase like a shield. I couldn't wait to see you. Keep it business. Well, since you're here, why don't we go to the conference room, where there's nothing but windows and a clear view for witnesses. I push my chair in and try my best to circumvent him on the way to the door. Unfortunately, he catches me on the way by pushing those stupid flowers at me. I wrote a letter for you, too. He taps an envelope stuck between the yellow roses. I'm an artist, not a writer, but... Looks great. I take the vase and drop it on the desk. Let's go hash things out. He sighs with relief. Oh, God, yes, thank you. About the showing. His face falls, but he nods and follows me out of the office and down the hall to the conference room. You brought the catalog? I hold my hand up for him to place the folder into. I don't look directly at him if I can help it. Conrad doesn't pass it over. Instead, he takes the chair next to me, way too close for comfort, and opens it himself. Turns out I've got a few pieces I forgot all about. Dug them out of storage. Figured it'd be nice to show them the light of day. I see them. When I touch the page of photos he took of the unfamiliar paintings, he moves his hand to brush against mine. I yank my fingers away. We can make a feature segment for these. Actually, I'd love to feature these. He flips to a different page and proudly shows it to me by pushing the folder closer, and by default, himself. These are brand new. My best work, too. Looks like a good group. I make a note in my tablet, grateful for the excuse to put something between us. Any special name we should call it? Diaphanous Diaprio, to see through a heart torn asunder. I should win a gold medal for the sheer willpower it takes me not to roll my eyes. His artwork isn't the only thing that's transparent. I clear my throat again, which gives me the idea to get up and grab myself a glass of water from the cart in the corner. I'm sure that'll bring in a good crowd. Very marketable. When I return to my seat, I casually pull it far away from him. It's amazing to me how the smell of cologne I once enjoyed smells almost rotten. His close proximity now makes my skin crawl. And the way he smiles at me, blech. There's no going back. He's giving me the creeps no matter how hard he's trying to get in my good graces. I'm glad you think so. He points at an image in the folder. What do you think of this one? I glance at the page and try to pretend to be interested. Once upon a time, I was. Now it all looks like dull crayon drawings. The grays add a nice depth to the shapes. I can see this attracting some good eyes. Conrad looks at me. I was hoping it would attract your eye, my muse. All right, that's it. I snap the folder shut and jump out of my chair at the same time. I think I have everything we need to schedule the showing. We'll be in touch. He's stunned. What did I say? What did I do? Daphne, You are engaged to someone else. I hold a hand up to stop him from getting out of his chair. You made that exceptionally clear. The fact that you're here is one thing. The fact that you're trying to what? Win me back? Conrad ignores my hand and pushes himself up anyway. I'm trying to figure things out, make things right, especially since anything to do with me has already been figured out. We're done. For all the fuss I made about Pasha's hickey, I'm suddenly wishing I'd just left it alone so Conrad could see how utterly unavailable and uninterested I am. I'm wearing the necklace, but clearly this guy has no idea what it means. I'm almost embarrassed that I ever cried over this idiot, that I ever entertained spending the rest of my life with him, that I ever shared a bed with him. Holy fuck, did I win the lottery when it came to this pregnancy? How close was I to bearing the wrong man's child? Pasha is everything Conrad is not. Stubbornness is the one thing they have in common, but even then, it's entirely different flavors. Conrad doesn't know when to accept defeat. Well, neither does Pasha, but honestly, I've noticed this drive is his way of taking care of people around him, not to serve himself or his own interests, at least not as much as his decisions serve everyone else. Even me. He may want our baby, but I know that he's determined to care for her for the sake of his family, his bratva. His own child is an act for the greater good, not just himself. Conrad is a selfish little bitch by contrast. He doesn't care who he throws under the bus so long as it benefits him and him alone. Does Brittany even know he's here? He runs a frustrated hand through his hair. I'm trying, Daff. I really am. Stop. If I'm surprised by how strong I sound, he flinches and his eyes widen a little more. Stop trying. I don't want you to try. I don't want you, period. I don't want your flowers, your letters, or your pathetic apologies. Does she know you're here, by the way? Does your fiancé know you're trying to woo your ex? He looks away. The guilt is written all over his face. Here's how this is going to work. I pull my phone out like I'm checking my digital calendar, but I'm actually making sure the rest of this conversation is recorded. The only interaction you and I will ever have moving forward will be via email. If you need to schedule a meeting, you will schedule it with Hazel, Todd, or Keith. Deliveries will be handled by a third party. But no, I am the curator of your show, and that is all. Our only interaction is what I get paid to do. I may laugh, I may smile, I may say nice things to people who want to buy your work, but understand. I lean forward just to emphasize my point. It is because I am paid to. Given the choice, we'd never share the same air again. I don't wait for him to respond. I don't want to hear it. He gets up and leaves without another word, thank God. And in his wake, silence settles over the building. No Conrad, no Tweedles, just sweet, blessed silence. That blessed silence lasts all of a half an hour. At least it's just some delivery guy. He didn't do anything to piss me off, except bring me more flowers from people I don't want to hear from. But that's not his fault. It's my parents. The fact that this bouquet is almost identical to Conrad's doesn't surprise me. I'd bet good money that they coordinated this little ambush. I pluck the letter he stuck inside the roses and stare at it. Do I even want to read it? Is it worth the headache? Better yet, do I have a lighter stashed away somewhere? He's not the only one shoving notes and flowers. There's a card in the bouquet from my parents, and it's addressed to Miss Daphne Hamish. I really need to find that lighter. When the door to my office opens once more, I'm ready to chuck the card at the intruder like some ninja throwing star. I almost do it, too, except... Pasha? What are you doing here? He's staring at the yellow roses. Who the fuck did these come from? His eyes narrow. Conrad. The way he practically growls the name sends good shivers up my spine. Don't worry. I laugh as I toss the letter and card into the garbage bin by my feet. They're going straight to the dumpster. Pasha grunts. He shouldn't be sending you any at all. I sigh and heft a vase to set on the side table by the door. My bosses, in their infinite wisdom, thought it would be a great idea to not only host yet another showing for him, but for me to curate it. As much as I'm not loving this arrangement, he wouldn't be the first client to arrive with a gift. He was here? came and left. It was a very, very short meeting. I don't know why I do it, maybe just to placate the beast clearly riding below the surface, but I reach out and press a hand to Pasha's chest. I'm really glad you're here. It's a surprise to both of us that I genuinely mean it. Pasha clears his throat and seems to shake off whatever residual disgruntlement still tries to cling to him. Yeah, well, Ivan had a family emergency. I'll be driving you home after work myself. I came to let you know. I don't get off for a few more hours. He checks his watch. You're due for a lunch break, aren't you? Yeah, I guess I am. Well then, lunch it is. Biting back my blush, I grab my coat and purse and start to head for the door. Pasha moves in the opposite direction, though. I frown in confusion as he scoops up the other floral arrangement and dunks it mercilessly in the trash can. There, he says in satisfaction. Much better now. He plucks my coat from my arms and holds it open for me to slip into. His scent wraps around me warmer than the coat, and I feel myself respond in ways that probably have a lot to do with our little shower last night. But as his eyes rake over me, that wriggle of heat turns into more of a frigid shiver. It's a shift in his expression, a tightening in his frown that makes me suddenly think I fucked up. Daphne. Something in his voice is a warning, like I'm in trouble. Like maybe, just maybe, I should have taken someone's advice. I turn my head to smile up at him. Maybe if I bat my lashes and charm him with my coy sweetness, he'll let it slide. Yes, Pasha? The hand that was pressing my back toward the door slides up to tangle at the nape of my neck. Then he pulls, hard, forcing me to tip my head back and expose my neck to him. Pasha leans in so close, I can practically taste the fury on his tongue and snarls, "Where is my mark?"
Chapter 41. Pasha. Where is my mark? I ask her again. Technically, I do know where it is. The makeup is evident this close. What I don't know is why the hell she covered it up. The whole point was for her to wear it loud and proud, so dumbasses like Ewing would get the fucking hint and back the fuck off. He shouldn't even be here. He shouldn't be allowed to walk inside this building, let alone be here in Daphne's office. Daphne's protesting, but I couldn't hear her even if I wanted to. My blood is roaring through my ears and I'm doing everything possible to not just throw her over my shoulder and carry her out of the art gallery to the car. As it is, I'm shoving her out of her office door, my arm firmly wrapped around her. One of her idiot bosses pokes his head out of his office, but I shoot him a glare that dares him to fuck with me. He ducks back inside and I can hear him lock the door. Pasha! Daphne whips her head around. I don't stop. And I don't let her stop either. I haven't checked with Todd. I'm sure he knows. And if he knows what's good for him, he'll stay out of my way. I'm still seething by the time we get to my car. It's lucky I don't rip the passenger door clean off the hinges. I'm in no mood to be gentle. I shove her in the car and go to buckle her in myself. But then I halt. I didn't factor in her scent. It's there, faint but undeniable, teasing, tempting. I slowly turn my head to look at her. I could kiss her. I could devour her right here, right now. I should. Pasha? Fuck. The way she breathes my name has me harder than fucking steel. I hear her breath catch. Don't move. The last thing either of us needs is a smashed finger in the door when I slam it shut. I take a few deep, steadying breaths before I stride over to the driver's side and get in. It's damn near impossible to drive when I can smell her and sense her so goddamn close. I have one hand gripping her thigh like she's about to fly off somewhere, and a brain that won't stop thinking about Conrad fucking Ewing and those stupid fucking flowers. And that mark, my mark, she covered it up like it's something to be ashamed of.
Where are we going?
Daphne asks quietly. I don't know. I just had to get her out of there before I pounded both of us into a mutual screaming orgasm for all the world to hear. My head on her thigh is on the same page as my dick. I'm rubbing, stroking, easing up her dress. My erection wants Daphne's pussy. My thoughts want Ewing's blood. He saw her in this dress. He probably thought about tugging the neckline low so he could latch onto her. Fuck this. I whip a hard left out of nowhere. Daphne has to grab the oh shit handle above her head as I turn us into a parking garage that I happen to own.
Seriously, Pasha, where are we going?
The last syllable hikes up a breathy octave when my fingers delve under her dress and slide over her mound. Through the soaked material of her panties, I start caressing her lips up and down, up and down. By the time I park, Daphne is breathing hard and her bottom lip is trembling with need. She blinks at me, her lashes lowered. Her hips writhe to get more of my fingers' attention. God, she is so fucking beautiful. I tell myself we're going to go inside. I'm going to take her into one of my auxiliary offices where there's a futon and privacy. Between pulling my fingers from her sweet slit, walking around the outside of the SUV with the scent of her desire teasing my senses, and the way she blinks up at me when I yank her door open. Change of plans. I'm done waiting. I claim her mouth and fist my hands in her hair to hold her right where I need her. Daphne lets out a soft whimper that nearly buckles my knees. Does she have any idea what she does to me? I lift her just enough to slide into her seat and pull her onto my lap. With a flip of the side lever, the seat reclines all the way back. I slam the door shut again and hit the lock button.
What if...
I shut her worries up with another searing kiss. Maybe making her scream on my cock will soothe the angry beast inside me, demanding to mark every inch of her creamy skin. Or maybe it will just make me want even more. She tastes sweet and salty. As she wriggles on my lap, I get some more very bad ideas. Or hell, maybe they're good ideas. Who even knows anymore? None of this shit was scripted, and I can't think beyond the current second, and the next, and the next. I'm just absorbed in every inch of her. If I don't hear her moan right fucking now, I think I'll lose my goddamn mind. This was supposed to be a fix, not ripping the lid off Pandora's box. But now that I have her right here, straddling my lap and writhing on my dick while her breasts threaten to fall out of her dress, I'm feeling a different urge, a need to take my sweet time. Torment doesn't have to be violent. Definitely not with my woman. I'll kill the motherfucker who lays a hand on her. But Daphne, she gets my personal brand of torture. Long and slow and repeatedly. 2 rules. I palm her throat lightly. She's going to look me in the eyes, and she is going to fucking obey me for once. You will do exactly as I say, with a yes sir, every fucking time. Understood? Daphne nods. I growl and tighten my grip until she gets it. When she does, she sucks in a breath and whispers,
Yes, sir.
Rule number 2. You will only come when I tell you to, not even a millisecond before. Understood?
Yes, sir.
That's a good girl, Daphne. That's a very good girl. I pull her to me and kiss her again, taking time to nibble each one. Slowly, inch by inch, I hike her dress up her thighs and over her hips. Daphne seems to be perfectly okay with that, until I keep going up her waist and over her heavy breasts. Then her eyes widen in panic.
What if someone sees?
I dare them to even try. Tearing her dress up over her head, I discard it in the back seat. The tiny black panties sit a bit lower on her hips, thanks to her ever-growing womb, and that sight alone nearly makes me explode before I'm ready. God damn. To think I used to not want this. To think I was avoiding having a woman like Daphne in my arms, moaning my name, lighting up my days, carrying my child. The hell was I thinking? She purrs to herself as I smooth my hands along her waist, lost in my thoughts as I drink her in. I almost forgot why we're here, and the fact that I'm supposed to be pissed, because every delicious curve of her body has me mesmerized. I hook my thumbs in the waistband of her panties and slowly drag them down her hips. She lifts to help me get them off, but the way her thighs are spread around me make it impossible. Oh well, time for plan B. Daphne stifles a scream at the sound of me ripping her panties apart. I raise the ragged scrap in my hands up to my face and inhale. They're soaked, rippling with the scent of her. I tuck the ruined panties into my pocket for safekeeping. Then, I grab Daphne's wrists and steer them up to the ceiling strap overhead. Hold that, I order. Don't even think of letting go until I give you permission. She obeys with an audible gulp. Reaching up puts her breasts right in my face, which is conveniently exactly where I want them to be. But she's already breaking one of my rules. Tisk, tisk. I tweak her nipple and she cries out briefly. What did I tell you? I croon. She nods frantically as she stammers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good girl. Don't forget it again, or I won't be so forgiving. Satisfied for now, I turn my attention back to her body. I pass a thumb across her swollen lips, down the curve of her throat, between the valley of her breasts. She wriggles and moans with every sweep of my barely there fingertips, but she keeps hold of the ceiling strap. I drop lower and lower until I'm cradling her womb against my palms. It's incredible to me that she's so full of life. Our life that we created. Something whispers in the back of my mind that we will need to do this a lot more in the future. That I need to fill her up like this again and again and again and again and a fucking again. Keep her barefoot and pregnant and moaning and submissive. Fucking hell, I might come already. I dip a hand between her legs and bask in the sound she makes when I stroke her wet lips with my fingers. She wants me to at least graze her clit. That much is blindingly obvious. Her body says it all. But I don't. I get close, skirting around it on every side, before moving past. Every time I do, she wails.
Pasha,
Daphne whines. She's literally dripping all over my fingers and starting to shake with need.
please.
I lift my fingers to her lips and she sucks them clean, not once looking away from me. Fuck. Daphne has a dirty side and I think I'm in love. With the moment, I correct in my head. I'm in love with the moment. This punishment was meant for her, but I'm starting to wonder who the fuck I'm actually tormenting right about now. Daphne cries out in a plaintive mewl when I latch onto a nipple.
Oh God, Pasha. Please, it's too much.
My gaze meets hers. Can she see how fucking badly I want her? How I'm riding the edge just as much as she is, and I'm not even unzipped yet. I wonder if... No. You know what? I muse. I'm certain I can make you come right now without putting even a finger inside you.
What?
Daphne says, eyes half-lidded with desire, but flush with concern I might leave her wanting.
But...
Don't worry, my little flame. I can't help but smirk at her panic. You're not leaving this car until I have emptied myself into you. I spread her cheeks apart, teasing her slit from behind with the tips of my fingers. She shivers, her breath catching. But I want to see you fall apart just from my touch, my words. Maybe then you'll understand just how completely you belong to me.
I do.
Daphne whines again.
I'm yours. I swear I'm yours.
And yet you covered my mark. The words come out a hell of a lot calmer than I feel them. I'm not always going to be there to protect you, to save you from assholes like Conrad. Why the hell do you think I marked you to begin with? She furrows her brow and tries to grind herself to a greedy release, but I know her little game, and I put a stop to it by pinning her hips in place. Tell me. I tip her chin up when she tries to look down. Look at me and tell me why I marked you. Why I want you to wear my mark for the whole world to see. Show me you understand.
To protect me.
Daphne chews on her bottom lip and tries to shift herself again, but I hold her in place with one hand while the other works my fly open.
So everyone sees who I belong to. That I'm yours. So no one tries to hurt me.
I grin. She gets it. Finally, she's starting to understand. I don't need to answer with words. Instead, I answer by giving her the one thing she wants above all else right now. I fucking finally, impale her on my cock and drag her all the way down. I'm not gentle about it either. My fingers dig into her hips and her ass, so hard I'm pretty damn sure she'll be wearing those bruises by tomorrow. If so, good. I want her to see them in the mirror and remember the way I held her and made her forget her own name. Every thrust is as hard and as deep as I can make it. I'm grunting, panting, growling as I bite and suck on her skin wherever my mouth can reach. I can feel it in the way she tenses. She's close again. I am too, but I'm not ready to end this lesson she's learning. So I wrap my arms around her waist and hold her down onto me, grinding into her deep, working my cock inside her, every single solid inch. Daphne flies apart, more intense than before. She can't move. She can only wriggle and writhe in my arms while her pussy spasms on my dick. She's gushing and screaming, and it's like the best music to my ears. That's it, baby. Let it out. Be my good girl and let it out. Let the whole city hear you scream for me. She's fucking herself on my cock, but like a good girl, she stays clinging to the strap overhead. Who do you belong to?
You.
She sobs with pleasure. Who protects you?
You.
I caress her body from head to toe, making sure she looks me in the eyes. Who takes care of you? Daphne hesitates. There it is, the telltale giveaway. The hidden scar, the festering wound on her heart. No one has ever taken care of her before. I do. I supply. I slide my hand up to caress her neck, cup her face in my hand, hold her. I do, Daphne, and I am always going to take care of you.
But...
Her eyes search my face, confusion clouding the pleasure.
Why?
It's a great question. I don't answer. I can't. Instead, I kiss her and drink down her screams as I push both of us closer and closer to that edge of sweet oblivion. And when we both topple over it, our sounds fill the car. Her screams, my roar. Together. Chapter 42. Pasha. There are 2 rules to crashing a political party you haven't been invited to. 1. Bring your own soldiers. 2. Make sure everyone else can see your guys have 0 fucks to give. The security team on hand at La Vanessa isn't even armed. They're only there as a facade of safety for the men meeting inside. If it ever comforted those poor bastards at all, that comfort vanishes the second we walk through the ornate doors of the clubhouse. Sophie, striding alongside me, is radiating stress. But to be honest, the only one tense about this is her. Me? I just emptied all my stress into the mother of my unborn child. I'm practically giddy. That's why, when I interrupt what's clearly a secret luncheon between Senator Brennan and 13 of his Senate cronies, I'm grinning ear to ear. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Fancy finding you here. Brennan spits his tea back into the cup he was sipping on.
Pasha! Mr. Chekhov, what are you doing here?
I clap a firm hand on the shoulder of Senator Robinson, who jumps in his seat but manages to keep his mouth shut. Smart man. Not so smart, though, for a man who's supposed to be in my pocket to be here. Well, Scott, you've been so hard to get a hold of. I thought I'd do you the favor by dropping in. I squeeze Robinson's shoulder before moving on to slowly stroll around the room. Out of the 14 miserable little rats in here, 5 of them are senators enjoying hefty kickbacks from Chekhov Industries, including Brennan. 3 more are deep into debt with me with various favors. The rest look like they're accompanying staff meant to take notes and grease any squeaky wheels when needed.
Now, Mr. Chekhov,
Brennan starts trying to talk me down by literally standing up to me, but he changes course and decides to remain in his seat when my grin fades.
There are proper channels.
Can't use them, I interrupt. You've shut all of them off.
I've told you. We need time to consider all the information and sourcing and...
We? There's a we now? I stroke my chin thoughtfully. Seems you've had plenty of time to coordinate with each other, but not me. That's very interesting. Concerning, really.
Brennan's right.
One of the other senators who is supposed to be loyal to me chimes in. Sanders, I think. After a while, all these pasty names stick together and I don't give enough fucks to keep them sorted.
The contract you're proposing requires considerable time and due diligence.
Funny, I remark. Due diligence is exactly why I'm here. I circle around the table to Senator Liam O'Cronin, who freezes. If he were a good and decent man, he would have bowed out into retirement after the 3rd heart attack and his 85th birthday. A good and decent man would also refrain from snorting blow before every Senate hearing. So, safe to say he's neither good nor decent. Nor, while we're on the topic, much of a man. How are things, Liam? I squeeze his shoulder until he winces in pain. Going good? Up to snuff? He pales, says nothing. Help me out here. I've always been good to you, haven't I? Made sure you and your campaigns wanted for nothing. Always made sure your nose was clean. I lean in close. So why are you trying to fuck me over? This might be the start of O'Cronin's 4th heart attack.
It isn't us,
he yelps.
I swear, our hands are tied.
Aha, now we're onto something. I pull him in closer, eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. Then who?
I can't. Pasha, I swear.
Answer me. Who is behind this?
Brennan isn't the only one receiving threats.
Threats? I look up at Brennan for confirmation. Tell me. Now. But whoever has O'Cronin spooked has been doing one hell of a job. He clams up, even in the face of my wrath. They all do. It's clear that whatever is going on, whoever is behind this, they have a tighter grip on these senators' balls than I do, which pisses me off even more than being ignored. No one, none of you, not a single person here is going to tell me what's going on. Silence. Stubborn, stupid silence. Fine. I release O'Cronin and straighten my sleeves. You do what you must, gentlemen. I'll do the same. Sophie remains blessedly silent the entire parade out of the club until we get back into the cars.
What now?
She asks once we're heading for the office. I'm too pissed to talk. All I want to do is throttle Brennan until his pudgy head pops, but I have to settle for white-knuckling the steering wheel instead. That fucking weasel. I rub a frustrated hand over my jaw, then slam that same hand on the steering wheel. He was right there. We had him. Right fucking there.
Want me to add surveillance to O'Cronin and the others? Clearly, someone is whispering in their ears.
It's tempting. Too tempting. No. Keep as much manpower as possible close to home. If shit's going down, I don't want our forces too spread to withstand an ambush.
You think it's that bad?
Again, I don't know. I hate not knowing. It's my job to know everything. I'm not one to be kept in the dark. I am the one who rules it. Even so, I sigh and slump back in my seat. We need to act as if it is. Until we know who has that much pull over that many senators, everyone is an enemy. Everything is a threat.
Chapter 43. Daphne. Daphne, yes. Please come in. Keith gestures for me to enter his office, where Todd is also waiting. We'll make this quick. My baby flutters and kicks inside my womb, but it's nothing compared to the knot forming inside my stomach. What's up? Todd clears his throat and glances at his brother. It's not that we want what we want, Keith cuts in with a sharp glance back, is for you to maintain some semblance of propriety while you're under our employ. I swallow. It feels like I'm about to be fired. We cater to exclusive, dare I say, elite clientele who expect us to conduct ourselves discreetly and appropriately. Keith leans against the desk and fixes his disapproving stare just below my eyes. What you do on your own time is none of our business, but it also is not our client's business either. Flaunting your dalliances, shall we say, is unacceptable and highly unprofessional. My fingertips graze the necklace at the base of my throat. Seriously? This is what's bothering you? You have a giant hickey on your neck. Todd sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. There's another one on the other side, just not as big. Fire bursts in my cheeks. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I pat my dress and glance around. Obviously, I don't have a compact mirror with me. I didn't realize. Now Todd is the one who shoots his brother a glare. I told you. He mutters. To me, he offers a tight smile and nods at the door. I believe what Keith means to say is, we are happy for you, especially after everything you've been through. But please keep it covered. We want the paintings to be on display, not your sex life. Of course. I self-consciously try to cover the marks on my neck. I'll go take care of this right now. I can't run out of that office fast enough. I told him. I knew this was going to happen. But no, Pasha and his stupid alpha male chest-beating ego just have to insist I walk around looking like some vampire's mistress. It takes effort not to slam my own office door shut. Once it's closed, I march over to my desk and grab my phone. Me. I'm sorry, but I have to cover these up. I send him a selfie of the biggest hickey, making sure he can see how glaringly obvious it is. 2 seconds later, he replies, Pasha, we already discussed this. Me. Yeah, well, I just had another discussion with my bosses. You know, the guys who sign my paychecks. Keith all but accused me of being a slut. Pasha, he called you what? I can feel Pasha's insta-rage coursing through the phone. I should probably dial it down a bit before my workplace becomes a crime scene. Me. I can't wear your love bites all over my neck while I'm working. It's highly unprofessional of me. Me. I mean, I don't see anyone on your staff walking around with hickeys on their necks, right? Silence. More of it than I know what to do with. I sigh and get back to work to kill the next few hours until closing time. Right when I'm settled into a new advertisement mock-up, my phone buzzes again. Pasha. No makeup. No turtlenecks either. I will arrange an alternative solution. I roll my eyes. Me. Would you like a leopard skin singlet and a club too? Pasha. Question mark. Me. To go with your caveman act. Pasha sends me an eye-rolling emoji, which makes me laugh out loud because who the hell showed him where the emojis are and taught him what they mean? My money's on Soph. Pasha. We're going out. I chew at my lip for a second before responding. Don't you have work? Pasha. Unless there's an emergency, I will be eating dinner with you every night from now on. I lean back in my chair and rest a hand on my baby belly. Now the fluttering is more than just our daughter. I just can't help but wonder, why? Why is he doing this? I never asked him to. I never claimed to be more important to him than his work, or his family, or anything. Why do I feel so awkward about enjoying it? I don't know how to respond to that last text, so I leave it alone and try to distract myself with work. The reprimand from the Tweedles still echoes in the back of my mind and makes me touch my neck every 30 seconds, but I tell myself to breathe and make it to closing time. I'm about to say fuck it to pissing Pasha off again by covering up with concealer when there's a knock at my office door. Hazel pokes her head in, then holds out a small package for me. This just arrived for you. One of those shopping couriers? I frown at the white box tied with velvet ribbon in her hand. When I take it from her, I recognize the gold embossed logo on the lid. No way. Hazel steps inside and locks the door behind her. What is it? Please, I've been dying to know ever since the courier made me sign for it. I tug on the ribbon and let it fall away. I know that ribbon, though. I know the place it came from. I know the kind of price tags they use. It's silk. I hold up the first carefully folded layer of cloth inside the box. The fabric feels so unbelievably soft, pouring between my hands as I spread it out. A silk scarf. Hazel whistles low. Damn, dude is not fooling around. Was that it? Good question. In true Pasha style, it's not the only thing in the box. There are 2 buttery soft cashmere scarves, a hand-woven fine linen scarf, and a heavy but warm raw silk scarf at the bottom. Let me guess. Hazel openly stares at the hickeys on my neck, her mouth twisted in a playful smirk. Your man is making up for branding you? He didn't brand me. We just got a little carried away. I saw what he did to those flowers, too. Does he also pee a circle around your desk every time he visits? Ew, no. I laugh and smack her with a box lid. He's not that... Okay, yeah, he's that bad. But you don't seem to mind. I sigh. I really don't. It's nice. After a whole lifetime of being someone's side prop, but never a priority. My voice cracks as emotion wells up out of nowhere. Sadness, grief, acceptance. Good Lord, what is happening to me? Hazel rubs my arm, then pulls me in for a hug. Hey, I got you. I get that too. I don't know this guy well, but I gotta agree. He's giving you everything your family wouldn't, what your ex wouldn't, including, maybe even especially, a healthy dose of vitamin D. I gasp. Hazel, it's not every day. Damn near. And how would you know? She grins at me and whips the first silk scarf at my baby bump. Not all of your glow is coming from this pregnancy. I see it, and I'm happy for you. The Tweedles see it too, but I think they're just jealous. I roll my eyes as I drape the cashmere scarf around my neck. I feel like they're out to punish me with this stupid Conrad project. Let me handle them. And seriously, Daff, let me handle him if it gets to be too much. This is why Hazel and I became best friends so quickly. We had each other's backs from day one. Even now, years later, we'd sooner take a bullet for each other than sit back and let shit fly. Thanks, Hayes. You're the best. When Pasha pulls up into the gallery parking lot to pick me up for dinner, it's clear he's out to make a statement. Swapping the SUV for something that doesn't smell like sex makes sense, but this? He steps out of the gleaming Lamborghini and meets me at the front door. Ready to go? I glance over my shoulder to spot the Tweedles staring at me, then out the window at the luxury car they'll never be able to afford in a million years. If they stare any harder, they'll start to drool. Pasha notices the same thing and smirks. He cups the side of my face in his hand. You look beautiful, by the way. I don't have time to tell him I haven't changed since lunch before he's claiming my mouth in a wholly inappropriate kiss. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he's showing off. It's not quite peeing around my desk, but it's not far from that either. Shall we? He purrs when he pulls away. I'm still a little wobbly in the knees from that kiss. Yeah. Yep. Sounds good. He helps me in and buckles me up, then walks around to get behind the wheel. How's your mom doing? I ask as he starts to drive. His hand is on my thigh, as per usual. I know he's got this possessive streak a mile long, but sometimes it almost feels like he's reassuring himself that I'm still here, that I do actually exist. I get it. I feel the same way about him. She's doing good. Already shopping for the baby. That makes me feel warm inside for a millisecond before I wonder what my own mom is doing, and the warmth gets snuffed right down. I love her. Your mother is so lovely and beautiful. Like, really, really beautiful. Pasha chuckles. What did you expect? A Russian ogre? No, just, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. Sophia is stunning too. With any luck, our daughter will be blessed with some of the same. Just like her mother. And you. I correct with a blush. Although you've got more of that handsome ruggedness, all polished and professional, but dangerous. Like you're not a man to mess with. Keep going, he teases. I'm almost there. I swat him on the shoulder. Is your father like that too? Pasha falls silent. I instantly regret asking. I don't even know where that came from, asking about his father. But maybe there's a part of me that wants to know everything. For myself as much as for my baby girl. He's dead. He answers shortly. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm not. What? I mean, may I ask what happened? Fucked the wrong woman. Got himself killed. Your mother? I could definitely believe someone would kill a man for touching her. No. Well, shit. The plot thickens. Oh. I'm not exactly a wordsmith right now, and Pasha isn't in any hurry to offer an explanation. So, since I'm feeling like I've delved too deep into his personal life already, I leave it alone. We drive the rest of the way in a not as comfortable silence. At least he's still holding me. But I can't help the feeling like I kicked a hornet's nest I never should have wandered near.
Chapter 44. Pasha. Don't look at me like that.
Like what?
Sophie protests.
It's not like I'm...
Stop! Don't try to moonwalk into the conversation you're clearly angling for.
Rude.
She sniffles.
Extremely rude.
I roll my eyes. You want polite? Fine. I'll thank you for keeping your thoughts to yourself. How's that for polite?
Which thoughts specifically?
Sophie tilts her head to one side in mock concentration.
The ones about you being head over heels in love with Daphne?
I clench my jaw. Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, so you don't find it interesting that, after your gushingly romantic date, you're brooding in your office instead of home with her?
She lifts a hand.
Don't start with me on that. I have work to do bullshit. You don't. This isn't work. It's avoidance.
It wasn't gushingly romantic, I think to myself. Matter of fact, it was a silent, bitter disaster. After she brought up my father, I shut down, and it's taken hours since dinner ended for me to claw my way back out of the psychological hole I jumped into. You make it sound like I don't want to be around her, I mutter. Mac, who has also decided to make himself my problem tonight, leans against the wall and scrolls through his phone. You don't want to be tormented either, which we understand. It's got to be tough. You on that couch, listening to her take a shower, watching her climb into your bed, knowing she's probably sleeping in the nude. Watch it, asshole. Just speculating, painting a scene. But anyway, moving on. You can't look me in the eyes and tell me it isn't complete torment holding yourself back from thoroughly enjoying the mother of your child. I narrow my eyes at him. That is entirely different from love. Sophie scoffs.
Now, with you it's not. The sooner you accept that and own it, the better. And the sooner you own it, the sooner you can get this inevitable wedding over with.
Not this again. I told Mama I'd think about marriage. Nothing is official yet.
And why not? You know you could do a hell of a lot worse than Daphne. I don't know if you could do better.
That's for damn sure. I'm reminded on almost a daily basis of how much better Daphne is than my, shall we say, previous options. One in particular who needs to wear a longer skirt before I fire her. Amen, Mac chimes in. And don't bother disagreeing because we won't believe you. So what's holding you back? I sigh. I despise having my younger siblings poke around in my psyche, but I know they do it because they love me. They're not afraid of me. They know I value them in everything they say and do, even when it's irritating, and when it's the truth. I close my eyes and breathe. When I speak, I take even myself by surprise. I'm worried I'll turn out to be just like him. The room falls silent. They know exactly what I mean. They were there. We all were. Our father was a force to be reckoned with. Kostya Chekhov took no prisoners and left no witnesses. Compassion was not a word in his vocabulary in any language, and he was fluent in 7. Strangely enough, love, loyalty, and family were all words he understood and embraced, at least, so long as they suited his needs. Whenever an outside force threatened us, he would make a show to protect his family. Whenever my siblings and I fought, he would lecture us about family loyalty and how our enemies could tear our empire down if we started doing it ourselves from within. And in the end, it was love that got him into trouble. He knew how to use it for his benefit. He knew how to weaponize it against his wife and to lure in his mistresses. It's not a stretch of the imagination to assume he whispered all sorts of dark and lovely promises. How else could so many women fall into his trap? Our mother, Asya, was all but shoved into his arms against her will. That much we know. I like to think there may have been a time where he might have loved her, at least enough to create us, but I will never allow myself to delve into what-ifs. He doesn't deserve the mercy. He was a cruel man to her. Took her to the breaking point, though never beyond it. He loved playing with her too much to completely break her. I still have the scar on my eyebrow from the one time I threw him off of her. I was taller, stronger than I'd ever been before, trained, and angry. Still, I was only 14. So as trained as I was, as big, as angry, I was also stupid. So when I saw Kostya backhand her so hard that she fell against the table and cracked her head on the edge, I saw nothing but him as my enemy. I felt nothing but pure, unadulterated rage. The one lesson I learned from my father that day was to never allow my emotions to overrun my logic. If I let my heart get in the way, I'll miss the knife coming from my back. The one lesson he learned that day? My little brother and sister don't care how big my enemy is. My enemy is their enemy, and they do not hold back when it comes to protecting their big brother. They may have cowered in the corner while our mother screamed for them to run, but when I hit the floor, they turned into demons. Kostya never raised a hand against our mother after that night. He also lost half the sight in his left eye and walked with a permanent limp. He'd do his best to fake it, to pretend like he didn't need a cane, but his men knew. Everyone knew.
You're not like him,
Sophia offers, her voice quiet. I look like him. I rub a hand over my jaw. And sometimes Bliet. I catch myself sounding like him, making the same decisions as him. Max shrugs a shoulder. There you go. You catch yourself, and you stop yourself. Yeah, you're brutal sometimes, but anyone can see you're nothing like the bastard. And what happens when I get married? If I get married? Sophie scoffs.
Do you have a harem of women we don't know about?
I squint at her. Fuck, no.
Do you plan on entertaining women in and out of your revolving door?
Absolutely not.
So what's the problem?
They ask in unison. Fucking hell, I wish I had a drink in my hand. I also wish my siblings weren't so goddamn perceptive. If I marry Daphne, I sigh and try again. If I marry her, I'll have everything I've been so sure I didn't want or need. I'll have my wife, my daughter, my own family. Shit, maybe even a few more kids. Makari's looking at me with his soft eyes and sympathetic smile. Again, Pash, what's the problem? My teeth clench. I don't want to say it out loud. What does she get if she marries me? Aside from my name, my money, and everything this bratva has, what else is there? What if I'm just as bad to her as Kostya was to Mama, and I don't even realize it? You can't beat yourself up over shit that hasn't happened and probably never will. And if it does... He glances at Sophie, who nods in agreement. We'll be right there to kick your ass. We happen to adore Daphne. You really think we'd let you raise a hand against her? I clap a hand on his shoulder as a sign of gratitude, but I'm all talked out. Sharing my feelings is fucking exhausting. I wipe my hands on my pants and head to the car. But when I get there, I stop. My reflection glints under the security lamps in the darkened window of the driver's side door. A man with a shadowed jaw, furrowed brow, a stormy gaze frowns back at me. I know that man. I fought him, and every time I did, I lost. For a fleeting moment, his left eye clouds over, and the scar from my brow changes places to the top of his cheekbone. He scowls at me. Weak. I hear my father's reflection snarl in my ear. You're weak and pathetic. Letting a woman get under your skin? You'll be the end of everything I built. Be a man and grow the fuck up. I blink. The illusion vanishes. The scar shifts back into its proper place. The eye clears. But nothing changes the fact that when I see my reflection, it's not me who I see. And when I think about everything I am doing for the Bratva, everything I've done for Daphne, my stomach sinks to recognize one horrifying truth. Kostya Chekhov would have done the exact same things.
Chapter 45. Daphne. I don't know what sort of business Pasha does in the middle of the night. I'm not sure I want to know. What I do know is that whatever it is, it compels him to come home and sit on the bed next to me for a while. He never says anything, never touches me. He just sits there, assumes I'm sleeping, and stares off into the dark. Last night was one of those nights. He sat down next to me, sighed, and gazed at the wall for a while. I didn't say anything, too afraid to break whatever spell had him bewitched. Then he got up, went into the bathroom, and took a shower before heading off to sleep on the couch. This morning, he insisted on taking me to work himself. No special occasion, and my guards were perfectly capable of doing it themselves. But Pasha calmly stated this was happening, ushered me into the car an hour earlier than I usually leave, and took us to the drive-thru for a vitamin smoothie and pastry. He seemed on edge. I asked him about it, but he just forced a smile and shook his head.
"It's nothing,"
he said.
"Really."
Is it anything I did? He turned to look at me.
"No. Why would you think that?"
I shrugged. I don't know. I just worry.
"Don't. You're fine. We're fine."
He sighed.
"I just have this feeling that something's up."
I get what he means. Sometimes I feel like something bad is going to happen, that someone is about to ruin things right when it's all been so wonderful. I feel that almost every day. It's sitting in my stomach while I sip down the last of my smoothie, that feeling of foreboding, like someone is about to walk into my office and break some terrible news. Or, as it turns out to happen, Conrad's face appearing in the doorway.
"Hey, Nene."
Oh, dear Lord. I try not to choke on the straw and set the cup down. Hey there. Are you looking for Todd or Keith? Conrad shakes his head, still grinning.
"I'm here to see you."
Fuck. I straighten out my dress as I stand. Thank God I chose the dark blue cowl-neck sweater style that goes below my knees and just meets the top of my boots. Absolutely nothing about this outfit can send him mixed signals. I didn't see a meeting on the calendar. I take a glance at my laptop screen just to make sure. Actually, we're not scheduled until... He cuts me off with a dismissive wave of his hand.
"I was in the neighborhood. Had some ideas for the gallery placement and wanted to run them by you. Do you have some time?"
I have to admit, I'm taken by surprise at how professional he's being. I never expect anyone to change overnight, but damn, can I hope. Oh, sure. I can spare a few minutes, I think. His grin widens. Conrad holds the door open for me, giving me plenty of space to walk through without brushing past him.
"I found a few pieces that I'd love to feature in this new show, ones that I put aside as rejects, but now I'm having second thoughts."
He gestures at one wall of the showroom the moment we step inside.
"The response at the last showing really favored some similar themes and palettes, so this may be a great way to save time while refreshing interest."
The petty side of me wants to ask him if he's painting a new abstract nude. The rest of me doesn't want to know either way. How many are you looking to bring out for this section?
"About 5 or 6.
He turns to smile at me.
"What do you think?"
Depending on the size of each canvas, we should be able to make that work.
"You're always good at that."
Huh? Shit. He's giving me the eyes now. Those same puppy dog eyes that he'd give me when he wanted to convince me of something like,
"How could I ever cheat on you? Is this the face of a man who'd step out on you?"
Why, yes, asshole, it is. Conrad steps closer to me, so I take a step back. He does it again and again, all while cooing his compliments at me. Your brilliant mind. You always know how to make things work, even when they shouldn't. Like us. I hold a hand up to keep him from coming any closer. There is no us, unless you mean it in terms of this gallery. You and me, Nee. Us. We can make this work. You always make it work out in the end. There's nothing to work out, Sydney. I spit. We're done. You left. I'm back. He moves even closer, not stopping until I feel my back pressed against the wall. I'm right here. I'm here and I want you. My heart is in my throat. Conrad has never been outwardly aggressive toward me. He never gave me enough priority in his life to care enough either way. But right now, he's looking at me with this glint in his eye that makes me very, very nervous. You need to back up. We need to work things out. He wraps his hands around my waist at the same time he leans in. Then he pauses and looks down. Hell, Daphne, you've put on some weight. It's literally none of your business. Back the hell off. It's like he doesn't hear me, like he's in a totally different universe from the one where I'm trying to push him away. His grin turns into a smirk, and he has the balls to wink at me. We can work that weight off, baby. Don't you worry. I'm done playing nice. I'm also terrified that he's about to do something to hurt my baby. How did it even get to this point? We haven't been in this room for more than 10 minutes. I shove hard against his chest. I mean it. Get off. Get the hell off. Fuck, baby. His voice purrs in this sickening way when his hands slide up to cup the sides of my breasts. I take that back. You feel fucking incredible now. I try to swallow back my whimper of fear, but there's no hiding it. Conrad hears it and clearly mistakes it for something that indicates I'm enjoying this. I know you need to punish me. He presses himself against me despite my desperate attempts to shove him away. I want you to punish me. Make me work hard for it, baby. I deserve it. I pull a hand back to swing at his face, fully intending to slap that horrible glaze of lust out of his eyes, but he grabs my wrist and pins it to the wall. The same thing happens when I try with my other hand, until I'm nearly crushed under his weight and his breath fans along my neck. That's it. Fight me. Make me earn it. Make me earn you. Help! I don't care anymore. I don't care if Todd or Keith or Hazel find me like this with Conrad, as long as they can put a stop to it. I'm so fucking scared of what this man is going to do, and all I can think about is my baby and Pasha, and what if... Somebody help me! Shh, relax. Conrad releases one of my wrists so he can grab my face and hold me there, right where he wants to kiss me. I shake my head furiously, but he only tightens his grip to the point where it's actually painful. I just want some time with you, baby. We deserve some time together after everything. I should knee him. I try, but my stupid dress is in the way. And he's got me so trapped between himself and the wall, I'm lucky I can even kick my feet. Irritation flickers across his face, but he doesn't let that stop him. Conrad holds me there, a knowing smirk curling his lips, and he moves to press them against mine in a kiss I swear is going to make me throw up. A familiar set of manicured nails wrap over his shoulder, and in one swift motion, Conrad is ripped off me. The fuck is going on here? Sophia wedges herself between us. I can't see her face, but her entire body is simmering with rage. This is between Daphne and me. Now Conrad is officially pissed off. He steps forward and reaches out to push Sophie aside, his gaze set squarely on me. Again, Sophie grabs him, but this time it's for leverage. Her hands grip both his shoulders so she can deliver a knee to his groin hard enough to crush his testicles into baking powder. His eyes bug out of his head the same time his lungs emit a high-pitched wheezing sound. When he doubles over, Sophie takes the opportunity to uppercut his chin, snapping his head back and making him bite his tongue with enough force that blood starts trickling between his lips. The man crumbles to the floor, bloody, wheezing, and curled up in the fetal position, cradling what's left of his nuts. "Are you okay?" I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest, since it sure as hell wasn't this. I wonder if part of me figured Sophie would assume the worst and accuse me of cheating on her brother. Instead, she's looking at me with sympathy and concern, stepping over Conrad like he's not even there, just so she can cradle my face in her hands and check me for injuries. "Are you hurt? Did he hurt you?"
Fucking bitch!
Conrad gathers enough of his wits to scream at her.
"You're crazy! You crazy bitch!"
Something passes through her eyes, like she decided to hold back from something and chooses to focus on me instead. "Talk to me, Daph. Did he hurt you?" I don't realize I'm literally trembling until I try to answer her question. No, not yet." That something pulls a reverse and settles into her expression. It's the same something I've seen in Pasha right before he does something particularly heinous against a perceived enemy. Behind her, Conrad slowly wobbles up to his feet. Blood and spittle flies from his mouth as he points an accusatory finger at her.
"This is none of your business. I'll have you arrested."
Something about the way he threatens her snaps me out of my shock and my fear. Now I'm the one standing between him and his new target, even though she grabs my arm to keep me back. "I told you to get the hell out!" I thrust my finger toward the door. "Leave me the fuck alone!"
"But, Daphne..."
"You heard my sister-in-law." Sophie loops her arm with mine as she joins me at my side. "Leave her the fuck alone. Now." Conrad freezes, blinks at her, then at me.
"What?"
The word sounds like she kneed him in the dick all over again.
"You're married? You can't be married. You can't marry someone else. We're supposed to be together."
He is so delusional, I'm literally almost laughing at his blind audacity. Or trying not to cry. Probably both. "You left, asshole! You cheated on me, and you threw me out of my own goddamn home! And then, just to make things extra special, you proposed to another woman right in front of me! So no, we are not in any way getting back together!" Is there a difference between delusional and unhinged? We may be witnessing the transition between the two because Sidney Conrad Ewing is extremely not well. He runs his hands through his hair over and over, glancing around the floor with a wild, unfocused look in his eyes.
It all went so wrong. I made a mistake."
He meets my gaze and tries to reach for me.
"I made a mistake. I never should have left you. It was a mistake proposing to her."
Sophie swats his hand away. "You made your bed. Now go die in it." Conrad glances between us.
I thought you were punishing me, all the silence, the avoidance, pushing me away. How could you go and marry someone else?"
This time he lunges for me, and this time Sophie simply snaps her fingers. 4 men in tailor suits materialize out of nowhere. 2 of them grab Conrad by the arms, while the other 2 create a human wall between him and us.
Daphne! Daphne!
Conrad screams my name like a madman, his face bright red. No amount of struggling is going to free him from these behemoths, no matter how hard he tries. Sophie's 2 guards drag him out of the room as easily as if he's limp. By the time they pass the threshold, he is. Todd and Keith burst onto the scene, just in time to see Conrad get physically dragged away. Their gazes simultaneously fall on the blood trail and follow it across the room to where I'm standing with Sophie, who braces her hands on her hips in full preparation for war. "Are you the owners of this establishment?" she demands.
You better believe we are.
Keith is fuming.
And we are going to sue the pants off of you and do your little entourage for threatening our client.
She laughs. "Oh, really? You're going to sue me?"
Listen, lady, you can't just come in here and...
Again, she does that thing with her hand that tends to shut up every asshole we ever encounter. "Oh, believe me, I absolutely can, and I absolutely will. Just like how I will absolutely help Daphne file a very hefty lawsuit against you and your establishment for not only allowing a sexual predator to corner her and assault her, but encouraging it." She looks to one of her remaining men. "What's that called again, Sergey?"
Facilitation, ma'am.
Ah, yes. She turns back to the Tweedles with a sharkish grin. Facilitation of sexual assault. Todd sputters.
We did not.
You didn't? Sophie mocks his fear, tilting her head to one side. Who assigned him to her, huh? Who insisted that Daphne be forced to work with her stalker ex-boyfriend even after she told you her reasons for refusal? Who chose to ignore her screams for help not even 5 minutes ago? Neither of the brothers has an answer. As for me, I'm more than speechless. I'm seeing Sophie in her element, and yet I have this feeling that she's holding back. She's the cat playing with her food before going in for the kill. If you plan on keeping your money and your company, I highly recommend you stick to your own business and remove your nose from Daphne's. I will be escorting her to lunch, and you will be ensuring she is comfortable when she returns. That might not be until tomorrow, and you will be perfectly fine with that. You don't want to be the 2 assholes who forced a traumatized woman to work the same day she was assaulted on your property under your watch, do you? The Tweedles shake their heads. They also can't move fast enough, scrambling for the closest exit. Sophie sighs, rolls her eyes, and turns to me. I'm dead serious, Daph. If either of those 2 threaten your job after this, we will take them to the cleaners. Fucking ridiculous. I don't know what to say. I'm not used to having someone look out for me like this. At least no one but Melanie, but even then, I'm usually the one always looking out for her. She walks with me out of the showroom and through the gallery, our arms looped together like the sisters she suddenly claimed us to be, talking about where we should go for lunch. What is her little niece craving? Since we have the day ahead of us, should we go to the mall? Have I checked out the baby store near Nordstrom's? It's right when we finally reach the main doors that I find my tongue again. What did you mean by sister-in-law? Pasha and I aren't married. Yet. She grins and winks at me. That's the operative word, Daph. Yet. If you think he's going to let you go, and that he's not in it for the long haul, then you haven't been paying attention. Something warm and wonderful blooms inside me. I shouldn't think of him this way, or of our relationship as anything other than what it is. And I don't even know what it is because we've never outright talked about it. But damn, is it hard not to imagine what it'd be like to be Pasha's wife, to be Sophie's sister-in-law. And especially when I take in the sight of Asya leaning against the waiting car, beaming at us, what it'd be like to have a mother-in-law like her. There's my beautiful girls. Asya finishes wiping her hand with a handkerchief before she extends her arms out for a hug. Look at you, my sweet Daphne. You're glowing. And you're bleeding. I stare at the fabric speckled with blood, as well as the few spots still on the back of her hand. "Oh, it's not mine." She laughs it off, stuffing the fabric into her wristlet. "Anyway, where are we thinking of going for lunch?" Baby's hungry for tempura, apparently. Sophie opens the door for me with a playful wink. What my niece wants, my niece gets. "Are you sure you're okay?" I quietly ask Asya. She pats my cheek lovingly and simply smiles. "We're family, Sonishka. Family looks after each other. Anyone lays a hand on mine, I snap his head off." She smiles at Sophie and opens her own door to get in. Tempura sounds delicious.
Chapter 46. Pasha. "I thought you'd be at lunch with Daphne and Mama." Sophie makes sure the door to my office is locked before she settles into the chair facing my desk.
We already had lunch. Mama is taking her shopping for baby clothes and more toys.
I frown. Daphne has work today. Why isn't she going back to work? The way my sister drums her fingers on the arm of the chair sets me on edge. Whatever update she's sitting on, it's not good.
You're not gonna like it.
She confirms. Just fucking tell me.
Ewing stopped by the gallery.
She was right. I do not like it. And
You don't need to freak out. I already took care of it. I just thought you should know because Daph seemed a little pale during lunch, and the last thing she needs right now is for you to go all silverback gorilla on her.
Tell me what happened. Sophie sighs.
He assaulted her in the showroom.
My chair tumbles to the floor. I think I throw my desk to the side, or at least I try to, because it's a loud series of crashes and shit breaking en route to my office door.
I just told you not to freak out.
Sophie grabs my arm and drags me back before I go barreling out into the building.
Sit down before you break anything else.
I'll fucking break his fucking face. God damn it! I knew I should have made him disappear a lot sooner. She doubles down on her grips on my forearm, and I reluctantly go still.
Be that as it may, you've got a lot of cogs in the machinery you need to pay attention to, like the mother of your child, who was pretty shaken by the encounter.
Fuck. Daphne. Is she okay? Why the hell didn't she call me? What the fuck was she doing alone with that weasel?
Whoa, pause. One thing at a time. First things first, we need to dial back on the anger with Daphne.
I'm not mad at Daphne.
No? So the yelling and accusing is your way of comforting her?
If looks could kill, my little sister would still laugh in my face and tell me to try again. I'm not mad. I'm frustrated. She should trust me. She should have me on speed dial for situations like this.
She will. She's just not there yet. Tell me, in all the times you two have talked, and in all the surveillance you've done on her, when has she ever indicated she's used to being taken care of?
I suck in air through my gritted teeth. She's right. I'm not going to say that out loud, but I'm pretty sure she can see it in the way I slump back in my chair. Daphne's little flinches in response to any sort of kindness are proof in the pudding. She's never been cared for or protected. Hell, I don't know if she's ever experienced love, the kind where we look out for each other against all odds and all enemies. It's the biggest wall between us. I want to take care of her. She just won't let me. I want to take over so she can relax and enjoy life. But she's got such an iron-fisted grip on everything in her world. As if she's waiting for someone to take it all from her. I've long wondered who would ever dare to try. It sounds like I have a good chunk of the answer. I promise I will be patient with Daphne. I tap a finger on my chair. After we visit this ex. Sophie's face breaks into a mischievous grin.
I was hoping you'd say that.
The door flies off the hinges almost too easily.
Knock, knock.
Sophie calls into the apartment as she steps over the splinters. I'm following her into Ewing's home when I see her suddenly freeze at the opening to his living room. When I look over her shoulder, I see why. Holy shit. It's something. Something from a nightmare, more specifically. A huge canvas, large enough to almost cover one wall, surrounded by dozens of lit candles. It's not just a painting of Daphne. It's an eerily accurate painting of a very naked Daphne, as if she's posed just for him. It's half finished, but it's enough. Soft music fills the air. Silken sheets cover the floor, with rose petals scattered everywhere like Ewing was preparing for a seductive date. With himself, apparently. That's the other half of the image I did not need to ever see in my lifetime. Sidney Conrad Ewing, completely naked, glistening with oil, on his knees before the painting of Daphne, head thrown back in loud moans of pleasure mixed with rapture, while his fist goes to town on his dick. To think I was even considering letting him live. I grab him and throw him against one of the bare walls. What the fuck are you doing? I know I don't want the actual answer to that question. Hell, I don't want to ask him shit because he's still too excited to think straight.
I don't have anything.
Conrad squeezes his eyes shut.
I don't have anything of value. Understatement of the year,
Sophie mumbles as she looks around the room.
This place is a dump.
I don't have the time or the patience to play games with him. I'm here about Daphne.
Daphne? I haven't seen her in months, I swear.
Sophie turns around to stroll up to him, arms folded.
You sure about that?
Ewing visibly pales.
Okay, so I just saw her today. It's her job. I have a showing there. Besides, I'm getting married.
Exactly. It is taking every ounce of self-control not to bash his face in. So you have no business, professional or otherwise, coming anywhere near my wife.
Wife?
He sputters and stares at me like I've grown 2 new heads.
I never saw a ring.
My arm is at his throat before I can even register the amount of fury now boiling in my veins. So you noticed that, huh? I press harder. If he chokes to death on his own blood, it will be the better part of my day. Was that before or after you noticed she's pregnant with my child? All the fight is gone from Ewing. He sags against the wall. If I wasn't so hell-bent on strangling him, he'd probably fall to the floor. Tears spill from his eyes and he starts to sob. Oh, for fuck's sake. You were never enough for Daphne, I snarl in his face. And you never will be enough for her. Or for anyone. You pathetic excuse of a man. Your art is trash. Your behavior is trash. You are trash. And you dare to think yourself worthy to touch my wife. An idea springs to mind. Hey, Sophie, I call over my shoulder. Which hand does our friend here use? She's silent while she types in the search on her phone. Then,
according to this wiki, Sidney Conrad Ewing is right-handed.
Perfect. His terrified protests and pleas fall on deaf ears. I can only think of one thing, and that's how his grubby, slimy hands laid a finger on my beautiful plamia. Mine. Let's make sure he never does it again. I yank him hard over to the table, slam his right wrist down, and hold my free hand out. Sophie places a hammer in it, one of those large, heavy motherfuckers they use for sculpting. Then she moves behind him and forces a gag into his mouth. I don't know what satisfies me more, the way his screams pitch so high he goes silent, or the way his bones crunch under the first blow of the hammer. The second and third blows are pretty satisfying too. By the time I'm done, what used to be his artistic hand is nothing more than a skin sack filled with shattered bone. Ewing is just this side of passing out. His eyes have rolled back in his head, and he's pissed himself. Thankfully, none of it got on my shoes, or I'd be moving on to his other hand too. Good luck with your paintings now, asshole. I toss the hammer aside and enjoy the way he cringes when it clatters on the floor. With a nod to Sophie, We leave Ewing there at the table, sobbing, dry heaving, kneeling in a puddle of his own piss as he stares in horror at his mangled hand. "Did you call it in?" I ask Sophie once we're back in the elevator. She nods.
Paramedics are on the way.
I nod and stare at the sliding doors. One loose end taken care of. Now, it's time to have a chat with my wife. Chapter 47. Pasha.
Hey, Posh.
The kiss that silences her is brutal and crushing, but so is every emotion raging war inside me as I haul her onto the kitchen island and step between her thighs. I want her. I need her. And I need her to understand how things around here, between us, actually work. She's changed out of her work clothes and into a more comfortable lounge set of sweatpants and a tank top that won't quite cover her baby bump as well as it used to. It's also stretched tighter around her breasts than I recall. Just like that, all the blood pounding in my head rushes straight to my dick. I already tossed my coat and tie aside and was in the process of working my shirt buttons open when I came into the kitchen. Now, everything between her skin and mine is a barrier that pisses me the hell off. With one swift move that makes her yelp with surprise, I yank her top over her head and her pants down. No panties, no bra. Naughty plumya.
Pasha, what are you? Oh!
Her confusion melts into pleasure the moment my tongue sweeps through her folds. With her legs draped over my shoulders and my hands firmly gripping her thighs, there's nowhere to wriggle away to. Just like I want her. At my mercy. Ideally, I'd have her bent over the table and screaming my name as I plowed into her from behind. But she's carrying my baby, and that swell has grown to the point where doing such a thing would be stupidly reckless and selfish on my part. You know what else is stupidly reckless and selfish? Not calling me for help when assholes like Ewing cause trouble. The memory of him in his apartment reminds me of how pissed I am, how fucking possessive I am over the woman now panting and moaning as I devour her sweet slit. Her naked body is mine to enjoy, mine to worship, not his. I'm so lost in my roiling thoughts, I don't even realize I'm sucking yet another love bite into Daphne's inner thigh. She whimpers in a mixture of pleasure and pain, so I let go and kiss the hurt away wordlessly. I won't apologize for marking my territory.
Pash!
She whines when I slide a finger into her. I press deeper, curling when I find that sweet spot.
Pash, please. I'm so close.
She's right where I want her. I stroke a few more times, savoring the way she squirms on the countertop and tries to grind herself against my face. But when she's right on that edge, I stop.
What?
Daphne looks so sweetly confused, her cheeks flushed and her lips swollen from my kisses.
What's wrong?
Ewing, I rasp. He came to your workplace. He put his hands on you. The sudden rush of pink to her cheeks is not because I'm touching her. Why didn't you call me?
I didn't.
She swallows hard.
I didn't want to bother you. I didn't think it mattered.
I hold back the true depths of my anger. Didn't think it mattered. As if what happened to her doesn't mean anything to me. It's not her I'm angry at. It's whoever gave her the idea that she could ever be a bother when she needs help. Look at me, Daphne. She doesn't. She's too busy biting her lip and looking away in her shame and embarrassment. Do I look like the kind of man who's okay with another man coming after my woman, touching her, kissing her, forcing himself on her? Again, her brow furrows.
Your woman?
Yes, Daphne. You're my woman. That should be pretty fucking obvious.
How?
You sleep in my bed.
That's a technicality.
She clears her throat and finally meets my eye.
You own this apartment. You own the whole building, if I remember correctly. Every room is your room.
I growl low in my chest. You sleep in my bed. You wear my jewelry and my mark. You wear my scent. You take my cock. You're carrying my baby. Everything I have is yours. How are you not my woman? Unshed tears glisten on her lashes.
Isn't that it, though? You only want me because I'm carrying your baby.
I grab her face so there's nowhere else she can look but right back at me. I wanted you, Daphne. You. Long before either of us even knew about our baby. Her eyes fall low and she worries with her teeth at the inside of her cheek for a while.
I'm sorry,
she whispers.
I'm sorry I didn't call you. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I wanted to. I didn't know if I could.
That's what I've been waiting for. So when I slide into her, it feels like sliding into home. Warm, tight, safe. Daphne clings to me as I hike her legs up around my waist and work myself deeper into her. I keep my hands clamped tight on her hips, unwilling to let her go anywhere else but where she belongs. Right here, with me, on me. She's ready to come almost instantly, but she does so good, so fucking good. To bite my shoulder and wait for me to tell her she can go ahead and let it all out. Cruel bastard that I am, though, I don't. Instead, I slow my pace until I'm seated balls deep inside her and just grind there. No pull, no thrusts, but every inch is filling her to the brim and making her feel just how badly I need her.
Pasha, please.
I hold her face in my hand and kiss her hard. Show me you can listen to me. I breathe in her ear. Show me you can keep your word. A pitiful mewl emits from her throat, but she nods and buries her face in my neck. I can feel her kiss my skin, then suck it between her teeth, and a thrill like no other shoots from my head to my toes at the knowledge that my woman is marking me. When her body feels calmer, I start back up again. This time, my thrusts are harder, longer strokes. Her toes curl, her fingers dig into my shoulder blades. That's a good girl. Come with me, I grunt. She doesn't need anything else to push her over the edge, and neither do I. We fall over together into that wet, dark heat. I won't mind at all if this is how we need to have serious discussions. If the only way she'll ever grasp things is by me pounding it into her beautiful body until she screams and comes apart at my command, I'm more than happy to oblige. We don't keep secrets in this house, I mumble against her stomach as I ease her back down. Understood. She's dreamy-eyed and perfectly satisfied. I'd be lying if I said that's not a major turn-on in itself. I love knowing I'm the one, the only one, to make her feel this good.
Okay,
she breathes.
Okay.
I caress her waist, pressing more kisses to the precious swell of her womb. You're mine, Daphne. You and our baby. You have no idea how. I cut myself off before I openly admit it. Before I say, out loud, how fucking scared I was that something had happened to her. To our daughter. So instead, I pull myself out of her. If Ewing ever comes back, you call me. Immediately.
Okay.
If anyone lays a finger on you or makes you feel unsafe in any way, you give them hell until you're able to call me. Not Sophie, not Mac, not my mother. Me. She nods, a tiny smile playing at the edge of her lips.
You really want to take care of me, don't you?
She says it like this is the very first time she's actually fully understood the concept. Is that so hard to believe?
No,
She admits as the grin spreads.
but I might need reminders. Constant, lengthy reminders.
I nip at the swell of her breast and grin right back. Your wish is my command.
Chapter 48. Daphne. Do me a favor, Daph. Warn me next time, before you go and tell me what might be the hottest sex story ever. Hazel shakes her head and fans herself. It's been a while for me, you know? Then she flashes a grin and straightens up. But really, in all seriousness, I'm so happy for you. Thanks. I feel a squiggly, giggly warmth spread through my chest. I'm happy too. Pasha drove me to work again this morning. He was very obviously looking for Conrad or any other signs of trouble, but the fact that his hand kept caressing my thigh had me purring the whole time. He could be looking for nuclear warheads for all I care. He wants me for me. I'm his woman. I'm on cloud 9, and I'm his woman. Another little gesture neither of us spoke about, but I definitely mentioned to Hazel. Pasha didn't wear a tie this morning. He's actually stopped wearing ties as often as he used to, but this morning he left the top 2 buttons or so undone and his shirt pulled open, just enough to see the hickey I left on his neck. I can't quite match Pasha's level of bloodthirsty, enough to kill a rhinoceros testosterone, but I'm definitely loving that any interested woman is going to see my mark on my man and know better than to try anything with him. Unfortunately, my high doesn't last long as I would have liked. Hazel and I both hear the front door slam open from where we're sitting and look up in alarm. What now? This isn't exactly Grand Central Station. Visitors outside the showcase events are typically few and far between. But ever since things with Pasha and Conrad heated up, it's almost like we should just install a revolving door. You! Shit, I know that voice. I've been wincing at that rasping, pathetic baby doll voice since boarding school. Hi, Brittany. I hold my smoothie close like a shield as I turn to face her. She is a woman on a mission. A violent mission, if I had to guess. Her finger jabs in the air at me, and if looks could kill, I'd be long dead. I hope you're fucking happy. She hisses. I am, actually. I rest a hand on my stomach and smile. My baby girl is dancing, further underlying the point that we are both very, very happy. You don't look so good, though. Brittany barks out a laugh. Are you serious right now? Are you fucking serious? Hazel has far less patience than me. She rolls her eyes, folds her arms across her chest, and steps between us. Not enough to block me, but enough to be able to throw hands in case this woman flies off her hinges. Just spit it out already, Britt. We don't have all day. You don't have all... Okay. Brittany claps her hands together, and I really am starting to think she's lost it. Well, your boyfriend made sure that Conrad won't have another day in his career ever. What are you talking about? But even as I say it, Pasha's words roll through my head. He put his hands on you. There was violence in that sentence. Lots of it. Brittany shoves past Hazel to stab her finger in my face. Stay away from Conrad. You hear me? You lost him. You don't get to keep him. That patience I felt a second ago, it's gone now. Long gone. I swat her hand out of the way. First of all, bitch, I don't want him. Honestly, I don't like you, but I still think you could do way better than that asshole. And second of all, I see her slap coming, but I'm too slow to block it. I can only gawk, dumbstruck, as the rings on her fingers flash and twinkle and fly closer, and then boom! Someone snatches her wrist out of midair. I turn, still mute and useless, to see two giant mountains of men intervening. After what happened yesterday, they've been ordered to remain inside the premises within earshot instead of outside like they used to. Turns out that was a good idea. Lev and Dominic pluck Brittany off the ground like she's no heavier than a letterbox. She gasps, sputters, then tries to claw her way free, but they simply grab her wrists and hold them behind her.
You can't do this! You can't fucking touch me! You can't arrest me! I have rights!
Something new, something fierce wells up inside me. I wonder if this is what Pasha feels when he's working. Oh, sweetie, no. These aren't the police. It'd go much better for you if they were. She stills. Emboldened, I take several steps forward. For once, I actually do want to get in her repulsive little Shih Tzu face. As I was saying, second of all, I have my own life. You clearly can't see that I'm very much pregnant with another man's baby, and that man is worlds better than Conrad. So why would I want the bottom of the barrel? That's your realm. Hazel snorts. Lev and Dom press their lips together in admirable show of stoicism, but I'm pretty sure one of them almost laughed. Brittany is going apeshit.
You're such a bitch! I won't let you have him. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you'll never see him again.
Whatever, psycho. I roll my eyes and give the nod for my guards to drag her out the door. They do so, gladly. Hazel whistles low once they're gone.
Damn, bitch is certifiable. What do you think she meant about Conrad's career ending?
I don't know, and I really don't care. I'm just glad I don't have to do that god-awful showcase anymore. True to my word, I grab my phone to send Pasha a text to update him. Brittany just stopped by, legit psycho, unhinged. Dom and Lev took care of it. BTW, what did she mean by Conrad no longer having a career? There's no immediate response, so I tuck my phone away and give a little wave to Hazel as I walk back toward my office. With everything said and done, I might as well get back to some real work. Before I reach the door, though, my phone buzzes. Pasha. Unless he can paint with his left hand, he needs to find a new hobby. Daphne. What happened? Pasha. He stuck his hand somewhere it doesn't belong. Accidents happen when people ignore all the warnings. Pasha. Which one is Brittany? Daphne. Conrad's fiancée. You were there when he proposed to her, remember? You burned her painting. Pasha. Ah, right. Still the best $5 million I ever invested. Daphne. Invested? Hardly. Literally burned through your money. Pasha. I got you, didn't I? Now I'm blushing. There's no one around to see it, but I don't care. Chapter 49. Daphne. All in all, it's a pretty wonderful day. Until I start sorting through the mail that arrived at my office late in the afternoon and see a letter addressed to Daphne Hamish. My stomach drops. I recognize that handwriting. Mom even wrote my name large enough that it takes up half the envelope, as if I need a giant sign to remind me of my birth name, as if I could ever forget. Can't they just let this go? What is so hard about cutting their losses? I don't realize I'm this close to bursting into tears until Melanie answers her phone.
Hey, Daph, what's up?
Shit. I'm crying. There's no close to. I'm legit sobbing. Daph? You okay? Why won't they leave me alone? I slap the table with the unopened letter. Why is this so fucking hard for them to just leave me the hell alone? Honestly, that question applies to so many more people than just my parents. Conrad, Brittany, the Tweedles. Why can't they just take the very obvious hint and leave me alone? Mel's voice drops from worry to understanding. The rent's still using your old name? I hate it. I know I switched it to help them out, but now I hate it. I hate that stupid name, and I hate the stupid people attached to it. I mean, fuck, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Nah, I get it. Believe you me, I had a very similar meltdown after they sent me a sympathy card addressed to Melanie Hamish for my wedding.
They didn't even go to your wedding.
No, they did not. Not even for the cake.
I remember. I sniff and feel a smile tug at my mouth. Been craving tiramisu ever since.
You can have it at your wedding. Speaking of, how's that tall drink of water you're shacking up with?
Mel! Now I'm laughing. This is exactly why I called her. My little sister knows how to shift my mood on a dime. He's fine. He's good. We're good.
Does he know about your double life?
I roll my eyes. This is not a double life. This is me trying to live my best life while shedding an old one I never asked for. I'm not outright lying to him.
But
he doesn't know about the name change. Mel grows silent, then,
are you worried he'll connect the dots?
I hear the shame in her voice. I know what she's asking, what she's afraid I'll say. I'm not worried about him connecting me to you. I want him to know. Maybe it's time I give him hell for what he did to my baby sister. It's her turn to sniff through a laugh.
Thanks. Really, I'm not mad about it. I just don't want to ruin things for you.
If he can't handle the fact that you're my sister, he doesn't deserve me. I'm honestly kind of surprised to hear myself sound so resolute. Pasha can be overbearing and overprotective, and just a force to be reckoned with. But choosing between him and Melanie? Easy. Not even his magical dick can sway me from my loyalty to my sister.
I love you, Daff. And if I'm hearing things right, so does he. You need to tell him.
There's too much in that statement to unwrap at the same time. I'm going to tackle the easiest part and completely ignore the terrifying one. What am I supposed to tell him? Hey, babe, I'm not who you think I am?
Well, who does he think you are?
I pause. I don't know. Ugh, you're right. This is stupid.
Not stupid, just complicated. And terrifying, but you should tell him.
I know. I sigh. If I value what I have with Pasha, which I do, I need to tell him about my name change and why. At some point, I need to tell him how we've been connected long before that night at the auction. I just don't know how he'll take it. None of my mental scenarios go well when I try to imagine the possibilities. I pick up the letter and carry it to the stove. By the way, your niece is dancing now. Mel squeals with glee, and I can hear Jameson shout from the distance, asking what happened.
My little baby Bean! Oh my gosh, I need to drive her to ballet class, like every session. I shall buy all the tutus.
First of all, she's bigger than a bean now. I laugh as I turn the gas light on. Second of all, it's going to be several years before she's old enough for ballet. What if she decides she's into something else, like skateboarding?
Auntie Mel will dress her up in all the baby tutus and pink slippers. Uncle Jamie will teach her how to skateboard. No one said she can't do both.
I love my sister. I love my brother-in-law, too. I also love how beautiful the flames look as they climb up the letter in my hand. I'd point out that Pasha might have something to say about that, but I have a gut feeling that he's going to want to teach her things even more dangerous. Like how to smash your enemies, hands to rubble, perhaps. My emotional roller coaster has officially coasted to a stop. Mel continues to gush over her unborn niece. Jameson calls out his input from whichever room he happens to be in, and by the time Pasha comes home, All my stress is as gone as the ashes of that stupid letter.
Chapter 50. Pasha. Intel updates this morning did not bring me good news. What they did bring me is straight to Brennan's office. More specifically, to his assistant's desk, where the events calendar is open on the computer.
Can I help you?
Fitz glares at me from across the room, a steaming mug of coffee in his hand. He closes the distance with impressive speed, shouldering me away from his abandoned post.
Do you have an appointment?
That's what I was trying to figure out. Brennan's assistant sniffs derisively. He knows as well as I do that my name is nowhere to be found on the senator's calendar.
I'm sorry. You'll just have to wait for Senator Brennan to contact you.
Or, I pull a $100 bill from my pocket and slide it across the desk. You can help me find him. Fitz looks at the money, then back to me.
As I said, you need to wait for the senator to reach out to you.
I'm partially irritated, partially impressed. This might be an expensive bribe, and that's saying something about Fitz's character. I pull out the wad of cash I always keep on hand and slide a few more hundreds across his desk. I really don't like waiting. He eyes the cash. This time, his resolve visibly cracks. It's another few silent moments of internal debate before he takes the money and stuffs it into his pocket.
What do you want?
A copy of his schedule. Fitz scoffs at me.
You're serious? That's a huge breach in security. I could get fired.
And I could make it worth the risk. I tap the wad of cash to remind him of just how much more there could be waiting for him. Again, he considers it. And again, I have to admire the internal struggle he puts himself through. I've seen guys like him sell their grandmothers for 20s without a second thought, but he's weighing the pros and cons of accepting far more lucrative bribes for a politician who probably pays him slave wages.
Why do you need to see him so badly?
I think I know what he's asking. If I show you the calendar, will you do something that will land both of us in prison? Tempting, but I've got too much to lose nowadays. Brennan gave me his word. I gave him mine. Only one of us seems intent on keeping it. I soften my tone into something reasonable. All I want to do is talk to him. Fitz is silent for a while. Then, at last, he nods.
Fine. I can give you a printout of this week's schedule, but that's it. Anything more will risk raising the alarms.
I call bullshit, but I'll take it. He does as he said, and I peruse the sheet when he hands it to me. And... bingo. Give me the information for this dinner. Fitz scoffs.
The state dinner? That's a political hotspot. The senator is one of the keynote speakers, and the guest list is airtight. There's no way you're going to be able to just show up.
I weigh the costs and benefits of barging in. Can I wait until another, better opportunity arises? Preferably when the senator is alone? Then, a mental image of Daphne on my arm, wearing something slinky that accentuates her swollen womb, makes the decision for me. I slap the entire roll of cash onto his desk right in front of him. Get me in. +1. Close out everything after 4 p.m. and move my morning appointments tomorrow to early afternoon. Anyone who doesn't want to reschedule can kiss my ass. Paris scrambles to carry out my barked orders.
Is everything all right?
Perfectly fine. I slip off my tie and undo the top buttons to let Daphne's mark breathe again. Last-minute invitation came through for a state dinner. I'll be in attendance, so make sure that's notated on the calendar as well. 7 o'clock until... when the fuck ever. With any luck, I'll tidy up Brennan with minimal effort, then sweep my woman off to some luxurious hotel nearby for a far better night. Just thinking about Daphne in a glittering dress, enough of a slit up one side to bare her creamy leg, has me hard as a rock. I don't want to stay at the dinner any longer than absolutely necessary. I have more pressing matters to attend to.
I'm available.
Paris chimes in through my heady thoughts.
If you need a date for the dinner, I mean. Or dessert.
I sigh. She was doing so well up until that point. I turn to face her. Your services are no longer needed. So no, I do not need a date. I already have one. Paris slowly stands, anger simmering beneath her skin. Hurt, too, and I know at some point I might have to address that. Right now, though, she's leaning into the anger, and I'm ready for a fight.
I don't understand. You're single, I'm single, and unless you hired someone else...
I'm going to stop you right there before you say something we'll both regret. Like accusing Daphne of being an escort. I am not single. Not only have I made that exceptionally clear for quite some time, but I wouldn't choose you even if I was. She sucks in a sharp gasp.
Are you kidding me? After everything we did?
What we did was mutually beneficial. You fully consented. We blew off some steam. That was it.
But
did it never occur to you that all we ever did was have sex? I never asked you for anything more. I never will. Paris clenches her fists at her sides. Her bottom lip trembles, but she's determined to hold her own ground. I can almost admire it.
You used me. You used me.
No more than you used me. No less either. And before you get any ideas about filing lawsuits, don't forget how shamelessly you've been throwing yourself at me in front of witnesses. The fact that I haven't fired you for inappropriate conduct is a mercy you won't get anymore. I'm happy to discuss an enhanced salary and benefits package if that will help you move on. But I don't pay you for what's between your legs. I pay you for what's between your ears. She's fuming, but she remains silent. Thank God. I get that she's hurt, and I recognize that on a logistical level, she probably has every right to be. But she's also vindictive as hell. If I don't keep a close eye on her, there's no telling what she might try to do. Makari may have been right. It might be time to fire her. On the other hand, I need to keep all my enemies close at hand, even the potential ones. Especially the potential ones. I'm greeted with Daphne's smiling face the second I walk through the door.
How was your day?
She asks cheerfully. It's not her fault that question irks me. Shit, it's not even my fault. I'm just irritated with the rest of the world for being so fucking difficult. It was a day.
Ah.
Her smile fades a bit, which I despise in its own right.
I was wondering, whenever you're settled in, could we talk?
I'd rather not. The words fly out in the worst way before I can stop myself. Not in the mood. Too annoyed with people, things, the universe. Her smile is completely gone. So is the cheerful light that was in her eyes only seconds ago. Good job, asshole.
It's fine. No biggie.
Daphne waves it off and turns to leave the room. Why does it feel like she's waving me off, too? I flop down on the couch with a heavy sigh. But as she passes, at the last second, I loop my arm around her waist and tug her down on top of me. Daphne squeaks with surprise. I wrap my arms around her and bury my face in the curve of her neck where it meets her shoulder. She smells so good. She feels even better. Tell me about your day. I croak into her sweater. She balks.
My day? My day was boring. My days are always boring.
I hold her tighter. Nothing about you is boring, moja plamia. Daphne sighs and leans into me.
Well, the Tweedles aren't too happy about losing what they called their golden goose. They've been trying to find ways to keep the showcase on the books for Conrad, but Hazel refused to work with him, and Sophie scared them into leaving me alone.
She's good at that.
Maybe too good.
Daphne agrees.
I keep trying to tell them there are other, better artists with more consistent performances in both sales and audience pull. But what do I know? I'm just the curator.
I move on to massaging her wrists. She moans in satisfaction, and just like that, I'm hard. You're more than just a curator, I murmur into her throat.
Yeah? Tell them that.
My mouth moves to the shell of her ear. I can. I will, if you want me to. She turns just enough to give me a knowing smile.
I do actually love my job, despite my complaining. I'd like to keep it.
Fine. Ruin my fun. A wiggle of her ass on my lap makes me suck in a breath.
If it's fun you want, don't let me stop you from enjoying it.
Naughty blamya. I rub her hip, lightly smack it, then rub it again. Don't tempt me.
Why not?
Her lashes lower, and so does her gaze, down to my lips.
We have plenty of time.
Actually, we don't. I reach up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. My God, her skin is so soft. We're going to a dinner party tonight.
At your mom's?
Fuck, I wish. No, this is one of those fancy state dinners. Black tie only. Daphne stiffens. I don't know what sets her on edge, but she's skating right on it.
Do we have to? Can't we just don't and say we did?
My hand flits toward her thigh. I've been daydreaming about you in a sexy gown, taking you out of it specifically. She doesn't relax. She's tense. Too tense, based on the little scrap of information I just gave her. What am I missing?
I'm so over dealing with the posh and pompous.
Daphne sighs and tries to relax. She doesn't fool me, though.
If I rub any more elbows, I'm gonna be raw. All those egotistical men and catty women throwing themselves at each other, and for what? Clout?
You can throw yourself at me. I'll give you way more than clout. She levels her gaze at me.
I'm serious, Pash.
So am I. I adjust her on my lap until I'm cradling her in my arms. We're going to this dinner. You are going to wear something sexy as fuck. I'm going to wear a tuxedo that makes your panties drop, and we are going to be the envy of every wrinkled old fuck still breathing oxygen without a tank. And you, I say to her rounded tummy, are going to make mommy and daddy look like responsible, loving parents. I expect you to be on your best behavior, young lady. That makes Daphne giggle, which in turn makes me relax in ways I didn't know I needed until now. Does she have any idea how much I truly, deeply need her? Just to hold, to touch, to see her smile and hear her laugh. To have this beautiful, sensual, brilliant reminder that my life isn't completely fucked. So, now that that's settled, I nip at her neck. Tell me all about how Brittany got her ass kicked. Daphne rolls her eyes and laughs.
I didn't do anything.
That's not what I heard. I heard you practically flayed her alive. She blushes.
Okay, maybe that part happened.
I love it. Tell me all about it.
Well, okay. Explain to me how people just don't process words. Like, you say it and write it and chisel it into a giant marble statue and they still just...
She mimics something flying over her head.
She thinks I still want Conrad.
Do you? Daphne nearly flays me alive with the look she levels at me.
Be serious.
Point taken. Go on.
See? Was that hard? I don't think that's hard. But for some reason, Brittany thinks I'm out to ruin her life and steal everything she has. And, I've got to be honest, she's never had something I wanted.
Tell me how you really feel. She blushes again and looks away.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I'm loving this side of you. Keep talking. I rock myself against her plump ass to prove my point. I might just get off before we have to leave.
You're terrible,
She mutters with a stifled laugh. You're worse. Finish your story. I'm almost there. Blushing and grinning all at once, she keeps telling me the story, and all I can think is, that's my woman. How the fuck did I get so lucky?
Chapter 51. Daphne. I'm in nothing but my bra and panties when Pasha waltzes into the bedroom an hour later. Excuse you? I gasp, automatically trying to cover myself. He sighs at me.
Did you just forget all about the baby growing inside you? The one I put there?
There's still a door to knock on.
That would ruin the surprise.
He sets the box he's holding on the bed and pulls the lid off.
See? Surprise.
My eyes feel like they're about to pop out of my head. Surprise is one way to word it. Stunning is another. Pasha lifts the gown by the beaded shoulder straps and draws it out of the box. The straps and bust are completely beaded over the backdrop of taupe satin, a deep V-neck that ends in an empire waist. The rest of the gown is a cloud of chiffon silk. Beneath the dress, still in the box, is a pair of matching beaded flats, with memory foam padding for my aching feet. Bless this man.
Here.
Pasha says, holding the dress low for me to step into. I can manage myself, you know. Been getting dressed for years with little to no help.
I never said you couldn't.
He lofts a brow, his gaze continuously skimming my mostly naked body.
So I bought the dress. I get to put it on you.
Why does that turn me on? He's so possessive, so territorial, so demanding. Why do I love it so much? I do as he requests and step into the gown. He offers his hand for balance, and I have to admit, to myself, if not aloud, that it's not as easy doing this as it was a few weeks ago. My center of balance is a bit more off than usual. Think sponges, kiddo. When he slides the gown up my body, I can feel his warm breath on my skin. It's like he's barely a kiss away, like he's drinking me in before covering me up. And when he gets to the top, we both realize my bra is not going to work with this outfit.
Pity.
Pasha's voice does not sound one bit concerned.
Looks like the bra is going to have to go. Whatever shall we do?
He undoes the clasp before I have the chance to come up with any ideas. Pasha, I need a bra. I half gasp, half laugh as I try to keep the bra from falling off.
You've never been more wrong.
I should feel somewhat violated as he spins me around. Instead, I feel like he could bend me over this bed and I'll just beg him for more.
Perfect.
Pasha ties up the back laces.
Comfortable?
Honestly, it's making my breasts look incredible. Feels perfect, actually. I turn around to show him what it looks like put together. What do you think? Pasha stands there quietly. His own outfit, the promised tuxedo, is only halfway assembled, with his cufflinks still missing and the bow tie hanging loose around his neck. Do we have time for me to tug on that strip of satin and have a little fun?
I think I need to heighten security.
His mouth curves into a hungry smile.
I might have to fight off a few dignitaries once they see you.
Pasha reaches for the shoes in the box. Then, kneeling down, he lifts one of my legs by my ankle and slides the slipper on.
How does that feel?
It's perfect. He's perfect. Damn it, I don't need tears ruining my makeup. Why are you doing all this? He looks up at me, my foot still cradled in his hands.
Why am I taking care of you? Because you're mine. You are mine, aren't you, Daphne?
He's made the claim so many times, but this might be the first time he's actually asked me if I really am his, if I want to be his. Yes. The word slips through my lips, breathless and heavy all at once. I'm yours, Pasha. He lifts my foot and presses a warm kiss to my ankle.
Then, let me take care of you.
I don't know if I should. Not because I don't want it, but because I don't feel like I deserve him, and I sure as hell shouldn't be falling in love with him. I hate this. Some senator's wife flutters her fake lashes at Pasha and giggles so incessantly her turkey neck wobbles. Oh, stop! You are too much. You're too much, lady. Too much surgery, not enough moisturizer. I almost slap myself for the thought. I cannot stoop to their level. It's too easy, though, especially when half the table is making eyes at Pasha like he belongs on the fucking menu. The other half is eyeing me like I belong in the dumpster. Pasha leans back in his chair and makes a show of wrapping his arm around the back of mine.
If you'll excuse us,
he says while standing. He offers me his arm.
It's been a pleasure.
With all the charm and grace of a practiced socialite, Pasha sweeps us away from the table and into the flow of conversationalists eagerly looking for new connections to schmooze. Who was that old guy sitting next to you? I whisper to him out of pure curiosity. He looked like he'd seen a ghost.
When you're that close to death's door, you see a lot of ghosts.
Pasha jokes, smile disappearing, he adds,
He's also someone who owes me more than he can afford to pay.
Is he even going to live long enough to pay you back? Pasha grins at me.
Listen to you, a woman after my own heart.
He turns me to him in a graceful move.
It's like you were born for this life, Daphne. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise.
I wish so much I could ask him to clarify. There are two lives happening simultaneously here, but I don't know if he realizes he's not the only one walking between both of them. If he means this world of tittering dignitaries and glittering gowns, what is he going to think when he finds out I literally was born for this life, and I threw it all away? I don't get much time to dwell on it before he glances at his phone and winces.
Stay here,
he orders.
I'll be right back.
Everything okay? After the past few days, I'm ready to run at a moment's notice. Hell, please, please give me an excuse to run from here. Pasha cups my face in his hand and kisses me tenderly. Is it for show? Probably. Do I still love it? Absolutely.
Everything's fine. Just need to make sure the transition between guards goes smoothly, that's all.
Okay, I'll wait right here. He's gone in a whiff of cologne. I know I could mingle, and maybe I should, but I really don't feel like schmoozing, so I pluck a glass of water from a service table and sip from it as delicately as if it were champagne. Ugh, champagne. How I miss thee.
Well, 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 aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
I hide my sigh as best I can. Here we go. But when I turn to shoo off the sleazeball sidling up to me, I pause. He looks familiar. I think I've seen him in the newspapers, sure. No, he looks really familiar. How do I know him?
I never knew Pasha was into pregnant whores, but hey, who am I to judge?
He downs what's left of his martini glass.
The man's like a fucking STD. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to get rid of him. But I guess I can't complain about tonight.
He slides his gaze over my body.
He brought you.
There are 1,000 things I want to say to this asshole. 100 more things I want to do, several of which involve stabbing the stem of my water glass into his jowl.
How much are you charging?
The man snatches another cocktail from a passing server and knocks half of it back in one gulp.
Whatever that asshole is paying you, I can double it.
I take another sip of my water and stay silent. Pasha will be back any second. Any second now.
The man grows irritated. What, are you deaf or just dumb? I'm talking to you, you stupid bitch.
A few curious glances shift our way. Alas, in true high society fashion, no one is decent enough to intervene on my behalf. Until...
Ah, Senator Brennan.
Pasha greets him with all the warmth of an iceberg.
I see you've met my fiancé.
The man, Senator Brennan apparently, shuts his mouth and looks away. Pasha studies him for a moment, suspicion in his eyes, before he turns to me. The way he gives me a far more careful once-over tells me he's not blind to what might have been going on. I'm not sure I should tell him for everyone's sake.
You okay?
He asks me quietly as he leans in. Friend of yours?
Let's go with that.
His arm slips around my waist and pulls me close to his side.
Fiancé.
The drunk senator clears his throat.
You never mentioned you were seeing someone. I'm sure if our schedules aligned, I would've.
I have no idea what's going on between these two, but the air feels like it drops several degrees just from the way they're talking. Senator Brennan is wobbling somewhere between pissed and sheepish. Pasha looks, well, like himself, like nothing has ever ruffled his feathers, and also he might kill the guy.
Sounds like Senator O'Cronin has firmly wedged himself in your camp regarding the contract.
Brennan tries again.
Sounds like Senator O'Cronin isn't a complete imbecile.
Damn. I don't know what beef these two have, and I don't want to know.
I believe our friend here is due to give his speech any minute now.
Pasha offers into the thorny silence.
Let's go find our seats, shall we?
Without waiting for an answer, Pasha steers me away from the slack-jawed senator. He finds a chair against a nearby wall just as the lights dim. I yelp when he pulls me into his lap, but his hands clamped on my waist say he's not letting me go anytime soon. And honestly, I'm not upset about it. My old etiquette teacher would have a heart attack if she could see me now. I'm pretty sure, don't sit in your date's lap while his massive dick gets harder and harder beneath you is on like page 1 of the Cotillion rulebook. But after that shiver-inducing interaction with the senator, I don't mind if Pasha's wandering hands help me forget being called a pregnant whore.
You look beautiful tonight.
Pasha eases me closer to him, pulling me back until my head lays against his chest. His warm breath fans over my skin as he whispers lightly in my ear. My skirts shift. They've billowed out over most of the chair to the point where we're both pretty much hidden behind them. So I think Pasha needs to move them aside to reach for something or... Oh, he's reaching for something, all right. Something my cotillion teacher would definitely disapprove of. I want to gasp. I want to squeak with surprise. But I can't because we're in public. His fingers walk over my skin to the edge of my panties. If he knows what's good for him, for us, this is as far as he'll go. He'll move his fingers back to my thigh, maybe give me a light little pat, then remove his hand so we don't get thrown out by security. Pasha does none of those things. I'm forced to swallow back a moan when his fingertips press against the fabric of my panties over my mound. So slow and yet so firm, like he's letting me know that this is definitely happening and I need to relax and let it. I take a deep breath, hide my gasp of pleasure as a happy sigh, steal a glance at him. He's focused on the MC like everything is perfectly normal. I want to slap him. I should slap his hand away for being so publicly indecent. But aside from the fact that no one can actually tell he's now inching aside my underwear, I'm kinda enjoying this. I'm kinda loving this. Pasha presses his free hand to my side for a brief moment. He adjusts himself on the chair and settles back in without more than a contented sigh. Under the skirts, though, my ass is resting squarely on his very, very sizable bulge. The host speaker announces something I don't quite catch. Whatever it is, it has the room applauding with a few half-hearted cheers. The asshole from earlier skip walks to the dais, a perfect politician's smile stretched across his weathered face.
Good evening, everyone.
Senator Brennan wastes no time in delving into his platform, some political mumbo-jumbo that means very little to me, and I'm sure very little to Pasha. The same old promises everyone makes, the same old observations, the same old complaints. Pasha shifts under me again. His fingers hook inside the crotch of my panties, pulls them aside. And then he's inside me. I barely have enough wherewithal to cough my way through the sudden gasp he rips from my chest. A few people glance over. The senator is one of them. A pink flush has traveled up to his puffy cheeks. He's staring at us. He knows. Pasha stretches his arms out with a yawn and rests them on either side of the chair. He is so visibly unbothered by all this. I don't know how he's managing it, but there's no way anyone could tell just by looking at him that he's completely impaled me on his throbbing dick. But from the waist down, he's killing me slowly. Every squeeze, every roll, every subtle grind is driving me up the wall with pleasure and need. I feel him throbbing and pulsing inside me. God help me, I'm already on the verge of coming. On stage, Brennan keeps stumbling over his words and clearing his throat. This is maybe the fourth glass of water someone's handed him to help. He's gone from pink to red all over his face, and he keeps shifting his focus between the teleprompter and our cozy little spot in the corner. Part of me wants to know what the hell is going on between these two. For Pasha to be so vicious, and for the senator to be so hung up on whatever he assumes we're doing. Not that he's wrong in his assumption. I hear Pasha take a slow, deep breath. His hand on my hip tightens, and then I'm filled with warmth. It spreads low through my belly, filling me and reminding me of how thoroughly I belong to this man. It takes every ounce of self-control within me to hide my own release as a sudden shiver. I want to scream. I want to grind. I want so badly to ride him until we're both limp. But I'm stuck here in the middle of this crowded room, playing off one of the more intense orgasms of my life as a sudden chill. Pasha rubs my arm and leans in close to my ear. To anyone else, it looks like he's asking me if I'm cold.
Enjoy that?
He asks instead. I nod. I hope I don't look too enthusiastic about it. Brennan glares at us, at me. So I give him a sweet smile and a little wave of my fingers. He sees it. If he was upset before, he's fuming now.
That's all for tonight,
he says abruptly. The senator downs one more tepid glass of water, clears his throat for the 100th time, then rushes off the dais. Pasha is grinning from ear to ear. Once he's eased himself from me, he tucks my panties back into place and pats my thigh.
Best dinner I've been to in a long time,
he murmurs mischievously.
Dessert was damn near orgasmic.
Chapter 52. Pasha. The new imports arrived without issue. I don't know if Sophia had to threaten to castrate a few pilots, but whatever she did, it seems to be working. Business is good. I just wish I could shake this unsettled feeling in my bones.
He's here,
Sophie announces as she joins me in my perch over the hangar.
waiting in the office.
We're absolutely sure about him? She frowns.
You know how I feel about absolutes.
That does not inspire confidence.
It also allows for a tiny margin of error, and I do mean tiny. Makari ran background checks, even sent a few of his own men to the motherland for on-site intel, not to mention my own vetting process, which, is thorough.
My grip on the railing tightens. A perfect background means he's got something to hide.
Everyone has something to hide.
Sophie sighs and pulls out her phone.
But if it makes you feel any better, he's not all cologne and rose petals. He grew up with Kostya. Difficult to say if they were friends, but he's still alive. Hard to imagine Daddy Dearest allowing an enemy that close to suck oxygen for so long.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah, except this guy stayed in Russia for the most part.
I arch her brow. For the most part? Sophie shrugs.
Yeah, aside from a few sporadic visits to the States back in the day. Way back, like before you were born. He came around a few times after, too, but finding anyone who remembers him well enough wasn't so easy.
She rolls her eyes when I narrow mine at her.
Old guys, Pash. People are allowed to grow old and die.
Fine. I sigh and drum my fingers on the railing. Fine. It's all fine. It's all gotta be fucking fine. I leave the conversation abruptly, but my little sister is used to it. She falls in step behind me without question. Not for the first time, I appreciate my siblings. No matter what shit hits the fan, they're always here with me to clean it up. Makari is in the office with our guest when we arrive. The two men are laughing about something. Two more men I don't recognize share a chuckle in the background. I don't know what's so fucking funny. I'm definitely not in the mood. Arlo Fedorov. I give the men a once-over. Welcome back to America. He shakes my hand with a knowing smile. Pasha Chekhov. I've heard a lot about you, which is why I'll cut to the chase. I understand you're probably wondering who the hell I am and what the hell I'm doing here. Maybe I can see the charm. Just a little. I offer a nod. Those questions have come up, yes. Arlo regards me with a steady gaze, but I don't sense any ill will from him. Yet. Well, to be honest, I am long overdue in sending my condolences for your father's passing. You mean his murder? Of course. His smile widens fractionally. I'd offer my assistance in avenging him, but I hear you took care of that yourself. You two are friends? He nods curtly. When we were children, before your grandfather decided to, as my own father put it, It was the Cold War. I hardly call that running away. Arlo shrugs. Either way, we grew apart after that. Distance and postage, you understand. I really don't. This man is playing a game and I need to catch on to the rules. Sure, but you've been here since then. Sure. I hate this game. Pahan versus Pahan, or as Sophie calls it, the dick measuring contest. Both of us standing here, sizing each other up, deciding who can be trusted and how far. Arlo is testing the waters with me by combining compliment with insult and seeing which one I bite. More importantly, he's checking my loyalty to my father. Joke's on him. I hated my father. What caused your delay this time? I ask. Transition, he answers without flinching. I've stepped back from leadership to allow my son the opportunity to run things back home. It was time. He's ready. Is he? Sounds like I'll need to schedule my own visit out that way to give my congratulations. Eventually, of course. Of course. He doesn't take the bait to ask me about what could keep me from going right away. For the most part, in fact, he's avoided asking me any invasive questions at all. He's up to something. He wants something. My best play is to appeal to his age. Given his childhood proximity to my father, that places Arlo somewhere in his mid-50s. He's old school. from the checkered suit to the thick Slavic beard, reeking of money and latent violence, if only you knew where to look. I must admit, I'm surprised to hear about your abdication. I head for the minibar and pour us a round of shots. You don't seem ready for retirement. Arlo chuckles.
You're too kind to my ego. It is true. I've still got many years left before I go. I've just decided I'd rather spend them doing things I actually enjoy.
I'm sure your son feels better knowing you're around to guide him too.
He shouldn't need my guidance, but yes, that's partly why I'm here as well. To give him the space to make his own decisions without me hovering like a mother hen.
And the other part? I hand him one of the shot glasses. He smirks and touches his glass to mine.
To liaison between Fedorov and Chekhov. With the new leadership, it's important to my family that we remain valuable allies to you and yours.
It's a bit presumptuous of him to assume I'm looking for allies among Bratvas who haven't bothered to so much as whisper their connection for the past decade. And yet, to my ever-increasing chagrin, I'm finding the allies I want. Brennan, chief among them, aren't playing ball. Maybe it's time to accept the allies I need. We knock back our shots at the same time. Well, since you've come such a long way, I offer, it's only right to give you a tour myself. Arlo gestures for me to lead the way. His men don't speak a word as they follow close behind, so neither do my siblings. We're processing an important shipment right now. I nod at the cargo plane currently being unloaded by our warehouse team. I'm working on obtaining a new government contract that will allow for more domestic manufacturing, more revenue guaranteed.
Government?
He frowns.
That sounds risky.
It is, but that's why it's brilliant. There's no way a guy running illegal weapons imports would invite the feds into his operation.
Hiding in plain sight. I like it.
By the time anyone catches on, if they ever catch on, we'll have more than enough legitimate transactions between Chekhov International and the United States military to throw significant weight around. Who wants to explain to the general public why they arm their soldiers with weapons manufactured by a crime syndicate?
And the current operations? Your current clients?
Will be maintained even after this new contract is signed and sealed, just with more funding and expedited shipping.
Love it.
Arlo grins and pulls out his vibrating phone.
Ah, pity. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I need to take this call.
Of course. I glance at Mac and Sophie, who step forward to take my place as I step aside to make my own phone call. Once I'm out of earshot from the group, I hit the name and call button.
Malish,
My mother croons.
how are you?
Curious. I make sure to keep my eyes on the group just in case someone starts wandering where he shouldn't. What do you know about Arlo Fedorov? The line goes silent. For a moment, I think I've lost reception. I pull the phone away from my ear to check the screen and call her back, until I hear her voice through the speaker.
He's, why do you ask?
Do you remember him?
Oh, yes.
The way Mama says that gives me pause.
We were all children at one point. Him, me, your father, together, often.
She stops. I hear her take a deep breath.
Malish, why do you ask?
Well, he's here. Sounds like he's moving here, actually. I hear a thud, muffled sounds. Then, Mama clears her throat and her voice goes from distant to clear once more.
Sorry about that. You said Arlo moved here?
From what I understand, yes.
With his wife? His family?
I frown at my phone. Why does she sound so flustered? No, just himself. His wife is dead, according to Mac. Arlo told us his son's taken over their bratva back in Russia. He's here as a liaison, or so he says. But I get the feeling there's something more up his sleeve.
Uh-huh. Listen, sweetheart, I need to go. Something's come up.
Are you okay?
Huh? I'm fine. Everything's fine. I love you.
She hangs up. Max sees me staring at my phone, so he comes over to check on things. Everything okay? You ran a thorough background check on Fedorov, yes? I ask. He frowns.
Of course. I wouldn't let him anywhere near here without vetting him.
Right. I squint at the phone screen like it's about to give me all the answers. If only. Did Mama's name ever come up? That makes my brother pause. Should it have? I don't know. I hate not knowing. I'm not a man to be kept in the dark. She's acting strange about him. He's strange too. Do you buy his story? Mac folds his arms and grimaces. I know exactly what you mean. Everything he says checks out, but... Exactly. But... We share a knowing look before returning to the rest of the group. Arlo sees us approaching, holds up a finger, and wraps up his phone call. Apologies, Pasha. That was my son. Checking in on how things are going here. I figure that's as good of an entry point into this man's mind as any. And how are they going? He smiles. We'd like to offer a contract. A renewal of an old one, rather. We may have been estranged, but your father and I remained allies despite the distance. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch Sophie glancing at Mac. They're both suspicious of this supposed friend of our father's, who has always been an ally but never bothered to show up. Where was he when all hell broke loose? Better yet, where was he before? When we needed him, someone, anyone, to step in and put Kostya back in his place. I'm all ears. I nod at Sophie to start taking notes. Only an idiot wouldn't be able to pick up on our suspicion, and Arlo is clearly not an idiot. He eyes us with a warmth I'm not entirely comfortable with and nods. We have 5 warehouses stateside with weapons and ammunition we are eager to offload. All new, all verified and tested, all ready to hand over to you for half the markup you're getting from these other suppliers. And, with a continued agreement, we'll keep supplying you at the same rates and expedited shipping. If I smelled a rat before, it reeks of rodent now. What does he gain in return for all of this? One thing we ask, before we dive in. He thumbs through his phone until he finds the right picture, then holds it up for me to take a look. There's a Mudak in your city causing us more problems than he's worth. Find him, bring him to me, and consider our contract signed. I'm no one's errand boy, and he knows that. Take a few of my men. Find him yourself. I could, but I don't know this place half as well as you do. Find him for me, and we'll throw in an extra few $1 million as a bonus. I thought you said he's not worth much. Arlo shrugs. He isn't, but you are. Your bratva is. I know this game all too well. You need to make sure I'm good on my word and trustworthy as an ally. I need to know the same about you. He gestures to Mac. Send your brother to my warehouse. I'll give you the tour myself, so he can verify I have what we've promised. How much are we talking, in that bonus? 50 million. Well, shit. I don't need the money. I've already recouped my loss from burning that painting and then some, so there's nothing to refill in terms of finances. But the thought of my daughter is what makes me hold back from scoffing in his face. $50 million is more money to ensure my baby girl is never in need of anything, no matter what happens to me. Or, God forbid, should anything happen to her mother. Done. I exchange a look with Mac, who nods and begins to coordinate with Arlo's men. As soon as Makari confirms everything, you'll have your man. Arlo flashes me a wide grin. Whether it's that of a friend or a wolf in sheep's clothing, I'm still not quite sure.
Fantastic, he says. I'm looking forward to it.
So am I, Arlo Fedorov. So am I.
Chapter 53. Daphne. I glance at the clock for the 20th time in the last 10 minutes and silently beg it to go faster. Shockingly, it does not comply.
Oh my, I'm so sorry, Daphne.
Todd taps his stack of papers on the table in front of him.
Are we keeping you from something more important?
Yes, asshole, actually, you are. Of course not. I dismiss with a wave of my hand. I want to make sure we get this show smoothed over, but
You're damn right you need to smooth this over.
Keith shoots his brother a hard glance before turning his impatience on me.
We're already wasting thousands of dollars on adjusting the advertising campaign, not to mention the hours of humiliation explaining to our investors why their favorite artist will not be featured.
Hazel's grin reaches her ears, but not her eyes. She's just this side of shredding the Tweedles with her bare hands. I'm sure they all understood why you're not supporting the work of a sexual predator. She gasps like she was just struck with inspiration and turns to me. Daph, we could add that to the marketing. Underline how this gallery supports women and stands by this no matter the consequences. That'll sell tickets for sure. I glance at the clock again. In less than a minute, I need to be out the front door. My phone buzzes. Shit. I know who it is without looking at the screen. I'd agreed to meet him outside, and I'm running late, but the Tweedles called this impromptu meeting without consulting with me, and they wouldn't take no for an answer. But we're now pushing 45 minutes. Excuse me. I mumble as I grab my coat and bag from behind my chair.
Where the hell do you think you're going?
Keith snaps. I freeze. I have an appointment.
You have a meeting with us right now.
He stabs his finger onto the tabletop.
Sit down.
Hazel frowns. Keith, she said she...
I heard what she said.
He doesn't take his eyes off me.
But she doesn't write the paychecks here, does she?
I look to Todd. He avoids eye contact and opts for flipping through the new marketing proposal folder I slid across his desk this morning. Coward. My phone buzzes again. Keith's glare hardens when he hears it, so I click the power button to send the caller to voicemail. As you were saying, buzz, 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 buzz. I swallow back my growing anxiety. I'm not sure which is worse, dealing with Keith's anger or knowing a certain someone else is growing increasingly pissed. I hit the power button again. Sorry, I mutter through a very dry mouth. It's probably about my appointment. Keith rolls his eyes.
Anyways, I want to discuss the budget for this campaign and how we intend to recoup our losses with the adjusted show. As much as I despise...
The main door slamming open echoes through the gallery. Keith turns to Todd, who shrugs. I glance at my phone screen and sigh. 10 missed texts and 2 more missed calls. Not good. Maybe he'll see I'm not in my office. Maybe he'll understand that I was dragged out of there without my consent. Maybe he'll kick the door open like a fucking Viking and storm across the room to scoop me up in his arms, slaughter my enemies, and ravage me on the conference room table. Guess which option he chooses.
Why aren't you ready to go?
Pasha growls at me as the echo of the kicked door reverberates.
What the hell?
Keith and Todd jump to their feet.
Excuse you, but you can't just... She has an appointment. Didn't she tell you that?
Todd looks away, painfully guilty. Keith stops in his tracks, but unlike his brother, he decides to double down on his stance.
Daphne did inform us, yes, but as you can see, I can see perfectly fine. You're the ones who can't fucking see that she's pregnant.
I sigh and close my eyes, but it's not fast enough to miss the way the Tweedles look at me, like I've lost all value to them and their company, like I'm no longer worth keeping.
Daphne, let's go.
Pasha helps, well, more like hauls, me to my feet and pulls my coat up over my arms. Once I'm snugly wrapped in the wool, he grabs my bag.
Fucking assholes. Who the hell stops a pregnant woman from seeing her own damned doctor? You're lucky I don't sue the absolute shit out of your pathetic little enterprise.
Keith's mouth pops open in shock. No one tells Keith he's not in charge of literally everything and everyone around him. Todd, however, grabs his brother's shoulder and holds him back.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Chekhov. Daphne, we will discuss the new terms of your employment when you return.
I want to say something. I want to save my job. But Pasha doesn't give me enough time to even process Todd's words before he drags me out of the conference room, down the hall, and to the front door of the building. I can walk. I can walk! I try to yank my elbow from his grasp, but he holds on tight.
If that were true, you'd be in the car by now.
Pasha yanks the passenger door of his Charger, opens and pushes at the small of my back.
Get in.
He doesn't buckle me in like usual. He doesn't even wait for me to settle in to close the door for me. Instead, he marches around the front of the car to the driver's side and leaves me to buckle myself in, shut the door, etc. I mean, I get it. I hate being late to any appointment, and he's not alone in loathing my bosses. So I tell myself to relax and wait for him to peel out of the parking lot before I say anything. Worried about being late? Pasha barks out a laugh.
Worried? Hell no. I'll pay any penalty fee and hire any new doctor we need to. That's not a problem.
He doesn't elaborate on what is the problem.
So, the problem is your employer.
I get that.
And you.
I whip my head around to stare at him. What did I do?
It's what you didn't do, Daphne. You didn't stand up for yourself.
What the hell was I supposed to do? I tried getting out of there, but they wouldn't listen.
And that's exactly my point. They need to respect you, your time, and your health. They won't do that if you let them walk all over you.
I sit back in my seat and glare out the window just so I don't have to look at him. Of all the fucking nerve. Do you respect your employees, or do you just let them walk out for their appointments? Pasha is silent for a moment. I'm pretty sure I hit a nerve with that, until he rubs his jaw and grips the steering wheel a bit tighter.
I do, actually. It's in the handbook. I've had managers fired for withholding employees from personal appointments.
Oh, I don't know what else to say to that. Honestly, I expected him to be like every other corporate head honcho who doesn't give a flying rat's ass about their underlings.
You're pregnant, he adds. That trumps everything else.
It's my turn to ironically laugh. About that. You had literally no right telling my employers about my pregnancy, so thanks for that.
They didn't know?
His knuckles turn white on the wheel.
You didn't tell them because...
Because I want to keep my job. I happen to like it.
Your pregnancy shouldn't matter.
But it does! I cry out. It does matter, and had you spent 1 second paying attention to their reaction when you blew my cover, you'd have seen why. Now, thanks to you, I probably don't even have a job. Hooray! I'll be able to make all my appointments now. I'm literally shaking mad, so much that I have to grip my purse on my lap just to steady my fingers. Pasha seems genuinely surprised. For once, he doesn't have a response. Chapter 54. Daphne. When we finally pull into the clinic parking lot, he sighs. I'll help you find a job that's better than that, somewhere where they respect you. That's not the fucking point. I didn't mean to snap at him. Not really, but now that it's out, I can't feel a reason to stop. That may not have been an ideal job, but it was the first and only one that I chose for myself, that I won for myself on my own terms and my own credit. I sigh. And then you had to barge in and take it all away, just like how you took my home away from me, my ability to drive myself literally anywhere. Shit, I can't remember the last time I even got to decide where we go out to eat. Newsflash, Pasha, this is the 21st century. I happen to have just as many rights as you. Something in the back of my mind whispers for me to give him a chance to explain himself. The rest of me doesn't have the time or patience to wait for some gaslit, testosterone-filled justification of his behavior. I storm out of the car. At least he gives me a few paces of space ahead of him as we go into the clinic. We're cordial enough to the receptionist on check-in, and we sit next to each other in the waiting room area until my name is called. But Pasha doesn't say anything. I'm left to handle the doctor's questions and answers on my own. And when our daughter appears on the ultrasound screen, I'm the only one who sniffles with happiness at our growing baby. We don't drive through our usual smoothie place like we always do after each appointment. He doesn't ask me if I want to go back to work. I don't actually, so that's just peachy. And he doesn't ask me how I'm feeling. By the time we park in the penthouse garage, I'm choking back tears. A few of them fall when Pasha leaves the car and beelines to the elevator, leaving me behind without a single glance. He does wait for me, there's that much. I wipe my tears away and do my best to pretend like I'm not internally ripping apart at the seams when I exit the car and stride to the elevator. He holds the door open for me, then stabs the floor button as the door slides shut. I want to say something, but I'm too afraid that if I try, I'll only end up sobbing into his shirt. I have to be strong. I have to be resilient. What I don't have to do is hold it in for very long. The second we're in the penthouse, Pasha heads to his home office and slams the door shut. The sound echoes through every nerve in my body. I know that sound all too well. It was the soundtrack of life growing up in the Hamish household. Easier to slam a door than solve a problem. This problem would be so easy for Pasha to solve, though, wouldn't it? Albeit in his own way. We're not married. It would be easy for him to send me back to my old apartment. Or maybe just straight to Siberia. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. He might decide it's better to just mail a child support check each month rather than deal with my drama. Rather than raise a crying, screaming, snot-nosed kid in his perfect world of marble and mafia. Or Brodfa, whatever. Call it any name, there's no place for a sweet little girl. I feel myself slowly sit down on the couch. I feel the tears streaming down my face. But for the most part, I'm completely separated from my body. I'm floating, drifting, severing myself from any situation where Pasha can hurt me in ways he has no right to. He never said he loves me. He never promised me anything. I have no right to feel so heartbroken. I have no right to feel so afraid. Maybe that's what the slam door really means. He's just reminding me I have no right to anything in his world. I don't know what time it is. Truth be told, I didn't even notice the windows in the room grow dark. It's Sophie shaking me by the arm that snaps me back to reality, that pulls me from that shut-it-all-out coma I learned to self-induce years ago. Daphne! Sophie shakes my arm with one hand and cups my face with the other, turning me to look at her. What's wrong? Who hurt you? I try to say his name. I try to say anything at all. All that comes out, though, is a choking sob, and then another, and another. Sophie wraps me up in her arms. Seriously, Daph, you're freaking me out. What happened? Is anyone hurt?
Pasha. I hiccup between sobs. It's difficult to breathe. My lungs feel too tight. Holy shit, am I having a panic attack? I haven't had one of these in years. Sophie makes me look her in the eyes. Her own are wide with worry. Tell me everything. So I do. It takes a lot of hiccuping and sobbing and her guidance to breathe through it, but I managed to choke out everything that happened. My struggle with the Tweedles, and how Pasha just outed my pregnancy without my consent and probably cost me my job. How he takes and takes and takes and never recognizes that his attempts to give only rob me of my freedom, my power of choice, my independence as a person. But the worst part, instead of talking about it, instead of discussing our difficulties, he just shut me out. And according to the clock on Sophie's phone resting on the coffee table, he's been shutting me out for several hours. I can't. I try to take a deep breath so I can force the words out. I can handle a lot of things, Sophie. I really can. You've seen it.
Yeah, I have. She offers me a small smile and rubs my arm. You're one tough cookie, that's for sure.
I want to be, but I can't handle the cold shoulder. The silent treatment? My parents pulled that my whole life. Sometimes they'd just shut me in my room and lock the door so they wouldn't have to deal with me. It never mattered how much I cried and banged on the door for someone to just... I hiccup again, but take another deep breath to steady myself. I've got this. I'm not going to fall apart. Even Conrad, he pulled this shit all the time. God, I'd rather scream it out than face a silent closed door. Sophie pulls me into a hug. She doesn't ask for details, doesn't press me to let anything else out, but she holds me, rubs my back, waits for me to finish crying it out into her shoulder. When I finally drain myself of tears, she eases me back and wipes them away with her thumbs. Look at you, she whispers. You absolute queen. No one can make you feel less than who and what you are, not even my idiot brother. Never give anyone that power, okay? I'm not exactly sure what she means, but it still feels inspiring, so I nod. Okay. Perfect. She takes my hand in hers and pulls us both to our feet. Come with me. I don't know if she realizes she's a lot like her brother in so many ways, mainly in how she doesn't actually give me an option to decline with the way her iron grip tugs me through the penthouse to his office door. Oh, no. No. Sophie shushes my new panic with a finger to her lips. Queen, remember? I suck in the deepest breath of the day. Then I nod. I am a queen. I control my own life, no matter who tries to rule it. Mischief fills her eyes, and before I can stop her, Sophie throws the office door open. Knock, knock, asshole.
Chapter 55. Pasha. I'm on my 10th attempt to read the same sentence in the Chekhov International Employee Handbook. No matter what I do, my mind keeps wandering back to Daphne's blow-up in the car. Do you respect your employees? I know what she was really asking. Do I walk my talk? Do I hold my people accountable? Am I the man I claim to be? I wanted to say yes, just to have the higher ground, so I could proudly be better, far better than her dickhead employers, but it's been bugging me ever since she brought it up. That's why I'm on page 72 of this handbook and silently cursing whoever decided we needed a fucking Bible instead of a few simple pages. I'm still irritated that Daphne has no problem standing up to me, but can't do the same to those idiots she calls her bosses. She doesn't hesitate to tell me exactly where I can stick my overbearing habits, but them? The second they seem even mildly displeased, she bows under their pressure and slinks off to the corner. I was so fucking pissed. Not at her. Never at her. It's them who got my wrath. The way the Bloom brothers reacted when I outed Daphne's pregnancy still flashes through my mind. She is right. She's probably going to go back to find her desk packed and a pink slip resting on top of her things. Not if I have anything to say about it, though. I slam the handbook shut and shove it to the side. I'll have the head of human resources review it tomorrow and make amendments wherever necessary. Right now, I need to follow through on my promise to find Daphne a better job. Something that will keep her busy and give her the fulfillment she craves, but with the respect she's been sorely deprived of. Maybe add a little vengeance into the mix. Make those two misogynistic idiots drop to their knees and beg for her forgiveness, for her mercy. I'm still scheming when the door to my office flies open and my sister barges in.
Knock, knock, asshole!
I glare at her. Watch it. You're my sister, but...
Nope. Right now, I'm the angel of fucking vengeance.
I'm about to ask her what I've done this time when I see Daphne's tear-streaked face peek out from behind her. Instantly, I'm on my feet, damn near knocking my chair over in the process. Daphne? What's wrong? My heart slams inside my chest. Is it the baby?
No, dumbass.
Sophie rolls her eyes.
It's you.
Daphne looks away. In an instant, I feel the gut punch of her avoidance as hard as if she'd planted her fist in my stomach. I can handle her anger. I can handle her fire. I can't take her withdrawal. Not from me. Sophie wraps an arm around Daphne and guides her toward me.
Handle your shit, man.
Daphne bursts into tears. My first instinct is to wrap her up and hold her as close as humanly possible. Protect her from the world and whoever just hurt her. Soph leaves with a muttered, "You broke it, you fix it, I'm out." Grimacing, I scoop Daphne up and carry her to my office couch. She lets me pull her onto my lap, to my surprise. But it's a long several minutes before she calms down enough to talk.
I hate the silence,
she mumbles against my chest.
That's how I know I fucked up.
Daphne sniffs and straightens to look me in the eye.
My parents wouldn't acknowledge me until I was perfect again. I stopped existing whenever I messed up.
Jesus, Daphne.
They do it to each other. They decided to make it permanent for my sister, since she messed up so bad that she'll never be perfect again in their eyes.
Daphne snorts.
I keep trying to mess up so bad enough they'll leave me alone. Oh, the irony.
I don't say anything. This isn't my time to speak. It's hers. Daphne shudders.
One time, I fell and scraped my knee at a birthday party. Bled all over my dress. My mother was so embarrassed, she didn't look at me for a week. Kept telling my father to tell me what she wanted to say. He just went with it.
Anger flares up in me, hot and bright. But I say nothing. It's not my turn to speak.
I know I fucked up.
She plucks at my shirt absent-mindedly.
You were right. But I don't want to stop existing just because I made a mistake.
I cringe. It's so stupidly obvious how this all could have been avoided. I'm a fool for taking... I check the clock. 6 hours. To realize my mistake. Hey, come here. I ease her to sit up enough to look me in the eyes, and then I tip her chin up so she actually does. Look at me, moja plamia, because I don't say these words easily. I'm sorry. She blinks and blinks and blinks again. I can admit when I fucked up. I don't do it often, though, so embrace the moment.
You don't apologize often?
A playful little smirk tugs at her mouth.
Big surprise.
I don't make mistakes often. I correct teasingly. For the most part, I'm damn near perfect. That earns a laugh. It's soft, it's light, and it's everything to my ears. What I do, a lot, is bury myself in work when I'm pissed off and don't want to hurt anyone around me. When I don't want to hurt the people I love. But the last word makes my lungs tighten, so I leave it as is. Daphne looks down at her hands.
I know I pissed you off.
Not in any way that matters. I sigh and take one of her hands in mine. Her slender fingers fit so perfectly with mine, which are calloused and scarred from fights and dirty work that no one ever talks about, but everyone needs me to do. I was more pissed at those two assholes. Pissed for you, not at you. Daphne frowns. I reach up with my free hand to smooth the lines away with my thumb, and she leans into my touch. I don't know if I'll ever get tired of that feeling. Of being trusted. I need you to stand up for yourself. All the time. Everywhere. Like you do with me without hesitation. I offer a gentle smile. Our baby needs you to stand up for yourself too. Especially right now, when you're the only one who can fight for her.
You'll fight for her?
Daphne presses a soft kiss to my palm.
You're her father. Hell, you fought for her today and she's not even here yet.
The whispers of my deepest fears circle through my mind. Usually, I manage to shut them up with something else. But right now, maybe giving them a voice is the better choice. I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. I don't think she knows just how much she soothes the beast inside me. I definitely don't think she realizes just how dangerous that beast is. It's the same beast those whispers constantly warn me not to become. My father was the same way. When Mama was pregnant with me. Daphne shudders.
What happened?
To be honest, I don't know. Power corrupted him, maybe. Or maybe he was always a terrible human being. All I do know is that I never got to see the kind or loving version of him. I only knew the disciplinarian, the dictator, the terror in my nightmares who beat my mother and me if we so much as breathed wrong. She sucks in a gasp.
Pasha, I'm so sorry.
He's dead. You don't have to worry about him. You just have to worry about me turning into him. What I'm trying to say is, I'm alive because my mother fought for me. She stood up for me. She never let anyone shove me aside, even when it was her own husband trying to do it. He beat her bloody for defying him, and yet she never stopped fighting for her children. Daphne's chin falls to her chest.
And here I am, a total chicken shit over lunch breaks and doctor appointments.
I touch her jaw with my fingertip until she raises her face again to look at me, albeit reluctantly. Head up, Daphne. Never down. Promise me that. That's all I'm asking for.
Only if you promise not to shut me out. No more silent treatment. And,
She adds,
no more barging into my office. And no more outing my secrets. And no more using my own logic against me. And
I laugh and drag her back into my arms as she dissolves into teary giggles. I don't negotiate with terrorists. I growl in her ear as she laughs and eases and unclenches from head to toe. And as she unclenches, so do I. And so does the air, it seems. One bit at a time until it's finally easy to breathe again, and I realize that I've been holding on to every inhale for the last 6 hours. Are you hungry? I ask when Daphne's laughter fades. I can cook for you. She tilts her head to one side.
later, I think. Right now, I just want to sit with you. Reconnect. Just be.
You're asking a lot, I warn with a chuckle. She pulls a stern expression and jabs a finger in my face.
Sit here, mister, and don't move. I'll even be nice and not make you talk about your feelings anymore.
She wriggles her body down the couch and settles her head onto my lap. There's no way it's this easy, this simple. Daphne smiles up at me, then closes her eyes and just lies there. Doesn't say anything more. Doesn't ask me to do anything else. Just be. What a fucking concept. It's not long before she drifts to sleep, still right here, on my lap, nestled in close. I rest a hand on the firm swell of Daphne's womb. Our daughter flutters and kicks against my palm. I am here, baby girl. I should feel ridiculous talking to his stomach, but I don't. Daddy's right here. I had no idea you or your mama were gonna show up like you did, but I'm so glad you did. Daphne stirs in her sleep. I hold my breath, waiting for her to wake up, but she doesn't. She trusts me enough to stay.
Chapter 56. Daphne. You better get going. You don't want to be late. I half giggle, half moan. Pasha growls against my neck. I don't want to be leaving at all. I'd rather bend you over the table right here and have you for breakfast. I swat at his wandering hands. One of us has to be responsible, and it looks like that's me today. You already ate. Twice. I bite back a moan when he nibbles the sweet spot near my shoulder. And there's no bending me over anything. I'm the size of a beached whale. Won't stop me from trying. You're terrible, I exclaim with a laugh. Now go. Shoo. I need to get everything ready for your mother's birthday. Pasha sighs. Fine. I'll be at the office if you need me. I hand him his phone and check his wrist for the watch that he doesn't always remember to put on. The longer we live together, the more I'm picking up on tiny little quirks I don't think he's even aware of. When I met him, I thought he was a god, an angel at the very least. I still do. Now I just know that he's an angel who forgets to put on deodorant sometimes. I will need you at Chez Molière at noon, I inform him. Noon and not a minute sooner. He winks at me on the way to the front door. I love it when you're bossy. I steal one more kiss before making sure the door latches behind him. Then I get to work making our bed before I settle into the closet to pick out an outfit for Asia's birthday luncheon. I strip the sheets for washing and replace them with a fresh set, grateful he listened to me when I refused to hire a maid. I don't need some stranger figuring out just how often we have sex. Hint, it's a lot. Like, a lot. But just as frequent as our lovemaking is our heart-to-heart conversations about things on our minds. Sometimes it's just venting about the day. Sometimes we delve into memories that make us laugh or make us understand each other's darker sides a bit better. Pasha never goes into great detail. I never press for it. I'm just grateful he's willing to give me as much as he does. I'm even more grateful he's kept to his end of the deal we made. Does he still storm off into his home office when we have a heated disagreement? Yes. Does he leave the door open and not say a word when I eventually wander in to sit nearby? Also yes. Did we have an especially feisty debate the other day over something so stupid I felt compelled to walk in, drop to my knees between his legs, and suck his soul through his dick? You bet your ass I did. The vibration of my phone pulls me out of my daydreams and back to cold, ugly reality. Nope. I shut the ringer off hastily. Not today, Satan. Conrad's attempt at an incognito number disappears from the screen. I don't know how the hell he got my new contact info, but I have my suspicions. They rhyme with teeth and odd. I save the number just so I have it in case I need the records later, such as for a restraining order. Dickhead. Pick up the phone, Nay. Dickhead.
We need to talk.
No, we do not. I don't even bother responding to him. It's wasting my thumbs trying to text a brick wall. Brit the bitch.
Answer your fucking phone.
Brit the bitch.
It's important.
Figuring out how Brittany got my number isn't rocket science. With Conrad being down one hand, it makes sense that she'd do his dirty work for him. They make a perfectly pathetic pair. When my phone keeps buzzing, I put it on Do Not Disturb and set an alarm to remind me to grab it before I leave. I'm not going to waste my time or energy dealing with their bullshit. But right before I set it down to forget it for a while, a different name and number pops up on the screen, someone I actually want to talk to for a change. Hazy baby, what's up?
Are you sitting down?
I don't like the sound of her voice. She's dead serious. I ease myself onto the vanity chair and reach for the jar of moisturizer. Now I am. What's going on?
Conrad came by my place this morning, like not even an hour ago.
I go still. What did he want?
What else? You. He kept demanding to see you and wouldn't believe me when I told him you don't live here. Literally shoved his way into my home just to make sure you weren't hiding in a closet from him.
Shit, Hayes, are you okay? She scoffs.
I'm fine, just shaken. And also shaken, like, with fucking rage. Who does that? Who the hell does he think he is?
I am so sorry you had to deal with that.
Girl, for you, I'd take a bullet. I'd take the whole clip if I needed to. I just wanted you to know in case he's trying to pull some bullshit.
Like always. Sure enough, he's still trying to call me when I don't respond to his barrage of texts. I hit the button to send him straight to voicemail. Thanks, though. You're a real one.
You want to know the best part?
My ears perk up. There's a best part?
Big time. Have you seen his hand?
I pause midway through blending my foundation into my skin. His hand? Oh, right. The one Pasha broke into pieces. Not yet. Is it mangled?
So, overall, dude looks like shit. I don't know when the last time he's bathed or eaten a healthy meal or what. He's losing it. But his hand? Girl, your man did a number. Honestly, I'm genuinely shocked they didn't amputate.
The compassionate, good citizen in me, the one who abides by the law and cares for people no matter how bad they are, cringes. The bad bitch who's carrying a mob boss's baby doesn't give a flying fuck. Actually, she does, in that she wants to see the thorough job her man did to her enemy. You wouldn't happen to have a picture, would you? I cannot believe I just asked that.
No, sorry. I was too busy trying to get his ugly ass out of my apartment. But if you want a close likeness, just do a search for hamburger inside glove.
My jaw drops. That bad?
Honestly, worse. Well, anyway, I gotta go. I'll let you know if his dumbass shows up again, and I'll take pics if he does.
Thanks. Love you. Oh! I grab my phone as if it'll stop her from hanging up just yet. One more thing. I'm gonna go ahead and change my phone number again.
Say less. Just text me so I have the new one. Love you.
I let out a sigh of relief. Conrad may be a lunatic, and Brittany might be every bit as bad, but Hazel still loves me. Pasha still loves me. My sister still loves me. What else could I possibly need? Chapter 57. Daphne. On the way to the restaurant, after a quick pit stop at the cell phone store, I send out texts to give the important people my new number. Hazel, Mel, Jameson, Pasha. I download an app that lets me spin up a secondary VO IP number, and I give that one to Todd and Keith, because I'll be damned if they farm my shit out to Conrad and Brittany again. I hardly trust them to pay me these days.
They've been so jumpy, so easily startled, like they're constantly hovering over something top secret. I consider extending an olive branch to my parents, but the thing is, one too many olive branches given away makes a tree bare. So, on second thought, forget that. When we arrive at Chez Molière, Lev helps me out of the car and holds the restaurant door open for me. It looks like I'm the first one here, aside from the birthday lady herself. Asya beams at me and sweeps across the room to wrap me up in her warm embrace. Look at you, so radiant. She gushes and examines me all at once. How are you feeling? Are you sleeping well? Is my son being supportive? I can't help but blush under her care. Isn't this what a mother is supposed to be like? I'm fine. The nausea is gone, thank goodness. Baby is kicking my ribs and giving me acid reflux, but only when I don't give her what she wants. Asya rests her hands on either side of my rounded tummy and coos. Well, that would be my son's influence, no doubt. Always so demanding, especially when he doesn't get what he wants. Tell me about it. You seem tired, though, she adds. You're sure you're sleeping well? I nod. I am, really. I think it's just stress. I get my 8 hours of sleep every night, or darn near, but then I have to go to work and deal with a pair of bosses who haven't exactly left the 1950s. I let her guide me to a long banquet table and sit in the chair she pulls out for me. It's been worse since they found out I'm pregnant. I'm surprised I still have a job, to be honest. Asya sits down next to me and rests her hand over mine. I know it's a difficult time. The world is spinning out of control while you're focused on bringing new life into the chaos. I know. I was there. And you did it 3 times. I am in awe. Each was harder than the last. Kostya, my late husband, was not a family man. Once he had his heir, everyone else I buried was just spare parts to him. Oh, God. That's horrible. She tilts her head to one side. You want to know how I pulled through? Asya flicks her eyes to where a line of guards stands along one wall. The family, the Bratva. I follow her gaze. I know they're hired to protect us, but they are paid as compensation for their time, yes, but no one is hired in the traditional sense. These are all people who believe in us as much as we believe in them. Loyalists to our family and to the Brotherhood. Most of them are born into this life and this family. So, when they see the mother of their future leader struggling, they will not hesitate to step in and help. I turn to look at her. Is that how you survived? It takes a moment to realize what I just blurted out. Shit. The shadow passes over Asya's face. She blinks and it's gone. In its place, a softer, more nostalgic smile. For the most part, yes. Kostya may have been a despicable man, but the world is filled with good ones. Her smile suddenly brightens and her gaze focuses once more on me. Which is a huge difference for you, my darling. You have a good man with a good head on his shoulders. You can tell by how loyal his people are. That I can. You raised a good man. And your parents raised a good woman. I wince. I'm not sure how much credit should be given to them. We're basically estranged. Asya rubs my arm and kisses my cheek. Then their loss is my gain, no? Besides, adversity forges us in the fire. My granddaughter needs a strong mother, and I think she has the best one. We're interrupted by a sudden rush of relatives arriving all at once. From Sophia and Makari to cousins and siblings of Asya's I've never met before. Each of them exclaims their happy surprise to finally meet me, and not a single person allows me to stand to greet them. Instead, I am lovingly ordered to stay off my feet,
then smothered in equally loving hugs and kisses to my face.
I like you already,
remarks the man with the thick handlebar mustache whom Asya introduces as her cousin. To Asya, he says,
Clearly, she's a clever woman, smart and witty. Who else could get that son of yours to settle down?
It's true, chimes in another cousin, an older woman busy untying her silk scarf from around her head.
We were all convinced our Pasha would never meet someone who could handle his, how do you say,
stubborn ass, Sophie offers. The family descends into a cacophony of conversation as they settle into their seats, handing Asya beautifully wrapped gifts and thick cards. I feel somewhat embarrassed at how small mine is compared to everyone else's. Maybe no one will notice. After a few more minutes of listening to the family shift between English and Russian with ease, I feel a familiar presence slip in behind me and take the adjacent seat.
You look beautiful,
Pasha murmurs as he kisses my cheek. You're looking handsome yourself. I feel my smile broaden and the fluttering in my chest picks up.
Why did you change your number?
I glance around. No one is paying attention to us, so I lean into Pasha to whisper back, Conrad and Brittany got my old one. Pasha's jaw tightens with unspent violence, but then he glances over at his mother and thinks better of it.
Did you save screenshots?
I nod. Every last call log and text message.
Good girl.
He leans in and presses a soft kiss to my brow.
Tell me the second either of them gets a hold of your new number, okay?
I will. Promise. The table erupts into greetings for Pasha, who bows appreciatively and does his best to redirect the attention to his mother. It's sweet, endearing even, to see him momentarily stop being Bratva boss and become Tatushka, Mila's sweet nephew. It's even more fun to hear their endless comments about how he better treat me like a queen if he doesn't want his ears boxed in by his uncles and cousins. He seems so at ease here. I like watching him like this. Calm, confident, poised, but not working the way he seems to be sometimes. He rests his arm on the back of my chair and happily answers questions about our daughter's health, growth, trimester stage, all of it. I almost catch him smiling once or twice. I turn to Asya to ask her a question about plans for next week when I see the look on her face. She's pale, wide-eyed, frozen. Pasha notices too, and soon the whole table follows her shocked stare to see what, or who, has her so spooked. The man casually approaching us with a devastatingly handsome smile on his face is the literal definition of silver fox. Tall, well-built for his age, with streaks of dark hair ribboning through elegant silver. It matches the flawless beard and practically glowing gray eyes, and he's staring at Asya like she hung the moon and stars.
Arlo,
she breathes, rising, more like stumbling, to her feet. Sophie and I exchange a look across the table. We don't need a translator for that tone. The man scans the table until he finds Pasha.
Good to see you again, Pasha. Makari, Sophia.
He doesn't wait for their response before turning back to their mother.
Asya, you look.
I'm holding my breath while he sighs out his.
Incredible. Beautiful as ever, Dorgoya.
He flourishes a breathtaking bouquet of champagne roses tipped with pearls and sets it on the table. When he takes her hand in his, I swear the woman is going to melt. What did he just say? I whisper to Pasha, who is openly glaring at the man.
Sweetheart.
Oh. Asya, you goddess. Get it. She's gone from ghostly pale to bright pink in mere seconds. Arlo, I think she said his name is, leans in close to kiss either cheek, but that's all he does before he eases himself away. He gives the table a polite nod,
one last lingering look for Asya, then leaves as quickly as he came. With the way she needs help sitting back down, I think Mama Chekhov has just received the best birthday gift, bar none.
So, Mama.
Mac leans in with a conspiratorial grin.
Care to share with the rest of the class?
Huh? Asya blinks a few times, glances around the table of very curious relatives, then tries to laugh it off with a very unconvincing titter.
Oh, that? Him? He's, just an old friend. Right, because old friends show up out of nowhere with roses.
She grabs her glass of water and practically chugs it down.
They do when it's my birthday.
Pasha pokes at an oyster shell on his plate with a fork.
He flew an awfully long way to celebrate your birthday.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Again, Sophie and I share a look, but she wisely chooses not to join the interrogation and instead pours her mother a hearty glass of wine, which Asya starts chugging without hesitation. Eyebrows are floating to the ceiling around the table, joining the whispers about how it's been forever since anyone saw that man, how Asya must be pleasantly surprised to see him, how it's a good thing her dead husband is exactly that, dead. Only when the main course arrives does the conversation shift to other important things like whether the stroganoff comes with beef caviar, regular caviar, or a mixture of both. Are beets good for the baby? Of course they are. Beets have fed every baby in this family for 12 generations. And so on and so forth. It never stops. I smile up at Pasha. He's pensive, quiet. His foot nudges mine under the table, and I nudge him back.
Daphne, what are you naming the baby?
I have no idea who asked the question, but the whole table erupts into a lively debate over who gets to name our baby and who shall be named after. My attempts to explain I haven't chosen a name yet, let alone discussed one with Pasha, are drowned out by the loving arguments between going old school and letting the poor girl have an American name so long as Babushka doesn't find out. I let them chatter. I don't mind. I love this. For the first time in my life, I get to see what a real family feels like. And for the first time, I feel confident in letting Stuart and Ophelia Hamish slide into the part of my mind they should have always been. Forgotten.
Chapter 58. Pasha. Paris is barely a step into my office when I stop her with an outstretched hand. Whatever it is, I'll take it from here.
But it's from the board of directors.
I flex my finger so I don't have to look up at her. Breathing around her seems to give her the wrong impression, despite our last discussion. I can read it for myself. She clicks her tongue, but slaps the papers into my hand. I could write her up for insubordination, but I have only myself to blame here. It's my fault for making her think attitude would get her bent over my desk with my handprint on her ass. Those days are long behind us. The mere thought now makes me sick to my stomach. The door to my office opens again. By the sounds of huffing and more tongue-clicking, my sister and assistant are now staring each other down.
Put some fucking clothes on.
Sophie snaps at her. Paris scoffs.
You wouldn't know fashion if it was sewn onto you. I know a slut when I see one. Go check the mirror and change, Suka.
I hold back my laugh. Makari does not. Damn, Sophie, get her! Paris takes a deep breath and gets ready to clap back, so I cut her off before she does something she'll deeply regret. Paris, why don't you take an early day? Just bring me the contract files before you leave. She wants to fight me. I can feel it in the air. But when I do finally lift my eyes to meet hers, she clicks her heels together and marches out of the room. A minute later, she storms back in, drops the folders onto my desk, and storms right back out. My mood shifts upon seeing the letterhead of the first page. Bingo. This is exactly what I want to see. Exactly what I need to make this day perfect.
Uh-oh, Sophie chimes. Big Brother's got a weird smile again. What are you up to?
I skimmed through the scathing assessment of Todd and Keith Bloom's business venture, their practices, their sordid history of cutting corners and sweeping dirt under the rug. Page after page of undercover research is now highlighted and tabbed for their two-bit lawyer's perusal. And if they're not wetting themselves by the time they're done reading, well, let's just say they'll take the more than generous buyout if they know what's good for them. It sure as shit beats a set of cement shoes. I'm taking your advice, I inform Sophie. I broke it, so I'm fixing it. She gives me her signature, well, alrighty then shrug, and settles into the armchair, while Mac stretches out on the love seat. I know they're both waiting for me to fill them in, but now's not the time. For now, this is just between Daphne and me, especially since the gallery is now undergoing ownership changes, and soon, so will her position. If she wants the new one, of course.
So?
Sophie folds her hands over her lap. Not a good sign.
I've got updates. You won't like it, but remember, it's better to have answers than nothing.
I set the papers down and lean back in my chair. Lay it on me.
Hackers just got back from Brennan's. Cora sends her love, by the way.
Mac and I both roll our eyes, but Sophie's not done yet.
The runaround he's giving you? The ghosting? Yeah, you have the Hamishes to thank for that.
I freeze. I know I did not just hear her say what I think I heard her say. Come again? Sophie solemnly nods.
Oh, yeah. Our old buddies from the old days? They're back, with a vengeance.
Fucking hell. For what?
Who knows? Boredom? Old time's sake? Or they have some new beef with you, and it's bad enough to get Stuart Hamish to smooth-talk Brennan and his cronies out of doing business with us.
The pen in my hand is going to snap in half if I don't set it down. I ended them. I destroyed them. Stuart Hamish shouldn't have a foot to stand on, let alone a war chest big enough to ever fuck with me again. The hell is he thinking?
Yeah, well, rest assured it's definitely just him and his wife. Fucking piece of work, that one is. Word on the street is, both their daughters are estranged and she couldn't care less.
Both? There's two? That's news to me. I knew about the one, the cam girl. I just never considered they'd have more children. It was difficult enough to fathom that ugly fuck procreating even one time. Least of all, twice.
I didn't waste our resources hunting down the other daughter. She's so far removed from them, I'd honestly be shocked to the core if she even knew your name.
I nod. Makes sense. Plus, I trust my sister's judgment. Very well. Dig up absolutely everything you can on Stuart and his wife. I don't want the hunt called off until I know his REM cycle and which breath to squeeze the trigger on. Understood?
Aye, Captain.
She starts texting the men the orders. Mac waits a beat to make sure we're done plotting, then scoots up to the edge of the couch.
Cool. Great. Now, can we talk about Mama and this Arlo asshat?
Sophie rolls her eyes.
Mama is allowed to have her own life, you know? That includes boyfriends, lovers, one night.
Ew, no, fuck that.
I think that's his idea, yes.
Mac turns a light shade of green at the thought. Nope, not with that guy.
Who the hell is he anyway?
She sighs and swipes through her phone to pull up files. I'd bet a testicle she has everything from the guy's birth certificate to the location of his prepaid burial plot.
Arlo Fedorov, 58 years old. Russian national. Got married to Sasha Mikowski Fedorov only 2 years after Otets and Mama got married. 3 kids, all healthy. Wife is dead, though. Passed away 5 years ago from ovarian cancer.
I take in every detail, my mind scrambling to fill in the blanks. Can we trust him?
We can trust him to be ruthless, cunning. Word among the Bratvas from here to Russia all says that his father was pretty even keel, but Arlo built a whole fucking empire in the motherland that not even the Plitsia could get a handle on. And now, his son is in charge with the support of the younger siblings.
She looks up at us and smiles.
Hey, kinda like us.
His industries?
Arms dealing. Some manufacturing, but mostly precurrent. Smuggling, drugs, once upon a time. But that looks like he recently turnkeyed his stateside cannabis farms into legitimate enterprises that now generate millions per month. God bless the USA, am I right?
Anything else? Prostitution? Immigration? Sophie shakes her head.
No trafficking, no hookers. Sounds like the one time he was offered a slice of that kind of deal, he rejected it by slicing the other guy's neck wide open. Damn.
I look over at Mac. He's still worried about our mother, but I think we're both more than a bit relieved to learn of Arlo's aversion to prostitution and human trafficking. Kostya held no such qualms. He tried, in fact, to get the Chekhov Bratva on board with one of the major rings out west. I don't know what stopped him, but whisperers among the men mentioned something about Yakuza and a rival family stirring up trouble. In the end, he kept his hands clean, though not for lack of trying. What about his personal life? Any domestic reports? I'm determined to find something, anything, to mar this guy's perfect record. Sophie shakes her head again.
No trace of abuse? Witnesses say he barely ever raised his voice against his wife, and he'd only shouted at his kids when they were being little hellions. All in all, it sounds like they were a genuinely happy, normal family.
Max slumps back on the love seat. Fucking whatever. Fuck him. Fuck his perfect, never do wrong background check. I say we smoke the guy.
I say we let Mama live her life.
Soph rolls her eyes heavenward at his dramatics.
Lord knows she needs some excitement.
I'm inclined to agree with Makari on this one, I rumble. She's about to become a grandmother. That's excitement enough. The glare I receive from my sister says otherwise.
If you think that's enough for our mother, who, may I remind you, is a woman with needs, you're in for a world of hurt, big brother. Daphne's going to flay your ass alive if she hears you say that. And so will Mama. And I might help.
So you're saying we should just let some complete stranger sweep her off her feet, seduce her, then break her heart? Mac blurts. Fuck that.
That's not at all what I said, dingus. What I am saying is, we need to step back and let Mama have her fun. Respect the fact that she had a life before becoming our mother, and she has a life once more now that we're grown.
Sophie tucks her phone away and plasters on a sweet smile.
That doesn't mean we can't have a sniper or two trained on him at all times.
Sounds like a decent plan to me. Both of them have valid points. We can't just let some random stranger from across the globe burn our mother. But we can't hover over her like overprotective hens either. She'd skin me if I tried. I'm about to give Sophie a final order on the matter when we're interrupted by a knock at the door. I frown. I don't know who it could be, since Paris already left, and I don't have any meetings scheduled. Mac and Sophie both stand, resting their hands over their hidden guns. I press the button to unlock the door and clear my throat. Come in. Our hands tense on our weapons. I swear, Sophie has to mentally talk herself out of downright shooting the intruder point blank. I start to consider when I see who's here. Daphne's personal nightmare, clad in a short skirt and even shorter crop top, waltzes in without a care in the world.
Mr. Chekhov, I'm Brittany Cleary of Cleary Consulting.
She smiles brightly and shifts her weight in her sky-high heels to pop out a curvy hip.
We're going to be working very closely together.
Chapter 59. Pasha. The hell you will? Matt glares at Conrad's little consort, his fingers twitching over the piece tucked in his hidden side holster. We don't kill civilians as a rule, but we don't tolerate anyone who torments our family either. And to him, Daphne is his new sister. He just might do it. Brittany all but ignores him.
Per the contract Chekhov International holds with Cleary Consulting, every department is assigned a liaison and general representative. It has come to our attention that the C-suite was overlooked in recent restructuring. I'm here to resolve that.
Sophie arches a brow.
So, resolve it and get the fuck out. Send someone else. Unfortunately, I can't do that.
The way she says it is so patronizing, like Sophie is some naive child.
There is no one qualified as me to handle the rigorous demands of the corporate level. It would be a gross disservice to leave you with someone less than adequate.
Brittany eyes me like I'm something on the menu she's about to order. But if she thinks she's going to unseat Daphne from my life, this woman is sorely mistaken. Ms. Cleary, I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume there's simply been a serious miscommunication between departments. I snap the open folder shut and rise from my desk. The intention is to intimidate her into fear, but to my ever-increasing annoyance, it seems to have the exact opposite effect. She shivers with excitement. It quickly becomes clear that the job she dressed for isn't one that involves paperwork. Her nipples tighten until they strain against the cropped sweater, revealing that she conveniently forgot a bra today. Even standing, it's a miracle none of us can see up her skirt with how short it is. Lacy garters frame her thighs and hold up silk stockings I have zero urge to touch. I'm a man. I'm hot-blooded. If Daphne came in here dressed like that, I'd be chucking my siblings out the door just to get my hands on her. Fuck, what I'd give to see and feel her swallow my cock. On her knees, at my desk, wearing one of these barely there office get-ups. But I'm getting distracted. It's not Daphne here to tempt me into several HR violations. It's a sick, inadequate imitation, and I want nothing less than the real thing. Sophia springs into action first. She shoves past Brittany and grabs the doorknob.
I'm calling security, and a few other people, so if you know what's good for you, run.
I hold up a hand to stop her. Hang on, Sophie. I've got this. I want you and Mac here to make sure everything is on the up and up. I grab the desk phone and pound out a direct extension. Gus, it's Chekhov. Get Bert on the line. Yeah, Bert, grab our files and meet me in my office. Immediately. I have something of yours I need you to pick up. No, this cannot wait. Immediately. The confident grin on Brittany's face flickers with uncertainty. Oh, just you wait. I stand there, hands in my pockets, exchanging glances with Mac and Sophie. They know what I'm up to. Brittany, however, doesn't, and it's clearly eating at her.
Did I say something?
She nervously asks. Oh, you said a lot of things, Glupia Suka. When Bert arrives, Sophie pulls the door open for him and dramatically gestures him inside. His eyes damn near fly out of his head when he sees his daughter. Brittany, what on? Why the hell are you dressed like that? What were you thinking? That's exactly the problem, Bert. I hold out my hand for the file in his. It seems like no one in your firm has been thinking, long or short term. Did you send your daughter to my office? Herbert Cleary sputters, somewhere between apoplectic at his wayward daughter and humiliated in my presence. I did, yes, with the understanding she would be working with the CFO. Brittany giggles. It's a sad, forced attempt to lighten the situation.
Oh, silly me. The CFO. I must have misread those pesky letters.
Shut up. The founder and head of Cleary Consulting hisses under his breath. Shut the hell up, Brittany. Here's what's going to happen. I find the papers I wanted, the contract with Cleary Consulting, and hold them up. Then I tear them in half, and half again. You are going to pack up your things, you're going to have every representative who works for you pack up your things, and then you will follow security out the front door and never look back. But I wasn't finished, Mr. Cleary. I need to make something exceptionally clear to you before you go and blame the impending downfall of your business on your one and only daughter. Now that has his mouth snapped shut, I level my glare at him and make sure he feels every syllable down to his bones. You have multiple responsibilities, Herbert Cleary, as a businessman, as an administrator, but most importantly, as a father. Not only has my team been tracking several cracks in the facade of what you claim to be an airtight system of competence, it's clear that you've neglected your duties to your children. How dare you? How dare you? Both Clearys jump. I'm damn near close to punching my fist as the accountability for her actions. Is this how you want your family name represented? By a loose woman so desperate for her daddy's attention, she'll throw herself at any man who might fuck her? I take a breath before I go too far with the insults. It's too easy to dive too deep. More and more lately, as I watch my daughter grow inside her beautiful mother, I'm increasingly aware of how anyone, could lob the same insults at her, which I will not tolerate. I need to hold myself to the same standards. Miss Cleary's failures are yours, Bert. Her desperation indicates your shortcomings. And if you can't pay attention to your own house, how the hell am I supposed to trust you to pay attention to mine? I toss the torn paper like confetti. This is what your negligence as a father cost you. If you need better visuals, I'll be more than happy to rescind your last payment and burn the cash with gasoline right in front of you. Herbert Cleary is beet red. You wouldn't. No? Never forget, Mr. Cleary. I am the same man who lit up $5 million without a second thought. That investment landed me a stunning wife and beautiful baby daughter who, I promise you, will not turn out like this disgrace. He does not have an answer. How could he? There's none to give. Security will oversee your packing and escort you and your team to your vehicles. Count yourself fortunate, Bert. I've done worse for less. Brittany sputters and stammers, but her father yanks on her elbow. Shut up, you stupid girl. Cleary drags her to the door. You and that mouth of yours will get us killed. He has no idea how close they came. My daughter, so innocent and perfect, yet unborn, has no idea how many lives her existence has saved. Chapter 60. Pasha. I love coming home to the sound of Daphne's laughter. I hate knowing I'm about to ruin it.
Pasha!
My mother wipes her hands on her apron and nudges Daphne toward me.
I hope you're in the mood for pierogi. We're trying to find comfort foods that agree with her tummy. Solyanka sounded amazing until we popped the can of brine pickles.
Daphne explains as she slips into my arms, wrapping her own around my waist. It's getting a little more challenging to do now that her womb is growing. I give my mother a look over the top of Daphne's head and murmur in Russian, I need to speak to Daphne. Mama, to her credit, doesn't press for details. She shucks her apron, kisses Daphne on the cheek, and slips away. Daphne watches in confusion, saying nothing until we're alone. Then she turns to me with a hesitant eyebrow raised.
Is something wrong?
I sigh. Brittany Cleary paid me a visit today. In my office, in what was basically themed lingerie. Daphne stiffens. Her face falls.
Oh.
Fucking hell. I hate the sight of her looking so defeated. But I promised to be open with her, and this is how that looks. Mac and Sophie were there the whole time. So was security, once we called them to escort her and her father out of the building.
Oh.
She busies herself with rolling out the dough Mama left behind.
That sounds like quite a day. How do you know her again?
Aside from being Ewing's side piece, of course. I almost said whore, but I'm working on dishing out what I want my daughter to receive. Baby steps. Literally. I got the impression there's history there. Daphne scoffs.
Oh, yeah, there's history.
When I motion for her to keep talking, she sighs.
Have you ever met one of those people who peaked in high school? And so, everything afterwards is compared to those 4 short years of mediocrity because nothing else could possibly be better?
I chuckle bitterly. My teenage years were a bit different than yours, I think. More blood, less prom.
Right, I should have known. But, well, so when it comes to Brittany...
Her hands go still, fingertips dotted white with flour.
It's like she hit her peak back in boarding school, before I enrolled. That part's important, because I was really friendly back in those days and I liked meeting new people. And I was a pretty good student too. So once I arrived, she felt threatened. Although honestly, I think the arrival of someone with a shred of human decency, not to gas myself up or anything, made other people realize just how much of a giant bitch she was.
Is, I correct. Daphne laughs.
You're not wrong. But, yeah, so I got there and everything became my fault. She swore up and down I was stealing from her, so she made it her mission to steal from me. My prom dates, my prom gowns. If I won an award, she had to win something bigger. When I landed my first job, she lied about my credentials and took it from me.
Looks like that trend has continued as well. My fingers tighten on the edge of the marble counter in anger. But I keep it in, for now. She needs my compassion, not my fury. With a bob of her shoulder, Daphne continues.
You're not wrong about that either. And now, you know why she went after Conrad. It was never about him. She just wanted to make sure I couldn't have any happiness in life, since apparently it's my fault she's so miserable.
Daphne slides her gaze toward me.
It's why she threw herself at you. She knows you want me. She wants you to see she's better.
I snort a laugh. Not even in her dreams. Daphne bites the corner of her lip. It's gradual, but I can see her start to pull inward on herself.
It's okay, you know.
Her words barely come out as a whisper. What is?
If you do want her, she is prettier and...
I'm stunned into silence for a moment, but only a moment. Then I'm springing into action. I whirl Daphne around and pin her between my body and the island. The bag of flour gets knocked over and erupts everywhere, sending swirls of white powder cascading through the air like fresh snow. Daphne's mouth has fallen open in a delicious O, and I want to claim it. And heaven and hell and everything in between knows that I will, any second now. But first, I need to understand what's happening. I don't ever want to hear you say some shit like that again, I snarl. Her jaw falls wider.
But I'm huge, and she's beautiful, and...
You are pregnant with my child, Blamia. Drifting flour settles on the tip of her nose as I stare down at her. Do you want to know what I was thinking when she sashayed into my office wearing basically nothing?
I don't think I want to...
Not a goddamn thing. It meant nothing to me. You were all I could dream of. All I can dream of. You're mine. My woman. My only woman. So Brittany and anyone else who thinks they can supplant you can all get fucked. I've chosen what I want, and she is standing in front of me. Perfect and beautiful and unfucking deniable. Fuck. There aren't even words for how much you mean to me, Daphne. I can only show you what you are. With that, I scoop her up in my arms. She screams, and a foot flies out to send the tray of unbaked pierogies clattering to the ground, but I don't give a shit. Fuck the pirog. I'll order pizza later. Food isn't what I'm hungry for anyway. You, Daphne, are everything I have ever wanted. Everything I never knew I needed. I pause here and there along the way to taste Daphne's sweet mouth. She lets me sweep my tongue past her lips and claim her again and again.
Pasha.
Hush. I slowly trail more kisses along her jaw to her ear. Be my good girl. Let me show you everything I love about you. When we reach the bedroom, peeling off her leggings takes no time at all. I hook my thumbs in the waistband of her panties too, and nip her soft skin when I see how wet she already is for me. It's so tempting to stay down here, to taste her pussy and make her cling to my head to stop from levitating off the bed. But I have other plans. When I stand back up, I turn her around so her back faces me and we're both facing the long dressing mirror by the bed. Don't look away, I whisper in her ear. Daphne blushes and moves to cover herself, but I capture her wrists and pin her arms to her sides. I slowly, so slowly, pull her sweater up over the top half of her body. My hands palm her baby belly possessively, rubbing and pressing gently enough for her to feel what I've been telling her for months, that she's mine. She lifts her arms from me, and I take the sweater all the way off, tossing it to the side. I tug my own shirt off so I can feel her bare skin pressed against mine. Do you see what I see? I rumble as my eyes rake over her reflection. Her body is a testament to everything we've shared together, everything that we're going to share together for the rest of our lives. I move her long hair over one shoulder as I strip off what's left of my clothes. Then it's just us, warm and bare in front of the mirror. My hands span her swollen belly greedily, possessively. We did this, I breathe. Together. Again, I rub my hands up to cup her breasts. She whimpers and tries to shy away from me, but I don't let her. Our love, our bodies, all of it is messed up and messy. But my God, Daphne, I want to make such a mess with you. I touch between her legs to confirm what I already knew. If she was wet before, she's dripping now. She grinds against my fingers and mules again. I could keep whispering sweet nothings into her ear. I could keep teasing and stroking her body until she's begging for release. But in all honesty, my patience flew out the window back at the office. I needed her then. I need her right fucking now. The only warning I give her is in guiding her hands to the sides of the mirror so she has something to grab onto. Then, I'm diving into her. I vaguely remember wanting to make this moment sweetly passionate, something slow and soft and full of reassurances that she's the only woman I'll ever want or need. Vaguely. It's all foggy to my hungry mind, and I'm sure as fuck being anything but slow, soft, or sweet. She comes once like the greedy little blamia that she is, which makes me laugh and bear down harder. My own orgasm is lurking, but I'm not ready to be done yet. I need more for squeezing down on my cock with every muscle she has. I need more of her moaning and gasping and clinging to my hips as her breath fogs the mirror. I need more of her staring wide-eyed as I fuck the living hell out of her, so she can see that she is perfect to me. I don't know how long we keep going. I lose track of how many times I feel her ripple and spasm around me. All I know is that I want her. I need her, and won't be satisfied until I pour myself into her. When I finally do, it's with one protective hand over her belly, and one possessive hand over her throat, and one proud roar ripping free from deep within my soul. My mind is blank, but somehow we tumble into bed, and yet as soon as we hit the pillows, all my plans of recuperating in a daze go out the window. I was going to collapse on it with her, maybe hold her for a while and make sure she's rid of all those ridiculous thoughts of me leaving her for someone else. But now that I see her sprawled on my bed, her skin glistening head to toe and my seed smearing between her thighs, I'm suddenly thinking of so many other ways to make sure she gets the message. Besides, I'm not exactly an expert on showing or giving or feeling love. I need the practice.
Chapter 61. Daphne. I believe everything Pasha told me, and showed me, several times over. But I still don't trust Brittany Cleary as far as I can fucking punt her. It's been a few days since he told me what she tried to do. He's convinced that's the end of it, but I know better. She's not the kind of person to simply take her L and then skip off into the sunset. Not without a fight. In the past, I would have let her scratch and claw to get what she wanted, but I've never had something I wanted this badly. And make no mistake, I want Pasha Chekhov. I want the life he's promised me, the love he's shown me, the baby he's given me. So if Brittany thinks she can take him, she's got another thing coming. All of that is why I'm in the sexiest maternity outfit I can wear in public. The sweater cowl is off-shoulder and shows off my décolletage, with the rest of the dress hugging my curves and baby belly. The shoes are the only real disappointment. Any other time, I'd be going to war in sky-high stilettos to show off my bare calves and remind Pasha of the many, many times I've wrapped them around him, make Brittany seethe with jealousy. But my daughter's added weight says absolutely not. So I sigh, recalculate, and hop around the bedroom while tugging on a pair of sexy flats that still show off my legs, but in a more comfortable way. Now all I have to do is my hair, makeup, and jewelry. Then it's battle time. Bring it, bitch. Part 1 of my keep Brittany the fuck off my man plan immediately goes awry when I get lost in the Chekhov International offices. Why there are 3 sets of elevators is beyond me. To my relief, I spy a familiar face. Mac! Mac turns around at the sound of my voice. Initially, he looks a little surprised, but then his eyes widen for a whole other reason. His brow pops up, and so does his smirk.
Do I want to know what you're up to? Or is this one of those couples-only things that will haunt me if I find out?
I feel my face heat up.
Say no more.
He reassures me with a shudder.
You look like you need some help, though. What can I do for you?
You wouldn't happen to know where Brittany Cleary's office is, would you? Mac catches on.
Ah, right. Her.
Come with me. My stomach flips as he offers me his elbow and leads me out of the elevator hall. My daughter, too, does an irritated little flip, as if she's practicing her roundhouse for this bitch who dares try to steal her daddy. I have to smile just a tiny bit. I have a feeling this kid is going to be one hell of a fighter, just like her mama.
We've undergone some restructuring recently.
Mac casually explains while we walk.
Amid the process, we've decided to go in a different direction for our analytics and marketing consultants.
Right. Totally. I completely and 100% understand what you're saying. He gives me a nudge. He fired her ass, Daphne. Brittany, her pops, the whole Cleary consulting company, dismissed with prejudice. I grind to a halt in the middle of the hallway. He what? Mac is grinning like the cat that caught the canary. Oh yeah, dropped the hammer. Same day she sashayed into his office thinking she could sink her claws into him. Posh made a whole scene of it, really. My heart does a somersault. Oh, I didn't know. Didn't realize, I guess. I feel kind of stupid now. I came all this way, looking like this to... I don't know. Mac grins and presses a button next to a lone elevator door I hadn't even seen. I'm happy to call her back into the building if you want. I'm sure Posh would love to see you beat the daylights out of that woman, wearing a bikini and slathered in baby oil, probably. No, thanks. This is cashmere. And then, in a sudden wave of self-doubt, I sigh. Besides, I don't have any real right to be so territorial. We're not actually a couple, you know? When I glance up at him, I have to take a step back. He's looking at me like I've just lost my mind. What? Mac shakes his head with his own heavy sigh. Nothing. I'm just wondering if you need your invitation engraved and sealed with wax, or if a simple email invite will do. Invite to what? To the pending happily ever after you are so obviously a part of. He holds the elevator door open for me and gestures me inside. Since living with my brother, carrying his child, and getting what I assume is a daily dose of vitamin Dick isn't enough of an invitation to call him yours, would you like it in linen, parchment, or vellum? I narrow my eyes at him. Mac grins and leans inside to press another button, but he doesn't join me. This opens up directly into his waiting area. You'll have to get through his secretary, but something tells me you won't have a problem with that. And with that, the door closes on Mac's smug smirk. He's right. Only a few moments later, the door reopens and I'm walking into a luxurious waiting area furnished with velvet lounge chairs and a sleek marble reception desk. A stunningly beautiful blonde woman types away at her laptop, seemingly oblivious to my arrival. But then her gaze flicks upward and catches me. Good morning. Can I help you? I offer her my warmest smile and make my way over to her desk. I'm here to see Posh, Mr. Chekhov. She scans me with a judgmental eye. Do you have an appointment? No, no one sees Mr. Chekhov without an appointment, unfortunately. If it were left up to her, this would be the end of the discussion. I'd accept my losses and turn tail back to the elevator, but I'm looking at her and at her very low neckline and seeing someone who is so obviously Pasha's type. High cheekbones, perfect hair, flawless skin, slender in all the right places and curvaceous where it counts, and clearly staking territory she doesn't have. Well, maybe she does. This is her workplace. She is guarding her boss. Could you please let him know I'm here? Daphne. Covington. I add. He's my, way too chicken out, loser. I rest a hand on my baby belly so she'll maybe see what I'm trying to communicate, since I'm unable to grow a pair and spell it out myself. Her perfect brow arches. Those lips that look made for wrapping around certain body parts twist in a cold half-smile. I'm afraid I can't do that. Mr. Chekhov is very busy today. Oh, I can come back later. He'll be very busy later. She stands and walks around the desk. Her dress stops mid-thigh and leaves nothing to the imagination. I bet quarters ricochet off her butt cheeks like bullets. And unlike my fat pregnant ass, she can wear killer heels that scream, fuck me. I don't stand a chance against her. She knows it. She's making sure I know it too. Listen, honey. She pulls off her glasses and tucks them into her dangerously low collar. I don't know what business you think you have with Pasha, but it's clearly not here. Otherwise, your name would be on the schedule. Maybe she doesn't know my name. Maybe he doesn't talk about me here in his own office, at least enough for her to recognize I'm the one carrying his child as we speak. Maybe she's right. I'm not that important to him. Thanks. I force a smile. Have a nice day. I'm halfway to the elevator when I hear a door open. Daphne? The fact that he doesn't sound pissed or irritated, actually, he sounds surprised, makes me turn back around. I give him a shy little wave. Hey, Pasha. He frowns at me. Where are you going? You're busy. I should have just... Says who? He aims his frown at his assistant. How long has she been standing here? One thing I notice, he doesn't look her over. At all. She's obviously flaunting everything she's got, and he either doesn't see it or doesn't care. Another thing I notice, Miss Priss is wavering under his increasingly stern gaze. She doesn't have an appointment, she stammers. I checked your books. Daphne doesn't need an appointment, ever. You know that. I level my gaze at the woman. She knows? I'm seeing her mask slip a bit. The batting of lashes, the fake laugh, the forced yet sultry smile. Posh, you never said anything about her. She coos with a pout. That's Mr. Chekhov to you, Miss Fraser. And you know damn well that Daphne Covington is my girlfriend. Miss Fraser gasps. I stand up straighter. Baby Chekhov does a victory cartwheel and I'm pretty sure flips her the double bird. You never said. Daphne, come in. Pasha extends his hand to me and doesn't move until I give him mine. When I do, he pulls me close, kisses me soundly, and gives my ass a playful little squeeze. Miss Fraser, clear my next 2 hours. I'll let you know if I'm out for the day. But I'm ushered into his office before she can say anything more. The door shuts with a resounding click, and he locks it with a vengeance. So? Pasha leads me over to a comfortable chair by his desk. What brings you here? I know he stood up for me. I know he made it exceptionally clear where I stand in his eyes and where she stands as well. But the way she looked at him, the way she talked about him, it won't sit easy with me. Deep down in my bones, I know something is off. So I turn to face him, still standing. I don't want to sit down on this. Did you sleep with her? Pasha stills, looks at me. Then he rubs a hand over his jaw and nods. Yeah, I did. I want to throw up. Oh. Before I met you. I can swallow it back down. Oh. He leans against his desk and sighs. We were never in a relationship. I need you to know that. She wanted one, but she didn't exactly make that clear until it was too late. Too late? I don't date, he explains. Ever. I live the kind of life where getting attached to someone can be dangerous, for them as well as me. Paris, my assistant here, was a convenient stress relief. I thought she understood that. I can't help it. I half scoff, half snort. Wow. I'm trying to be honest. No, it's not that. I assure him. I look up at him, into his handsome face and mesmerizing eyes, and feel the smile turn into something else. It's just, do you ever look in a mirror? Record yourself talking? I don't think you do, because if you thought anyone could just have casual sex with you and not want every part of you in their life, Well, I'd say you're the dumbest smartass I've ever met. He cocks a brow at me.
Is that so?
It is definitely so. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear as I feel my face flush again. I don't want to overstep, but thinking about him doing her over his desk has my possessive side rearing its ugly head in a way it absolutely can't afford to do. Anyway, it's none of my business. I shouldn't have asked. Pasha pushes himself away from the desk and tugs me into his arms. When I don't look up at him right away, he tips my chin up with a finger to force it.
Everything about me is your business. Everything about you is mine. We're together, a unit.
I want those words to fix what's happening inside of me. They help. They definitely help. But there's still some of that acidic feeling simmering low in my core. He presses his brow to mine.
You didn't like my answer. Tell me how to fix it.
I shake my head. You can't go back in time and undo the doing. I just have to deal with it. But I think I'm learning that My voice lowers into a near whisper as I admit the part of me that's recently become more and more terrifying. I don't like sharing. His answer is immediate.
So don't.
Pasha leans back just enough to spread his arms.
Stake your claim.
I'm not that kind of woman. But right when I'm about to tell him that, I catch a glimpse of myself in one of his decorative mirrors. He's thoroughly claimed me. My entire body is covered and filled with reminders that I am his, only his. Love bites, hickeys, even the necklace he drapes around my neck every morning. Who said this has to be one-sided? Not him. Not me either. Old Daphne looks on with shock and horror as I grab Pasha's tie and pull him in for a searing, possessive kiss. Old Daphne yells at me to act like a lady, back off, be the doormat because that's familiar and safe. New Daphne kisses him harder, then shoves him down on his love seat and climbs onto his lap. New Daphne rakes her fingers through his hair and holds him in place for another lengthy taste. New Daphne growls, "Mine."
Chapter 62. Pasha. It was a good call to have Paris clear my afternoon. Daphne wasn't kidding. She was nowhere near done with me. I've never felt this way about anyone. Ever. I've also never had a woman literally bring me to my knees and drain my soul from my body the way Daphne just did. It's going to be a few solid minutes before I'll be able to move again. My hands rest on her belly as we catch our breaths together, curled up in a tangle of limbs. As I look around the office, I can't help but feel an immense swell of pride in my chest. She took me on the love seat, wild, hungry, screaming her release as she rode me without a single inhibition. I took her on my desk. If it weren't for the baby, I'd have bent her over it, but we accommodated. It was just as delicious tugging her hair back to watch her face while she orgasms, our gazes locked as it would have been from behind her. At one point, I even had her pressed against the door while I made love to her pussy with my tongue. I didn't let up until she became a sobbing mess and begged me to give her what she really needed. And that's how we ended up in this chair. Daphne riding my dick in reverse cowgirl, taking my spanks on her ass with pleas for more. She purrs contentedly in my arms and nuzzles my neck.
I really hope I didn't mess up your schedule.
I'd laugh if I had the energy. My choices today were to suffer through mindless, bureaucratic bullshit with a bunch of old bores in suits, or get my balls drained by the goddess carrying my child. I'd say I chose well. Daphne giggles. God, I fucking love that sound. We take our time reassembling ourselves. It's a lot of playful teasing, stumbling, and light kisses as we try to figure out where my shirt went, where her panties got slingshot to. How did my tie end up there?
I should probably get going.
Daphne adjusts her necklace and does a quick pat down over her ears and hands for signs of any missing pieces of jewelry.
Gotta grab a few things for dinner.
I watch her touch her ring finger, then shrug it off. She's definitely missing an important piece of jewelry that needs to be right there. I'll fix it soon enough. I don't bother buttoning my shirt up the whole way. I can't anyway, because I'm missing at least 3 buttons. I drape my tie around my neck so I won't forget it later. Who's driving you?
Victor. Damien drove me here, but I told him to go take care of whatever he needed to.
She presses a calming hand to my chest when I stiffen at the thought of her guards leaving her alone.
Easy, Tiger. He escorted me inside and didn't leave until I was with your building security. I was in good hands.
Fine, but I might have to spank you later, just for worrying me.
Promise?
I kiss her playful grin. Greedy little flame. I hold the door open for her. Daphne barely allows her gaze to slide over Paris as she turns to leave, like the woman isn't even worth her attention. Daphne, 1 second. I gesture for her to come back over, then wrap my arm around her waist to tuck her into my side. I almost forgot. Her brow pinches with confusion, then worry. I kiss those furrows away before I turn to Paris and say 2 words I should have said a long time ago. You're fired. Paris balks. Daphne stifles a gasp. You have 1 hour to collect your things, I continue. I'll have security escort you safely to your car. After you turn in your keycard and badge at their front desk downstairs. She stands up so fast her chair nearly topples.
What the hell? Why?
Where do I begin? I can feel Daphne wanting to pull away and avoid this confrontation, but I hold her snug to me. She needs to witness, to feel what it's like to be defended and protected. You are highly unprofessional. Despite me turning you down, repeatedly, you don't seem to understand the word no. You have 0 respect for my personal space or my family. You're a walking sexual harassment suit waiting to happen. And while I've allowed my guilt over our past to maintain your employment, you have made it very clear that I cannot trust you.
But Pash, Mr. Chekhov.
Paris scrambles to tuck her dress down to a more appropriate height, but it's not working.
I've been with you for years.
Which is why I'm especially disappointed to see how little you respect me and mine. You should know by now that I will always put my family first. What were you going to do after my daughter is born? Deny she exists? I shake my head. I need someone loyal. Someone I can count on to assist me and prioritize my family. Not insult my girlfriend and try to make her feel less than the queen she is. Paris's bottom lip trembles. She glances between Daphne and me, as if she's just now doing the math.
Excuse me,
is all she says when she rushes away toward the bathroom. The second she's gone, Daphne breathes a sigh of relief.
I can't believe you actually fired her.
I can't believe you're surprised. She looks up at me, all smug and still tousled from our extended meeting.
Can I make a recommendation for your new hire? Get a man. An older, sweet, just hitting retirement age man who won't want anything to do with your pants. Or what's in them.
I chuckle. Anything you want, moja plamia, as long as I get to have you.
Chapter 63. Daphne. After the sexual and emotional whirlwind in Pasha's office, I'd been having a good day. Until now. Now my thoughts are stuck on a 3-word loop as I stare in horror at the 2 silhouettes darkening my office door. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. This cannot possibly be happening. Oh, Daphne, you look terrible. I force a polite smile and rub the bridge of my nose to ease the sudden, pulsing pressure of a headache coming on. I'm fine, Mom. Ophelia throws her hands in the air as she paces around my office. Clearly you are anything but fine. You're puffy, sweaty. How much weight have you gained? Gee, Mom, I can't remember. Hold on while I check my prenatal records. I shove a desk drawer shut just to feel it slam. You know, because I'm pregnant? She turns on her heels to glare at Dad. Stuart, say something. What do you want me to say? He spits in disgust. Our daughter is pregnant, unwed, and shacking up with some stranger. She's going to do whatever the hell she wants. I'm right here, you know, Dad. Drugs. Ophelia folds her arms with a definitive nod. That's what this is all about, isn't it, Daphne? You're involved with drugs. I sigh. It feels like I could pass out from the weight of that exhale. I have work to do, so neither of them takes the hint to leave the office. Fine, I'll leave then. I grab a stack of folders, my tablet, and head for the door. Of course, they follow me. We can send you to rehab, honey. Stuart tries to rest a hand on my shoulder, but I wriggle away. There's a beautiful facility in Switzerland that deals with women in your delicate position. Hazel pops her head out of her office, her eyes widen when she sees us. Guess who else sees us? For the 100th time, Daphne, this is not a place for social calls. Todd storms out of his shared office, followed by Keith. They're both glaring at me and eyeing my parents with disdain. I bite my tongue. Keep calm and don't commit double parricide, Daph. I did not invite them here, Todd. They showed up without warning. Maybe if you weren't so, how should we say, cavalier with your social life. Excuse me? Ophelia presses the back of her hand to her brow. I have been telling her this for years, Mr. Bloom. We cannot have someone like her representing our family like this. Keith scoffs in agreement with her. And we can't have her representing our company like this. It's utterly ridiculous. It's not too late, Daphne. There are options. We know a doctor in Manhattan. I freeze. Hazel slowly shakes her head at me. Don't do it. Don't lose your shit. Too fucking late. What did you say? I slowly turn to face Ophelia. She waves the same hand in front of her face. Oh, for goodness sakes, enough with the dramatics. I'm just trying to... You're just trying to wipe away the last few months of my life so I can go back to being your precious fucking doll you can show off to your dumbass friends? The family whore you can pimp out to the highest bidder? Her mouth snaps shut. Keith, however, doesn't take the hint. Listen to your mother, Daphne. This drama has no place in the workspace, and you've been nothing but difficult since you threw yourself at our client. I understand that hormones are raging right now, but you need to check those at the door. I turn on him next. He's lucky I'm more worried about paying for a new wall than throwing him into it. Shut the fuck up, Keith. You're lucky I don't take you to the cleaners for your misogynistic practices and workplace bullying. Hazel claps a hand over her mouth. Get him. I hear her whisper behind her palm. Todd holds up a hand to stop me. If that's how you feel, Daphne, then you can leave. Pack your things and go find employment elsewhere. I should. I really, really should. With every day that passes here, with every snub and snide comment I have to endure from these two tweedling idiots, I'm more and more inclined to throw the towel in. I'm just not sure I want that yet. One thing I am completely certain about, I don't want to spend another second trapped in this hellhole. How about this, Todd? I straighten up. I am going to leave for the day. I will be back tomorrow morning at 10. If you find a replacement half as good as me before then, I'll turn in my resignation.
You can't just.
I mean, you're welcome to fire me. I'll just file claims for wrongful termination and make sure my lawyer starts the lawsuit for sexual harassment, trafficking, assault. Am I forgetting anything else? Hope not. Anyway, your call.
Stuart clears his throat. Don't bank on empty threats, young lady. Our lawyer won't.
Oh no, you misunderstand me. I give him my sweetest smile. I said, my lawyer. I don't need you anymore, Daddy. I shove through my shocked parents, smacking off Ophelia's hand before she can make another grab for me. I wish I could have a stiff drink. Lord knows I need one. I promise, Daff, these mocktails here are to die for. Sophie loops her arm through mine with a cheeky grin. And once you've popped, we'll come back for the real stuff. Are we sure I can't have the real stuff now? I whimper. I had a day. Yeah, a day at the spa. Hazel nudges me forward to the main entrance of the nightclub. Not that I'm complaining. Always happy to risk my job for a hot stone massage. Sophie nods to the bouncer at the door, who unhooks the velvet rope and ushers us through. Don't worry about your job. Everything's gonna work out great. Yeah? And how do you know? Hazel may not clock Sophie's hesitation, but I do. And when I glance at her, I see the same knowing smirk on her face that Pasha gets when he's up to something. Trust the process, Haze, she quips. Looping her arm through Hazel's as well, she escorts us into the pulsing nightclub and straight to a VIP booth. I glance around, expecting to see bouncers or bartenders coming at us for being in the wrong spot. This booth is decked to the nines for the elitist of the elite. Are you sure we can be in here? It's not reserved or anything? Sophie laughs. Relax. This booth is reserved for the owner of the club. She eases us onto the wraparound leather couch. And that would be my brother. Pasha? She shakes her head. Makari, he got it through well, I guess you could call it a liquidation sale. I have a feeling there's way more to the story than she's telling us. I also have the feeling that it's Brodfa related, so I'm just gonna leave it where it is. About those mocktails. 10 minutes later, we're sipping our drinks and complaining about our bosses. Sophie has extra fun with her griping, milking the drama until Hazel's so aghast we have to give in and inform her that Pasha is the boss. This makes Hazel sigh with relief and Sophie laugh. Don't get me wrong, he can still be a major pain, she says between sips. But I put up with him because he's my big brother, and I love him. Your whole family is pretty amazing. I set my drink down on the table and pat my swollen belly. Baby Chekhov hiccups and nudges my ribs with her little feet. I'm sad your mom couldn't make it to the spa with us. Yeah, that is strange. Sophie's brows pinch together. I know she's got her own life and all, but there's no way she'd pass up spending time with you, especially with your due date coming up so soon. I shrug. It's fine. Sounds like she was having a great time with that guy. Well. A familiar voice interrupts. Mac saunters over from the bar, a mischievous smile on his face, and his eyes glued to Hazel. If I'd known we'd have 3 goddesses showing up tonight. Gotta keep you on your toes, Mac. Sophie lifts her glass to salute him. And I have to say, not bad. I like the new drink menu. The mocktails are amazing, I add. Usually they're a sad reminder of what I can't have. He grins and cocks his head to one side. Yeah, well, can't be serving my sister-in-law watered-down bullshit. I'm not thank you, really, but I'm just the girlfriend. Both siblings snort. I won't even dignify that with a response. Max sighs. He turns his sight on Hazel. And you must be the maid of honor. She blushes. Sophie shoots him a warning look that he reluctantly obeys. Well, I guess I better make the rounds. Need to at least look like a responsible host. He gives Hazel one more smoldering smile. Let me know if there's anything you need. Hazel waits until he's well out of earshot before she opens her mouth. Please tell me that man is single. He's unavailable. I look at Sophie with no small amount of confusion. Since when? I haven't seen him with anyone. He's got his commitments. Hazel takes another long sip of her martini with, okay then, stamped on her face. Well, let me know when you change your mind. I happen to have a hot older brother who is single and definitely your type. Sophie doesn't answer. Instead, she stretches, stands, then holds her hand out to Hazel. Come on, that dance floor looks like it needs us goddesses to spice things up. You coming, Daff? I laugh and shake my head. Trust me, you don't want me out there. I'm basically a wrecking ball with legs. I'm also dealing with swollen ankles, and swollen feet, and swollen everything, which drags my mind back to the confrontation with my parents earlier. Ophelia wasn't wrong. I'm bloated and swollen, and probably can't blame all the weight on my baby. But where she was wrong is how it affects my value, my worth. It's so fucked up that my own flesh and blood go around thinking I've diminished in value and decreased theirs to boot by deciding to keep my child. To them, I'm an ugly counterpart to the slim and trim Daphne Hamish. I'm her rebellious shadow. I pull up Pasha's contact card on my phone and smile at his pensive expression in the photo. To him, I'm everything. To him, I keep growing more beautiful and more valuable every single day, and he never hesitates to tell me about it. To him, I'm the best version of myself. I peek around to make sure no one is looking in this general direction. Then, I tug down my dress just enough to send him a juicy cleavage shot. At the club with the girls, I text. Think I can do body shots now? I've got plenty to work with. Winky face. 3 songs later, Hazel and Sophie stumble back into our booth, laughing their asses off and signaling for refills. I just laugh with them and accept the new mocktail martini when it arrives. It's too bad Posh couldn't make it. Hazel nods to the crowd on the dance floor. You're turning enough heads to start a war. Probably a good thing he's not here then. He might actually start one. Sophie looks at me. Hey, we're gonna go back out and torment some other guys now. You good? Play nice. I dismiss them with a wave of my fingers. Right on cue, my phone buzzes in my hand. Pasha. On my way. Be ready. I bite my lip and wonder if I should at least get one song in my system, or if I should find a more private booth. Maybe both? I down my mocktail and decide I need to make Pasha go on a little hunt when he gets here, which my gut says will be sooner rather than later. And when I reach the dance floor, I don't even have to wade through the crowd to find my friends. They grab me by the wrists and pull me to their spot among the pulsing beat and flashing lights. This is what I needed. Alcohol too, but I can survive a few more weeks without it as long as my friends are here to help me escape in other ways, like letting the music drown out all my intrusive thoughts. Someone's hands start rubbing my hips. They're not Pasha's. I turn around to tell him off, but the strange guy is too close and tightening his grip too hard. Hey there, sexy. He drawls. Good Lord, I can smell the liquor seeping from his greasy pores. Come grind that juicy ass on me. No thanks. I pry his fingers off my hips. He has the gall to moan as he stares openly at my cleavage. Seriously, I'm not interested. Don't be like that. I'll do you so good. I have a man, thank you. I peel his hands away firmly. Now go bother someone else. But I want you, baby. He slurs against my neck. And I don't see your man here, so... Hazel has her back turned while she dances, but Sophie notices I'm not next to her and does a spin to try and find me. When she does, our gazes lock and her eyes widen. "Help me," I mouth. She starts to wade through the crowd, but it's too packed. Shit, I should have stayed at the booth. She won't get to me in time before he... Then Sophie freezes. Her horrified stare flicks to just over my shoulder, and the whore melts into a saucy little smirk. What the hell? Those gross hands instantly leave my body. The people who were bumping and grinding next to us stumble out of the way, all of them staring in fear at the guy behind me. "You must have a death wish, motherfucker." Pasha isn't yelling, but his voice slices through the music anyway. One of his huge hands has taken up a grip on the creepy guy's throat. "Calm down, man." The perv squeaks. "The lady wanted..." "For you to leave her alone. She asked nicely. Me? I'm not nearly as polite." The sleazebag freezes. It's a good thing Pasha has him held up by his neck, because it looks like he might slump to the floor as the pieces start clicking together. "Look, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know." Pasha looks over to the group of guards, now flanking a pissed-off Makari, and nods. Mac returns the nod and makes one swift gesture. In the blink of an eye, my assailant is seized by either arm and dragged off the dance floor. The music drowns out his apologies and pleas, which is just as well. I'm hoping it'll drown out the inevitable screams that'll come once Pasha's men get to work on him, too. This time, when a pair of strong hands find my hips, I sink into them gratefully. "Let's go," Pasha says close to my ear. It's not a question. I let him convey me through the crowd, underneath a curtain, and down dimly lit, winding hallways until we enter a large office. Inside, the perv is tied to a chair, with Makari and 2 Broadfoot guards looming over him. Pasha relinquishes my hand, then saunters over and takes up a stance in front of him. The man quakes. "I swear, man, I didn't mean anything. She's drunk. I tried to push her off me, but she was too drunk and too..." "My woman. My pregnant woman. That's who you mean?" He stills. No. I mean not, Here's the problem, my friend." Pasha starts to roll up his sleeves. "The fact that you came into my club, assaulted my woman, and just now tried to lie to my face, that cannot be forgiven." I stand still and watch. Violence is in the air like humidity, just waiting for an excuse to break out. I should not be turned on by this. I should not be feeling a surge of desire when Pasha's first blow lands in that guy's gut. I should not be licking my lips at the sight of him backhanding the creep so hard that a tooth flies out. Old Daphne would be sobbing in terror. New Daphne is ready to jump her man's bones. Holy fuck, Daphne. Reel it in. "As much as we're all enjoying this show, I did just have this carpet shampooed yesterday." Mac claps a hand on Pasha's shoulder to stop the next swing. "Want me to move him out back?" Pasha spits in the guy's face, then wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "Nah, I'm good." He looks around until his eyes meet mine. I don't know what he expected to see. Fear? Horror? Trepidation? Whatever it was, it's obviously not what he finds. Instead, the heat and desire flares in his eyes to match my own. "Ready to go?" I can't get to him fast enough. He pulls me in close, and we make our way toward the exit. Mac holds the door open for us without another word. He winks at me before closing it again, and I hear the lock click into place. The thumps and groans that follow say the perv's nightmare is far from over. "I should turn you over my knee," Pasha rumbles as we stroll through the hall. "Those pictures." Is there a bathroom nearby? He pauses and points at a door. "Don't take 2. I cut him off with another hungry kiss. My hands grab the front of his shirt and pull him with me into the dark room. The only reason why we don't crash into the sinks is because he spins me around to push me against the back of the door.
Naughty Plemia.
He murmurs as he nips at my neck.
Driving me fucking insane.
You love it.
Guilty.
Even in the dark, I can still see his wolfish smile. Show me. I grab his hand and press it to the damp heat between my legs, right where I need him to be. Mark me. Make me yours.
You're already mine.
I know, but I love being reminded. Pasha captures my lips with his. He reaches down to lock the door, then spins me around, pins my hands above my head, and kicks my legs apart. This is what I needed, more than the music and dancing and drinks. This is exactly what I needed to make me forget, to lose myself and all my worries, for now.
Chapter 64. Pasha. Attention, Pasha Chekhov. Contract renewal, urgent. I don't bother opening the email. All I have to see is who the sender is before I trash it like all the rest. Daphne was not exaggerating. When Brittany Cleary homes in on a target, she does not let up. It's been days since I fired her, her father, and the entire Cleary consultancy. That same night, my inbox pinged with an email from Herbert begging me to reconsider, to schedule a private meeting with him, to disregard what happened. I informed him that he's been disregarding his daughter's behavior for years. I will not be making that same mistake. Brittany doesn't warrant a response. I had all her numbers blocked. The only reason why I haven't blocked her email address is because I'm compiling them for a harassment lawsuit. When I'm done, she won't be able to afford a computer to email me from. I make a note in my calendar to schedule a meeting with the company's law firm. With Paris gone, I'm managing my own schedule until we find an appropriate replacement, which I've left up to Mac. The lack of assistant is why I have zero warning when the office door opens and the very last person I want to see walks in. Arlo, what brings you here? Arlo keeps his hands in his coat pockets.
Oh, just checking in. I heard another shipment arrived last night. Wanted to make sure everything processed smoothly.
You know you're free to check in on the shipments yourself, at any time.
I had prior engagements.
His smile ticks up another notch.
It's been good to see Asya again after all this time.
I remind myself that it would be a very bad idea to throw him out of the nearest window. The paperwork isn't worth it. And I have a discomforting feeling that Mama would give me hell for it. I thought you two caught up the other day.
We did. There is so much to discuss, and I'm taking her away from you plenty as it is.
I don't like that he's agreeing with my disgruntled thoughts. I don't like how easy his demeanor is, or how happy my mother has been since they've been spending time together. Too much time. Way too much time. I gesture for him to take a seat in one of the chairs. He accepts, tucking his coat beneath him as he does. So, you two have known each other for a while?
For a lifetime.
His face grows serious.
Since childhood.
I thought that was my father.
Arlo chuckles. I am allowed to know more than one person at a time, Pasha.
So why now? Why haven't we heard of you before?
This is a conversation between you and your mother, I think.
You and I can have the conversation right now. He narrows his eyes at me, but that stupid smile remains exactly where it is.
What secrets Asya keeps from her children, she does for good reason. If you really want to know, then give her the respect and dignity of telling you herself.
Funny. I toy with my pen as I tamp down the urge to stab him. I didn't know he asked for a new father. He's quiet for a while after that.
I'll give you one of my secrets, if you give me one of yours, he finally says.
I lean back in my chair, squinting at him. What is his game?
Go on. This Daphne woman, do you love her?
Of all the questions he could have asked, he goes for the one that has nothing to do with him. I don't see how that's any of your concern.
A secret for a secret. Pahan to Pahan. Well, retired anyway. I know how important it is to keep your true feelings hidden from your own men. Or even from her.
He's right. He's right and he fucking knows it. I don't want to play his game, but I also want to know what the hell his so-called secret is. More than anything, I can see it at last. I love Daphne more than anything.
If it came down to it, between her or the Bratva, which would you choose?
You said one secret. That's two.
Answer the question.
No. I shove my chair back and stand. Get out of my office. He holds a hand up to stop me in my tracks.
Hold on, Pasha. You misunderstand.
You're prying into my business.
I chose the Bratva,
he interjects. I pause, mainly because something in his voice cracks, and that's very unusual for a man as powerful as him.
I chose the Bratva. Men like you and me, we always choose the Bratva.
Arlo rises, fixes his coat, and takes a step closer.
I'm telling you now, Pasha, before you ever have to make that decision, never choose the Bratva.
This crazy bastard is out of his mind. The hell are you talking about? He sighs, then starts tugging on his leather driving gloves.
I thought I made the right choice. I was young. I was stupid. I lost everything. Now, I'm here, and I'm not leaving, even if it's too late to fix things.
With one final cryptic nod, Arlo Fedorov turns on his heels and slips out of my office.
Pasha, what a pleasant surprise.
Mama beams at me and holds the door open wider.
Come on in.
I won't be long, I warn her.
You will.
She takes my jacket from me, hangs it up, and pats my arm.
I know why you're here. Arlo called me.
Fucking Arlo. You two seem close, I remark. Mama smiles wistfully and leads me to her living room.
Come, I've made us some tea.
When prisoners evade my questions, it's because they know the answer will get them killed. When my own mother evades my questions, it's because she knows that I'm going to hate what she has to say.
Did he tell you how we know each other?
I shake my head. He said that's for you to share.
He's a good man. Always has been. Just like his father.
She settles into a chair next to mine and pours the tea.
I was born into his household, in a way. My father was of the Khan Fedorov's wars. We lived in a house on his estate just outside Omsk, and my mother helped with the gardening.
I accept the cup and saucer from her, but I don't interrupt. Something about this feels too important to interrupt with questions. For now.
Arlo and I grew close. Oh, we hated each other the way little boys and girls do, but it was how we played. He'd pull my hair and I'd chase him around the grounds, all that silly stuff. But by the time we hit puberty, things changed. We wanted to spend more time together.
Mama laughs before I can even register my disapproval.
It's true. I started noticing he wasn't as gross. He started complimenting my hair. Little things, of course, but, you know, our teen years, we were inseparable. And, behind the garden shed, a lot...
For fuck's sake, Mama.
Just you wait until my granddaughter becomes that age, she scolds. You better hope none of your vors have boys her age hanging around.
I don't like the thought of my sweet, innocent little baby girl kissing anyone, or growing up. Ever.
Anyway, we made plans to marry. My father was elated, and his father wholeheartedly approved of me, so it was an easy decision.
She takes another sip. Her face darkens.
Or so we thought.
I don't know why a pit forms in my stomach. What happened? Mama sets her cup down and takes a moment to think about it. Her eyes begin to glisten. I immediately regret the question.
Your father happened.
She clears her throat and shakes her head.
Your father, Kostya. He was one of Arlo's best friends. Their fathers were allies. They attended the same school together, and in their own way, they were inseparable. Until...
The pieces are beginning to fall into place. Until Kostya wanted what he didn't have.
More like he demanded it,
she confirms.
Not once did he ever show an interest in me. Not until Arlo declared his plans to marry me. Next thing either of us knew, Pahan Chekhov made both our fathers an offer they couldn't refuse.
Knowing Kostya, I'd say it was more like a threat they couldn't ignore.
He chose the bratva.
I've lost my taste for the tea, so I set it aside.
Arlo, that's what he meant by choosing the bratva. It was me or his family's legacy. I wasn't worth the sacrifice.
She smiles at me. The sadness in her eyes is almost too much. It reminds me too much of the darker days, back when Kostya was still alive, when she was still his punching bag.
We barely had time to say goodbye. I think Kostya wanted to make sure we wouldn't run away, but I don't know. All I did know was that one moment I was begging Arlo to hide me, and the next I was Kostya's wife. Found out I was pregnant with you a month later. Kostya was so proud, and I went with it. Better that way.
Did you ever try finding Arlo? Or did he ever come for you? I think I already know the answer. For the leader of one bratva to steal the wife of another's would be an act of war.
Kostya and I came to America shortly before you were born, so it wasn't easy to look Arlo up. A few years later, he showed up to discuss business and maintain the family alliance, but by then he was also married. She was very lovely.
Mama wipes her unshed tears away.
I think the responsibilities of becoming a father kept him back in Russia. After a while, he stopped coming here and sent representatives instead. It's been that way ever since.
Until now, for whatever reason. I know Arlo said he abdicated to his son for the sake of retirement, but I have this unshakable gut feeling that there's more to it than that. I also have a gut feeling that Arlo is going to be around a lot. Do you love him? I blurt out before I can second-guess myself. She smiles.
More than anything.
The words echo what I told Arlo in the office. I brood in silence for a moment, both of us just breathing and quiet. Then my mother looks up at me again.
And you know what? I never stopped.
She clasps my hand between two of hers.
Love like ours doesn't wither and die in the dark. If anything, it grows even more until the sunlight returns.
Explains why you're glowing. Mama blushes once more before letting go of me. Sighing, I lean over and kiss the top of her head. I love you, Mama. I want you to be happy. We all do. I also want you to be careful. We all do. Mama pats my cheek.
I'm in perfectly good hands, Malish. Exceptionally good hands.
I roll my eyes. Just make sure he knows that the second he hurts you, I'm ripping his spine through his throat. She laughs.
Oh, I'm sure he knows. You two are birds of a feather, after all.
Chapter 65. Pasha. I should be heading home. I texted Daphne an hour ago to tell her I'd be there for dinner, but that was before Mac called with updates on Brennan.
Guess who's been having lunch with the senator?
He texted a few photos to me to answer his own question.
We have it on good authority that they're going out with him and Mrs. Brennan for dinner and drinks tonight.
I nearly snapped the steering wheel in half. Keep them busy, I snarled. I'll text you when I'm done. I should send someone else to do the dirty work for me. One phone call could have me home in time for dinner while someone else wreaks havoc on my behalf. But when the gates of the Hamish estate appear in my headlights, I know I can't pass this off to anyone else. I need to spill his blood with my own 2 hands. I do text Daphne my apologies. Something came up. I'm going to be late. Don't wait for me. Then I pop the glove compartment open and grab my favorite pair of leather gloves. The lug wrench is just heavy enough to do some damage without leaving a trace. I'm about to leave the car when my phone buzzes. Daphne.
So it begins.
I frown.
What?
Daphne.
You being out late. Business to attend to.
Daphne.
I've seen the movies.
Daphne.
I did my homework.
Daphne.
Just remember to leave the gun and take the cannoli.
One corner of my mouth tips into a smirk. I'm tempted to remind her that Italians and Russians are night and day, but I don't want to ruin her fun. Pasha, I'll bring one home for you. As much as I'd love to banter with her all night long, I have a job to do. So I put my phone on silent and shove it in my pocket. Then I get started. I'm sure at one point the security around the Hamish estate was impeccable. I vaguely remember attending a few dinner parties here and seeing professional security detail patrolling the grounds. Back then, Stuart Hamish could afford it. I would know. I wrote his paychecks. Now, though, things have changed. The back door doesn't have a keypad, so it's easy work picking the lock and slipping inside. Whatever security system they once installed is no longer working. The first swing of the tire iron busts open a glass display case, showing off some knockoff antiquity they probably paid too much money for. My suspicions are confirmed when I pick the pottery up and find the sticker along the bottom. Made in Vietnam. Pathetic. I turn and hurl it into the decorative mirror on the far wall. I'm not worried about 7 years of bad luck. Associating with Stuart Hamish was already the worst luck in my entire life. I wreak a path of destruction throughout the main floor of the house, venting all my anger and frustration and sense of betrayal into everything the Hamishes hold dear. I barely remember his wife, Ophelia, but what I do recall is how infuriating she was even when I thought I could trust Stuart. Always clutching her jewels, preening her self-absorbed sense of elitism. Hell, she tried pimping off her daughters to me more than once. I refused each time, determined to avoid getting tangled up with a woman like that reptilian nightmare with false lashes. Come to think of it, this place is missing something. Children. Pictures of them, paintings of them, evidence that Stuart and Ophelia had any to begin with. I drag the wrench along the banister as I climb to the second floor. If I remember correctly, Stuart's office should be somewhere around here. "Oh, Stewie," I call out. "Where you at?" I crash through each room to knock shit around. I play baseball with a set of crystal wine glasses in Stuart's wet bar, and toss his desk drawer contents around like it's New Year's confetti. Fuck with me once, shame on you. Fuck with me twice, you're a dead man. We gave them everything. Money, cars, connections, prestige. In return, he got my father killed. And now they have the balls to turn Senator Brennan against me? To fuck with my contract? Dead is the best they can hope for. But luckily for them, they don't seem to be home. Pity. I come across a display of 3 Fabergé eggs. Lining them up on Stuart's desk, I smash them one by one, leaving a rainbow of shards arranged prettily across the wood. I toss my business card into the mix. Subtlety is for the fucking birds. I've done enough to convey my message, I think. But on my way down, a peek into a room has me stopping dead in my tracks. The hell is a baby's room doing here? A baby girl, by the looks of it. Everything is bows and lace, hues of pink glimmering in the moonlight streaming through a far window. The crib is halfway assembled, and there's hardly any toys or basic supplies in the sparse storage, but it's clear that someone is expecting. It can't be Ophelia. She's way too old to be popping out babies now, and I doubt she has the time or patience to handle any. Maybe it's for their daughter, Melanie? She disappeared from the spotlight after I had her publicly ruined. It's not a stretch to imagine she's probably a single mother now, needing Mommy and Daddy's help because she can't stand on her own 2 feet. Too bad, sweetheart. Mommy and Daddy won't have any feet soon either. Something tugs at me. It feels an awful lot like guilt. Maybe it's the sight of the crib, not so different from the one I bought for my own baby girl. A daughter who could, at any time, fall victim to someone else's fury just because she's related to me. I sigh. Smashing shit is losing its luster. I pick up my phone and dial. Hey, Sophie. Yeah. Do me a favor and find Melanie Hamish's current address. I think it's time to pay her a visit.
Chapter 66. Daphne. Dominic glances at me in the rearview mirror for the 5th time since we pulled out of the garage.
You sure you want to do this?
Yes. No. I mean, I sigh and slump in my seat. I have to do this. I have no choice.
You could always just call them. Text, keep that safe distance.
I appreciate his attempts to help. I really do. I know I look like a stressed-out mess of a woman, and battling these pregnancy hormones doesn't help, but I mean it when I say I have to do this. I have to confront my parents and cut the cords once and for all. Pasha is going to be gone for the weekend on some last-minute trip that came up. He seemed weirdly uncertain about it when he told me, but he did bring me cannolis for breakfast, so I forgave him mid-bite and told him to have a safe flight. I don't know when or how the idea to confront my parents while he's gone came up. Maybe it was that I needed to find something to do that wasn't nesting related, an excuse to get out of the house. But whatever the cause, here I am, nervously fiddling with my phone while Dominic does his best to reassure me.
Are you sure you want me to wait before I contact Miss Chekhov?
I nod. I know they worry, but Sophie and Mac need to stay out of this. I can handle it.
As you wish, ma'am.
When we arrive at the restaurant, Dominic hops out of the car to hold my door open for me. I have to admit, I do need the extra help. Baby Chekhov is making sitting down and standing up increasingly difficult. But instead of driving away to park, Dominic tosses his keys to the valet and offers me his arm.
I'll be nearby if you need me.
Dom.
With respect, Miss Covington, and believe me, I have a shit ton of respect for you. You'll be able to handle the boss no matter what happens in there. But me? He'll have my nuts in a blender if I let anything happen to you.
I have to stifle my laugh to keep me from making a scene. Fair. We reach the glass double doors, but Dominic pauses. Everything okay? I ask. He turns to look at me.
I didn't have the greatest parents growing up either. Dad was a drunk, and my mother, she let him walk all over us.
I'm so sorry.
It's in the past. I'm just mentioning it now because it might be good for you to know you're not alone, physically or emotionally.
Warmth touches my heart, and I smile at him. Thanks, Dom. I really appreciate you. He shrugs it off with a tiny smile.
Yeah, well, anyway, you go in there and you remind them who you are now.
At that, I scoff. I'm still figuring that out. And once I cut them off forever, I'll be picking up the pieces of my identity for ever, probably.
Bullshit.
He smirks at my shocked face.
You're Pasha Chekhov's woman. If he's the king of the underworld, you're his queen. Don't let them forget it.
He nudges me forward as he pulls a door open.
Don't you forget it either.
It's impossible not to hold my head up high after that pep talk. True to his word, Dominic takes a spot in the far corner of the restaurant bar to give me the space to handle my business. If only my parents could give me space too. They descend on me like vultures the second we make eye contact across the room. Damn it. I was hoping they'd be late, stuck in traffic, emergency colonoscopy, something to give me a bit more time to prepare for the ugliness to come.
Is this really the best you can do?
Stuart curls his nose with disdain at our surroundings.
Really, Daphne, we raised you to have better tastes than this.
I gesture to the table they just rudely vacated. If you don't like what's on the menu, you're welcome to take us somewhere else, but you're paying. That shuts him up. He hasn't been forthcoming about their financial situation, but I can tell by the wear in his suit that a lot of corners need to be cut if they're going to maintain some semblance of their former life.
If your sense of style was as sharp as your tongue, we'd all be in a much better situation.
Ophelia plucks at my dress until I smack her hands away. Mom, Dad, please. I take a deep breath. Do not lose your shit in public. Do not lose your shit in public. Let's just sit down and order an appetizer. If you want drinks, that's fine by me. Get whatever you want. Ophelia sniffles and snaps her napkin into place on her lap.
What we want, dear Daphne, is an apology for your abhorrent behavior the other day.
My abhorrent? Again, I suck in a deep breath. Stress is not good for the baby. Fine. I'm sorry.
For?
I grab a menu and slap it open. Do you guys want cheese curds? I could go for some cheese curds. Ophelia opens her mouth to say what I know for a fact is an insult regarding my baby weight. I brace myself, but before she launches her venom, she suddenly shuts her mouth again. I find out why a second later, when Conrad slides into the seat next to me.
Sorry, I'm late,
he says to my parents. His stupid, cheeky, lopsided smile widens when he sees me.
I got stuck in traffic.
Oh, don't worry about a thing. Ophelia reaches across the table to squeeze his hand, his left hand specifically. His right one stays tucked beneath the table.
We're so happy you could make it.
I stare daggers at her. What the actual fuck?
Language.
Stuart snaps. No. I'm going to say what I want to say, how I want to say it. I invited you to lunch. You had no right inviting anyone else. Conrad chuckles and pats my thigh.
Somebody's hangry.
Everyone joins in on his stupid joke. Meanwhile, I'm fucking fuming. Get your hand off me. I grind out through gritted teeth. I can't even look at him. I'm so pissed. Instead of doing what I ask, Conrad just smiles and gives my knee a squeeze. I said, get the fuck off me. I'm trying to keep my voice low so we don't draw attention, but he's making it damn near impossible. Stuart frowns at me. Come now, Daphne. There's no excuse for being rude. It's certainly no way to treat your fiancé. My what? Oh, speaking of. Ophelia claps her hands together excitedly. I have great news. I spoke with the president of the Rochester Club, and he said they'd be open to hosting your ceremony on their grounds next spring. I already paid the reservation fee, so all you have to do is… Excuse me? Now we're drawing attention, but I don't care. I'm so beyond caring at this point. Have you lost your goddamn minds? I look between my parents. Are you high? Seriously, I'm asking as a literal health question. I've had about enough of your insolence, young lady. And I told you, we're done. Conrad and I are not getting married. Stuart leans forward and drops his voice to a low hiss. You will do as I damn well tell you. We've worked too hard for too long cleaning up after your mess. You will sit there and act the part, or God help me. My jaw is practically on the floor in disbelief. You're serious. You're actually serious. I place a hand on my giant baby belly. Do you not see this? I'm pregnant. A small technicality. Ophelia waves it off like my unborn child is no more an obstacle to her plans than a fly. I had a very good talk with Mrs. Ewing. Your mother seems to be doing very well, by the way, Conrad. Conrad still has that stupid grin on his face.
She is. She was so happy to have tea with you. I'm supposed to let you know she and the other ladies have a brunch scheduled for next Sunday.
His voice drifts off into nothingness in my ears. I'm too focused on getting myself out of here. I reach down and pry his hand off my leg, but he slaps it back down and squeezes harder. His eyes slide to mine. His smile never flickers, but a shadow of warning passes through. I stop fighting him, not because I've given up, but because I'm genuinely worried he might do something crazy.
You'll need to start packing up your things, Daphne. We'll have movers on standby to help.
I'm not going anywhere. I cut my father off. I'm very happy where I am and who I'm with. Pasha is an excellent boyfriend and father. We've already made plans for the future that do not concern you. At this, Conrad's grip on my thigh tightens painfully. If he doesn't ease up, he's going to leave bruises. Something clicks in my brain. He doesn't get to mark me. I don't belong to him. I don't even want him near me. Just then, I happen to catch Dominick's reflection in one of the mirrors. He's watching intently, quite literally on the edge of his seat, waiting for my signal to jump in and save me. Our eyes meet, and when he gives me that look, that silent reminder of our talk before we came in here, my idea solidifies into action. Don't let them forget who you are. Fine. They'll never forget this.
Fuck!
Conrad's scream brings a smile to my face. More than a smile. I feel a burst of laughter bubble up inside my chest that I have to swallow back down. I yank the fork out of the back of his hand. He can't cradle it with his ruined hand because that one is all but useless. So he swipes at me with his newly injured one. Poor guy is losing extremities like crazy. I grab his arm, slam it down on the table, and stab his hand again. Then I grab the nearest steak knife and hold it to his throat. Servers who were rushing to help him stop dead in their tracks. Dominick watches like a hawk, but doesn't move to intervene. Yet. I am going to make this exceptionally clear. I announce. I want the whole room to hear it so that when the police arrive, there's no misunderstanding. When I say, don't touch me, I mean it. When I say we're over, I mean it. When I tell you to get the fuck away from me, I really, really mean it. The next time you try to harass me, the next time you try to assault me, I won't stop with your hand. Understood? Conrad sobs. He's shaking with fear and pain. I said, "Do you understand?" I yell in his face, emphasizing every syllable.
Yes, I'm sorry, fuck.
I nod to Dominic. I think, by the way my parents stare at him, they know exactly who he is and what he's capable of. I lower the knife and set it back on the table. Conrad's hand is bleeding, so, ever the civilized woman, I grab a cloth napkin and press it to his wounds. Dominic helps me to my feet. I'm ready to leave, but first, one more thing. We're done. I level my glare at Ophelia and Stuart Hamish. As of this moment, we will no longer be engaging in any form of contact unless it's through my lawyers. I hold up a hand. Enough. I don't want to hear it. It is clear to me that not only do you not care about anyone but yourself, you don't care about my safety or well-being. I cannot and will not allow you to endanger my child as well. There is so much more I want to say, but this is not the time or place to say it. I probably will never have the chance, but that's fine. This will suffice.
You know I have to report this to the boss.
Dominic mutters to me once we're out of the restaurant. I nod and slide into the back seat. Fine by me. I just want to go home. Chapter 67. Daphne. By the time we get back to the penthouse, I'm completely drained. I cried most of the way here. Now I'm just, I don't know, existing? I don't know what I envision for my life in the long run. A husband, kids, successful career? Yeah, but I also wanted my family to be there. I thought I'd be able to see my babies giggle and run to their loving grandparents, who in turn would move heaven and earth for them just to see them smile. Maybe I wanted what I knew I could never have. Maybe now I'm finally accepting that this is how things are. I'll be okay. I mumble to Dom at the elevator. I'll text you when I'm up. He nods.
I'll hold you to it.
When Pasha first introduced me to this life of constantly being surrounded by bodyguards and security personnel, I thought it would drive me insane. I didn't trust the team he assigned to me, and I didn't like the feeling of having my freedom stripped away. Now, I couldn't be more grateful. I can't even drive with how big my stomach is, or how swollen my feet are. After all the shit my parents and Conrad and Brittany have put me through, I feel safer knowing I'm never without protection. And maybe being my friend isn't in the job description, but my new guards have stepped up to that plate in little ways that add up to a whole lot more than that. Like driving through for an ice cream while I'm sobbing in the back seat and ordering a triple chocolate sundae that I didn't know I needed until Dom quietly handed it to me. The elevator door opens on my floor. I grab my phone to text Dom that I'm home. He can go do whatever now. I'm probably just gonna go lay down. I send the text and close the door behind me. As soon as I do, Asya pops her head around the corner from the kitchen.
Sonishka, I had this feeling that you might be lonely. I made us some tea.
Her smile fades when she sees my tear-streaked face.
Daphne, sweetheart.
She rushes over to me and pulls me into her arms.
What's wrong? What happened?
I don't have the words, only tears. They break through the dam of my self-control, and I slump in her arms, sobbing all over again. The fact that Ophelia never once held me when I cried is made all the more evident by the way Asya Chekhov does exactly that. It only makes me cry harder. Asya leads me to the couch. She lets me lay my head on her shoulder and stain her sleeve with my tears and smeared makeup. After a while, I'm able to hiccup myself back together. I pull away, but she captures my face in her hands so she can wipe the tears away.
Now, moja dosha, tell me, what is the matter?
I sniff and wipe my nose with the back of my hand. I had to
I take a deep breath. I need to be able to say it. I had to disown my parents. Pure warmth and sympathy fills her eyes. Oh, Daphne, I am so sorry. That's confusing. Why isn't she telling me to go back and undo it? Why isn't she scolding me, berating me? It is not something we wake up one morning and decide to do, she says quietly. It is years of pain and betrayal and heartache built up to that point where you have no choice but to rid yourself of your own flesh and blood. For that, for your pain, I am sorry. She's right. This has been years in coming, decades in the making. Still doesn't make it any easier. That's just it. Something else she says pokes at my fears. They're in me. They are me. My flesh and blood. Does this mean I'm gonna turn out as terrible of a mother as she is? Oh God, please don't let me turn into Ophelia. Just because you come from someone doesn't mean you're destined to be just like them. You have a choice. I think you've already made some of the best ones. You're both doing a far better job than you give yourselves credit for. Wait, Pasha? I scrunch my nose in disbelief. He's worried? Asya nods. Oh, yes. He was so terrified he become just like Kostya. She sighs. But he is so unlike that man. I would know. I've been watching. He's going to be a great father. I rub my belly when I feel baby Chekhov roll over and press her hands out. Asya's eyes light up, so I move her hand in place to feel the flutters for herself. Our baby is going to be so overwhelmed with love, and I want her to see that I'm in this for her. I'll always be on her side. I'll always... I blink back a fresh batch of tears and focus on Asya's hand rubbing my stomach. I'll always fight for her, for our family, just like you do for yours. Which includes you, sweetheart. Don't forget. Another tear falls for that. I happen to see her phone flash on the coffee table. I can't read Russian, but I recognize the man in the profile picture. So, tell me all about this Arlo guy. I say, desperate for a change of subject. Oh, he's just, She swipes her phone from the table and stuffs it into her sweater pocket. He's an old friend of mine from way back. We're just catching up. She tucks her hair behind her ear, trying to play casual, but I see something a little purple, a little pink, and a whole lot like the hickey I've got on my own neck peeking out from under her ear. Asya! I fake gasp. Are we rekindling an old flame? She snorts and rolls her eyes. Emphasis on old. I'm amazed he even gives me the time of day. You're stunning. He'd be stupid not to. And blind. The way her whole face lights up tells me everything I need to know. Knowing Pasha has probably read her the riot act already, I decide to show a little mercy and leave her to her secrets. I'm happy for you. Really. You deserve to be swept off your feet by a handsome man from across the sea. Here's to hoping my children don't try to sink his ship, she mutters. They'll get over it. If you love him and he loves you, don't let anyone or anything stop you. Her brow lifts up. Is that what you're doing with my son? I pat my stomach self-consciously, feeling the blush rise in my cheeks. Well, it's been a little convoluted. We got some of the steps backwards, but yeah, I think so. Good. She slaps her hands on her thighs and pushes herself off the couch. Now, I'm going to pour us some tea, and you are going to tell me all the baby names you are thinking of. I know you're not Russian, but there are some beautiful options from our language. Her voice fades into the kitchen. I don't know much. Who I love, or how, or what the future holds, or even what my baby's name will be. But I do know one thing beyond a doubt now.
I may have lost my birth parents, but I still have a mother, the kind of mother I've always needed.
Chapter 68. Pasha. This has not gone how I expected. Instead of the royal bitch-slapping from a disgraced socialite who has every reason to despise me, Melanie Hamish simply opened the door and welcomed me in, offered me coffee, introduced me to her husband, who keeps eyeing me warily but doesn't say or do anything about it.
Oh yeah, I know who you are.
She sips her coffee.
You expose me more than I expose myself on camera.
Jameson coughs into his cup. I glance around the room. Their home is tidy, but warm. Lived in. From the research I reviewed before coming here, Melanie and Jameson have only been married for a couple of years. It was a courthouse wedding. No grand reception or series of lavish engagement parties. They seem like the kind of people who don't care about those kinds of things. If I hadn't seen her birth certificate myself, I'd never guess she came from Stuart and Ophelia Hamish. I draw in a slow breath. I believe I owe you an apology. Melanie shakes her head.
Don't. Really. You did me a favor. Believe me. If anything, I owe you a gift card or, like, a fruit basket or something.
When she sees me frown, she shrugs a shoulder.
My parents are the definition of toxic. I didn't need the money from doing cam work. I needed the freedom. If you hadn't done what you did.
She shudders. Jameson rubs her back and whispers something in her ear.
I'm fine,
she whispers back. Her fingers brace around the coffee mug as she turns back to me.
I was thinking about ending it, Mr. Chekhov. All of it. Had the bottle of sleeping pills stashed away for when I could bring myself to finally do it.
She sniffs.
My sister doesn't know that, by the way. She was pretty much the only reason why I stayed. Her and Jamie.
He presses a brow to hers, and I turn away to give them space. But I turn back when something tugs at the back of my mind. You have a sister? I don't remember hearing anything about that. Melanie looks to her husband, who stills.
Yeah, I was always the more public child. She preferred to stay in the shadows, out of sight and out of mind. Smart cookie.
I see.
I know you didn't come all this way just to apologize, which I appreciate, by the way. Don't get me twisted. But I know you weren't just in the neighborhood.
I chuckle. I like this woman. She reminds me a lot of Daphne, with the same fire in the way she approaches things, and the same kind of auburn hair that shimmers in the light. Your parents have been causing me problems lately, I say by way of explanation. I wanted to see what you know about it. Melanie snorts.
Why am I not surprised? Stuart and Ophelia couldn't take a hint if a gun was at their heads. But, to be honest, I don't know anything about what they're up to. We don't speak anymore.
At all?
Not a peep. But, if it helps, I do know that they never do anything for free, especially now that they're financially and socially ruined.
I nod as I process that. Is there anything else I should know? She hesitates and glances at her husband. They both shake their heads.
Not that we can think of.
That sets off my radar. Bullshit. She's lying. I set my coffee mug down to lean forward in my chair. If I find out you had anything to do with this... Jameson pulls her back and holds his hand up to me. Are you threatening my wife? He growls. In my home? Normally, I'd take this opportunity to remind him who's asking the questions and who's supposed to stay in line. But I have to admit, I respect the man.
It's okay, honey.
Melanie rubs his chest.
He's just being thorough, making sure we don't get involved. I would never, even if they asked.
I nod. Good. Let's keep it that way.
Hey, Pasha, how was your...
I cut Daphne off with a kiss that lets her know just how much I missed her while I was gone. Airport food and hotel breakfasts are nothing compared to the taste of her. We don't have much time. I lock the door behind me and yank my jacket off. I have a meeting with my Vors in about half an hour, and they're on their way. Daphne's eyes widen.
I could have brought you lunch or something.
You are lunch. The wheels of the jet hit the tarmac less than an hour ago, right on time for me to make the early afternoon meeting I'd scheduled with my men to go over the next few months of planning while I'm basically on paternity leave. But there's no fucking way I'm going to make it through that meeting if all I can think about is burying myself in Daphne. That's why I texted her to meet me at my office. I pull her with me toward the overstuffed chair. The dress she's wearing is driving me fucking wild. The skirt is almost too short, thanks to our baby inside her, and her swollen cleavage is begging me to faceplant in it. Come here. I yank her onto my lap. I need my woman. Daphne purrs.
Miss me?
You have no idea. I push her skirt up over her hips and tug at her panties. One rub between her thighs tells me she's more than ready for me. When those damn panties don't slide off as easily as I want, I grab them in my fists and rip them apart. Usually, I'd take my time, work her into a frenzy, but we don't have that luxury, and we're already in a frenzy as it is. One hand fists in her hair, holding her to me so I can taste her gasping moan, while the other hand guides me into her. She's so hot, so wet, so perfect, so mine. The breath leaves her lungs for a moment when I pull her down harder in that single thrust. One choked moan, and then she's riding me like it's the only chance we'll have for a while. All I have to do is grip her hips and hang on. My phone buzzes. I shouldn't check it. But with the meeting around the corner... Shit. The men are... almost... Fuck! She's working all coherent thought from me. Daphne bites her lip with a sexy, coy smile.
Then you'd better hurry up if you want to keep me to yourself. I'd like to be able to look your brother in the eye tomorrow.
I tug the collar of her dress down enough for one of her breasts to pop out. I don't fucking care how close they are. I need to taste her. Don't talk about another man while I'm burying myself in you, moja plamia.
Why not? Don't you want your men to watch you claim your woman?
Good fucking God. I am not an exhibitionist, and I'm definitely not okay with anyone seeing Daphne like this. But the fantasy, the mental image of taking her, sprawled across my desk, naked and writhing and screaming my name, sobbing for more, while our bratva watches. When I shudder and groan my release into her, she joins me. I'll never have enough of this, of her smell, her taste, her voice, of the way she clings to me yet soothes me all at the same time. Even now, as we both catch our breath, my face buried in her breasts, I feel her stroking my hair.
I missed you,
she whispers. I reluctantly peel my face out of her cleavage. I missed you too. She opens her mouth to tell me something else, but there's a knock at the door. I fumble for my phone and type out a hurried text to Mac. Pasha, take them to the conference room. Order up some sandwiches. Bring in the bartender. Mac, feeling generous today? Or does your office just reek of sex, you dirty little perv? On second thought, they can all starve. Chapter 69. Pasha. I scowl at the apartment building. You could come with me to the office instead of this, you know.
You and I both know that if I go to your office with you, you won't be getting any work done.
I grin. I fail to see the problem with that. Daphne leans over the console to kiss my cheek.
I'm going to hang out here at Hazel's, show her the new ultrasounds. You're going to be the sexy, powerful, responsible CEO of Chekhov International.
I'd rather be irresponsible.
Be good, and I'll reward you later.
My scowl remains, but I scoop the back of Daphne's neck and kiss her back. Fine. You drive a hard bargain, but I accept. I slide out of the car and walk over to her side to help her out. Strongly independent as she is, we've reached the point in her pregnancy where getting in and out of vehicles is exhausting.
Be good,
She reminds me as she takes my hand and emerges.
and I'll wear that red nightie you got me.
As she walks away, she flips up the hem of her skirt to give me the tiniest flash of ass cheek. Fucking tease. I think I love her. What the fuck are you doing in here? I have half a mind to chew out every last idiot of the main floor security team. The other half is reminding myself not to lay hands on the witch in front of me. Brittany Cleary holds up a badge and feigns an apologetic shrug.
I snuck in, made a copy before I left. Actually, so you can relax and leave your poor security guards alone. They did their job.
I yank the door open and point. Get the fuck out. She grins at me, every bit the predatory cat stalking her mouse.
I'm not going anywhere.
Get out.
I'm not here to play games, Pasha. You need to look at these.
I said, get the fuck out.
Look at them.
She throws a stack of papers on my desk.
Look at them and tell me you know exactly who you're sleeping with.
Were she anyone else, I might entertain the bait. But I know her reputation, her habits. This can only be yet another fucking scheme that leads to nowhere. So I march over to her, grab her elbow, and drag her to the door. Brittany grabs one of the papers from the desk and shoves it against my chest.
She's been lying to you. She's a Hamish.
That makes me pause. My stomach turns when I look down at the crumpled paper. It's a photo of Daphne in a cap and gown, smiling proudly at the camera and holding her diploma. Next to her is Melanie, still in her teens with a mouthful of braces. Behind them, hands resting on the girl's shoulders, are Stuart and Ophelia.
I didn't pick up on the scam until we were closing out our files.
Brittany reaches for the scattered papers and straightens them.
The Hamishes have worked with Cleary Consulting for many years. When details started showing up in the doubles, well, you can see my concern.
For all I know, this is photoshopped, so no, I can't.
I figured you'd say something like that.
She hands me the stack.
Here, take a look and tell me I'm lying.
I should call up security and have this woman thrown out. I should disregard everything she's accusing Daphne of doing because this is such an obvious ploy to turn me against the mother of my child. But as I skim over the top paper, then the next, the evidence here is damning. Daphne Hamish in a news article, standing with her parents. Daphne and her parents, alongside Brittany and her parents, all smiling together at some school function. School records, complete with copies of her student identification cards. A name change record from the county's recorder's office. Hamish to Covington.
She changed her name after the scandal with Melanie broke out.
Brittany sighs and leans against one of the chairs.
I thought she wanted to distance herself from them, but...
But nothing. This means nothing. Brittany snorts.
Are you serious? Pasha, she's clearly using you. They're using you. They do it to everybody. Why do you think she's so insistent on keeping the baby?
I don't want to believe any of this. I won't. That is my child you're speaking of. Watch yourself. She throws her hands up and nods in surrender.
You're right. And I can honestly say that Daphne is probably telling you the truth. That you're the father.
Stop talking, Brittany.
I've been sleeping with her boyfriend.
She admits shamelessly.
Her ex, I mean. I'm not proud of it. But it's how I know he's definitely not the father. And Daphne was always too loyal for her own good.
So then what's the point of all this? She's a far better woman than you. That's not a surprise. I know I hit one of her buttons by saying that. It's written all over her face. Brittany Cleary may think she's gaining the upper hand by pretending like she's reformed, throwing in little truths here and there, but she forgets who she's speaking to. I see right through her. She folds her arms, glaring right back at me.
Don't you think it's a little too coincidental? All of your problems with this government contract starting right when you found out she was pregnant?
I remain silent. I won't give her the satisfaction.
I bet other things have been happening too. Run-ins with her parents, shipments running late, personnel suddenly changing without notice, all since finding out about your baby. Probably escalated once she moved in. Am I right?
Again, I refuse to answer her. But fuck, maybe I should. Because she's onto something. Bringing that creeping sense of unease that's been troubling me to the forefront. My thoughts must be a little too transparent because she smiles.
I'm right, aren't I? I mean, it's not your fault, and it may not even be hers so much. Her parents just know how to manipulate people to get what they want. She's their good little girl who will do anything to make Mommy and Daddy happy.
Enough. I grab my phone and send a text to Mac and Sophie. You still haven't answered my question. We're through here.
She's trying to get back with Conrad.
Brittany's voice cracks. Tears well up.
I just found out, and I can't let her keep doing this to people.
You just said she's loyal.
She is. To her family. If they tell her to marry Conrad, she'll do it. If they tell her to move in with you, she'll do it. They've been trying to rearrange their wedding with his family this whole time, but I thought he'd reject them.
She sniffs.
He didn't.
I'm so glad my brother and sister don't keep me waiting. I've had enough of this woman's insane mood swings. The second the door bursts open, I thrust my chin at Brittany. Get her out of here. Make sure security knows to have her arrested if she ever shows her face here again.
Not a problem.
Sophie grabs Brittany's arm and hauls her to the door. When the woman tries to protest and pull away, Sophie maneuvers both her arms behind her back and zip ties her wrists together.
Move again, and I'm going to make this extremely uncomfortable for you.
Mac and I watch them go to the elevator. He waits until the doors close before turning to me.
So, what did we miss?
I don't even know where to begin. I won't believe any of it. So why the hell does it bother me so much? I head over to the wet bar. I need a fucking drink. It seems we have reason to believe Daphne has been keeping secrets, like the fact she's a Hamish.
Wait, like Stuart Hamish? His daughter?
Mac's face pales as it sinks in.
Oh, shit. Her sister. Her sister.
I nod. I stare at the ice in the bucket. Wish I could plunge my head into it. Daphne Covington is Daphne Hamish, Melanie Hamish's sister. She changed her name.
I have to say, I don't blame her. That family is a mess.
He slumps down onto the couch.
Oh my God. Everything makes so much sense now.
Looking up at me, he strokes his chin and adds,
Mama was just mentioning Daphne's family problems. I don't know the details, but it sounds like Daphne publicly disowned them the other day.
I am prone to believe someone who isn't Brittany Cleary over, well, Brittany Cleary. And if Mama has information that clears Daphne's side of things, even better. But not everything can be waved away. Brittany said Daphne's trying to get back with Ewing. Max snorts so hard, spittle flies out.
Oh, come on. Do you actually believe that?
I sigh and sip my bourbon. No, I don't.
Good. Because while I don't know the details about the disowning thing, I do have the report from Dominic detailing how she stabbed Ewing in his good hand with a salad fork. Twice.
I even have the security camera footage to prove it. You're just telling me this now? Mac rolls his eyes.
Was there a better time to do it?
No, there really hasn't been. I've been so caught up in making sure everything is meticulously arranged for my baby girl's arrival. Things have slipped through the cracks. Get me everything you can on Daphne Hamish. Leave no stone unturned. By the time we're done, I should know the song of her first dance recital. I'm suddenly very glad Daphne wanted to visit Hazel today. It will make confronting her easier. For once, I'd like to open a door and see someone or something I actually want to see. Today is not that day. Because when I open the door to Hazel Ryan's apartment complex, who do I see in the hallway? Sidney Conrad Ewing, pinning Daphne Hamish to the wall with his face in her neck. She was right, is all I can think. That crazy bitch Brittany was right. My wife is trying to stab me in the back.
Chapter 70. Daphne. It all happens so fast. I don't even remember how I got here. I just know that Conrad is on me, breathing, grunting, grinding. Then the door swings open. A familiar smell, that undeniable tightening in my gut. I look up and see him and scream, "Pasha! Thank God! Get him off me!" Pasha's face is a mask of things I don't know how to read, but right now, all that matters is that he grabs Conrad by the nape of the neck and hurls him aside like a rag doll. A flurry of punches. Conrad collapses. I try to breathe, try to speak, but none of it goes well. Crying is about all I'm good for right now. "He followed me here. He snuck in. I tried to stop him." "Where's Hazel?" Pasha growls. "Her family, someone got hurt. I don't know where. I touch the apartment door for balance because the whole floor feels like a tossing ocean at the moment. I just fed her cat. Tried to leave." "Did he hurt you?" I hiccup and shake my head. "He was going to, but you... Let's go." His voice is so harsh, cold and crackling. His hand on my elbow is too. It all just happened so fast. Pasha doesn't say a word the entire drive home. For once, I'm okay with his silence. I'm just relieved he's here, and that he showed up in time to stop Conrad from doing the unthinkable. I told Pasha the truth, as much as I could tell between my shaky breaths anyway. Hazel's family had a sudden emergency, so I promised to play with her cat and give him some food before I left for home. I was on my way out, about to text Victor to pick me up at the cafe on the corner so I could grab a pastry when Conrad appeared out of nowhere. He slammed me against the wall, shoved his knee between my legs, and bit down hard on my neck so I'd stop fighting him as much. He's certifiably insane. I'm sure of it. I don't know what happened to him, but something snapped. So, yeah, I'd rather endure Pasha's silence than Conrad's psychotic behavior. We park in the garage, but Pasha doesn't move to get out right away. He also doesn't look at me. "I know the answer," he rumbles, "but I need to hear it from you. Have you ever cheated on me?" "Never." Pasha nods. "Good." That's all he says between the car and the penthouse. He doesn't touch me either, not like he usually does to help me up or guide me safely through the building. Don't cry. Do not cry. It's not your fault. He's not angry with you personally, it's just the situation. When we do get inside our home, I'm surprised to see Mac, Sophie, and Asya there, all of them very, very serious. My heart drops into my stomach. Something's wrong. "Daphne, dear, why don't you come have a seat?" Asya pats the spot on the couch next to her. I don't ask what's wrong. When I see the file folder on the coffee table, I already know. Sophie flips it open, her face frigid, and reads, Daphne Hamish, firstborn daughter of Stuart and Ophelia Hamish, born May 14th. It's all right here. I'm too scared to look up at any of them, least of all Pasha. He stands the furthest away from me, his arms folded, and a horrible glare etched on his face. The one glance I risk in his direction makes me feel sick to my stomach. I was going to tell you, I whisper. When? I try not to shudder at the coldness in his voice. So many times. From the beginning, Asya rubs my back. It's okay, Sonishka. Take your time. I hug my belly and try to focus. I hate them. I never wanted to say it out loud. It sounds so horrible, but I hate them. I don't want to be one of them. Tears choke my words. I didn't want you to hate me. Sophie sighs as she sits down next to me. To my surprise, she takes my hand in hers and gives it a gentle squeeze. Other than your last name, is there anything else? No, I blurt furiously, shaking my head. No, I never lied. I told you about my sister and my job and my ex and your parents. Asya holds my other hand. She's telling the truth, Pasha. The only thing she held back was her name, her old name. Which your parents, the Hamishes, didn't hide as well as they thought. Sophie picks up the file and hands it to me. It took my best hacker less than 5 minutes to pull all this up. Honestly, that kind of pisses me off. They should have been protecting you. Why? Everyone looks up at Pasha. He doesn't seem as enraged as before, but he's still glaring at me. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you hide all this? Sophie bristles. Asya draws in a sharp breath. Mac looks like he wants to swing at his brother. Even now, to feel this family wrap around me is... I don't have the words. I'm safe. I'm loved. I can tell him the truth, knowing that there's someone here to support me through it. You did everything you could to ruin my sister. There's no vitriol in my voice, only pain. I don't know what my parents did to you, and I'm sure it was something awful. But you didn't go after them. You went after my sister. You didn't even know her, and yet you used her to hurt them. Pasha shifts where he stands. I finally feel some sort of courage, enough to look him in the eyes. What would you have done to me? To my baby? I feel Asya wrap her arms around me. Sophie, too. Finally, Pasha clears his throat. I need some air. I manage to hold my shit together until the sound of the door closing behind him reaches my ears. That's when the floodgates let loose. Mac sighs and lowers himself to sit on the coffee table. With his mother and sister wrapped around me, he's only got my head to pat. We believe you, Daphne. I think that's pretty much unanimous here, right? Sophie and Asya murmur their agreements. Pasha just needs some time. He's got a temper a mile long, but a drive to control it even longer. He's not leaving you. He's protecting you from himself. I know you don't like the silence, Sophie adds. And now we definitely understand why. I just don't think there's much we can do to prevent it this time. I nod and sniffle. I know. I'll manage. I need to stretch my legs. The closer I get to my due date, the heavier I feel, and it causes cramps in my calves. I just feel too drained to do anything other than check the mail. Mac and Sophie insist on joining me, while Asya starts making dinner. By the way, Sophie says once we're in the elevator, I saw the security footage from the restaurant. I am so fucking proud of you. And a tiny bit scared, adds Mac. He winks at me. Just you wait. We'll have you running interrogations in no time. I muster up a feeble smile. Then the elevator opens, and that smile dies a nasty death.
Well, well, what perfect timing.
My blood ices over. Just when I thought things couldn't get possibly worse, she has to show up.
I was just on my way to offer my condolences.
Brittany flashes me her wicked smirk.
Thanks for saving me the trip.
You can't be here. Sophie snaps at her.
I can, and I am.
Brittany scoffs and gives her a once-over.
This isn't your corporate tower. You have no say here.
The hell do you want? I croak. Obviously you want something. You're here, I'm here, so spit it out. She smirks.
Oh, Nini, you're so touchy lately. Calm down. I'm just here because I want to make sure you know it was me.
She takes a step closer, her voice lowering into a dangerous rasp.
I want to see your face as you realize I'm the one who ruined your perfect little happily ever after, just like you always ruin mine, bitch.
I look at her. I set the mail down. Then I crack my fist into her nose. Brittany Cleary screams bloody murder and crumples against the wall. Blood gushes through her clutching fingers, pours down over her shirt, and drips onto the floor. Well, shit. I think I actually broke her nose.
Someone help me!
She shrieks at the top of her lungs.
I'm being attacked!
Shut the fuck up. Mac signals something to the doorman, who rushes off to call the authorities. You've been harassing her and just admitted to stalking her. You're lucky I don't hand her some cutlery. Even in the midst of all this horrible chaos, that makes a tiny bubble of laughter form in my chest. When I look up at him, he smiles, winks at me, and mouths something that looks like everything's gonna be okay.
I'm gonna sue.
Brittany swipes a bloody hand at me.
I'm gonna fucking sue you, you bitch!
The only thing you're gonna do is stay the hell away from me. I kneel down close, just so she can see my face clearly. Stay the hell away from me and my family. The next time I see you, I'll break more than your nose. I've got people who will happily help me bury what's left of you. Do not fuck with us. Brittany seethes through the blood. In her eyes, she's always the victim. In her eyes, she can never do wrong. I don't actually care what she thinks, as long as she keeps her hands off me and mine. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, she nods. I wait until her body slumps in surrender before I back off. But I don't turn my back on her. I don't trust her to not suddenly change her mind and go apeshit on me. Mac grabs the mail and drapes his arm around my shoulder as we walk out of the room. Sophie keeps her eyes glued to Brittany until we round the corner. The police are on their way. The security guy from the front desk covers the mouthpiece to let me know. We may need you to come back down and give a statement. Sophie turns to the guard with a fierce scowl. That woman has been stalking and harassing her for months. We'll provide all the evidence they need if they arrest her. I am so grateful for them, for my family, my new family. Pasha would be so fucking proud of you. Mac remarks under his breath when the elevator closes. I believe him. I really do. Maybe that's why I crumple into tears.
Chapter 71. Pasha. Nothing is going as planned. Truth be told, nothing has gone as planned since the night I decided buying some fucking loser's artwork would get me what I wanted. Did I get the piece? In a manner of speaking, yes. Did I keep the piece? No. Did I get the contract? No. Is it because I let my dick take over my brain? Possibly. I've been wanting to blame everything that's happened, or not happened, on my inability to ignore a pretty face. That would be easy. That would be something I could explain away. But it would be a lie. My plans literally went up in flames when I saw her face, when I felt her near me, when she stole my breath and everything I am with one single fucking kiss. Now, our child is due any day, and I'm sleeping and drinking away each day in the corporate office. Years ago, I had it fitted for temporary overnight stays just in case something happened with work to keep me here. Never did I fathom I'd be staying here because I'm trying to avoid going home. Coward. It hasn't been easy. I want nothing more than to rush home, sweep Daphne into my arms, feel the strong kicks and wriggles of our unborn daughter, and forget anything was ever amiss. But the easy way has never been my path. I have to see just how far and deep Daphne's hand extended into my company, into my bratva. She's been in this building. She's made allies here and with her guards. She lives with me, for fuck's sake. She's an extremely intelligent woman who could undo me with a few simple clicks and the right ears willing to listen to any lies she fed them. Her father did it to mine. How far does the apple fall from the tree? She told you the truth. So far, the investigation has unveiled as much. Daphne's only discovered lie to date was the omission of her birth name and the names of her parents. Mama seems to believe Daphne's claims. Fuck. I want to believe Daphne. But swallowing convenient lies has never been my path either. I can't let my feelings make me vulnerable. I can't let my own desires destroy everything I have, everyone I'm responsible for.
Anyone ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
I lift my bleary gaze from the papers in front of me to my sister. She stares at me, one brow raised and her arms folded as she leans back in her chair. Watch yourself, I warn. Sophie shakes her head.
Not this time, big brother. The doors are locked. Most of your employees have gone home, and by the looks of things here...
She scans the office and curls her nose at the sight of the rumpled, unmade futon in one corner.
Clearly, this has become your temporary home, so I'm invoking house rules.
Fine. I return my focus to the reports. Do as you please.
Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. That's the definition of insanity.
She drums her fingers on the arm of the chair.
Remind me again, how many audits have you done?
This is the third one.
Right.
I'm going to order a fourth.
Bullshit.
I cock a brow at her. Excuse you?
If you think wasting people's time and paper is ever going to give you a different result, then by all means, audit away. But I'm telling you, it's not. If it hasn't by now, it never will.
I have to be certain.
Of what? That she loves you? That she'd never betray you?
Sophie rolls her eyes.
You'd know that if you went home. If you, talked to her?
I can't do that. I snap the file folder shut.
Because?
Because it's none of your fucking business.
Oh, no. No. It's because you're letting some jealous, pathetic bitch stand between you and your happiness. And it's working.
Sophie leans forward and jabs a finger on the desk in front of me.
That's the sad part, Pasha. Of all the things that could happen, that have happened in your life, this is what shakes you down?
I want so badly to have a valid counter-argument. But she's my sister. She's been there, through everything our entire lives. And she's right. This is why I never wanted to get married, I rasp. Exactly why.
How dare you catch feelings for an insanely beautiful woman who's about to give birth to who will obviously be your insanely beautiful daughter? How could you? The audacity.
Gritting my teeth, I roll my desk chair over to the wet bar and pull out supplies. Maybe, if I drink myself into oblivion, I'll be able to actually get a good night's sleep for once. Not that I haven't tried for multiple nights running. Insanity, chirps an annoying voice in my head. The textbook definition. I'm not the only one who wants her, I croak aloud. Or did you forget that? Sophie scoffs.
I'm not the one with a bad memory here, bud. Half the male population wants Daphne. You're the one forgetting essential shit, like how she chose you over all of them.
Did she now?
I know you're not referring to Ewing.
Maybe I am. I pour her a shot of vermouth. I pour myself a shot of basically everything. What of it?
Are you blind, concussed, or just plain stupid? That man is a predator. What you saw in the hallway has to be at least his third try at assaulting her. Assault, Pasha.
She accepts the glass when I give it to her, but her glare remains just as sullen.
Even you know the difference.
I sigh and rub my temples. I know. I fucking know. And still, I can't get over how enraged I was when I found him like that. I sigh and knock back the burning shot of fuck all. Every time I think about it, my fist clenches on the desk.
So stop thinking about it. You've got plenty of real shit on your plate that needs your attention.
She's right. I know she's right. We've got one hell of a road ahead cleaning up Hamish's mess if we're going to get that contract.
I'm not talking about the damn contract, goddammit.
Sophie's hand slaps down on my desk and actually manages to make me jump back in surprise. She balls that same hand into a fist, then points her finger in my face.
No one can leave their company or their bratva if their house isn't in order, and right now, your house is a complete mess. Clean it up, fix it.
What do you want me to do?
For starters, stop running, stop hiding.
She looks me over, disdain growing on her face.
Stop lying.
Lying? I don't know what she's talking about, but something in my gut already stings at the accusation.
You told Daphne you'd be there for everything, for every moment, through every hardship.
She sighs and gives me that look again.
First sign of trouble, you tuck tail and run.
That painful feeling spreads. I think some people call this guilt. I despise it. I didn't.
Yeah, you fucking did. Call it whatever you want. Nothing changes what it is.
I don't have anything to say in my own defense. I'm not sure there's anything that can be said to justify the fact that I'd rather sleep on a futon than next to the mother of my child. The woman I said I loved. The woman I swore I'd never leave. Sophia shakes her head again and grabs her bag. It seems like there's something more she wants to say, but she decides against it and sees herself out of my office with a haughty sniffle. Considering the workday isn't completely done, she'll probably go down to her own office and take care of a few things, giving me some time to think of something else I might need to pick her brain over. Or I can just take my licks and accept when I'm wrong. No, that's weakness. I am never wrong. My thoughts instantly make me cringe. I'm so used to thinking like that, acting like that it's difficult to put my finger on what's so wrong with always being right. Unless it's tied to my cowardice. Because Sophie's right. I tucked my tail firmly between my legs and ran from my problems. From Daphne. Just like good old Father of the Year, Kostya Chekhov. He was never wrong. He was the highest point of power, and no one dared challenge him. When they did, he beat the shit out of them. Never in a million years will I ever lift my hand against Daphne, or our daughter, or any woman for that matter, even if their name is Brittany Cleary and they're trying to fuck up everything that's good in my life. So why the hell am I hiding? Why am I allowing myself to act like my father? I let my head hang until my forehead thumps against the desk. I don't know how long I stay here like that. It's cathartic to just be in the dark and silence for a little while. I'm going to fix this because I love her. I fucking love her. No one can steal that from me. Not her parents, not her abandoned name, Not some wannabe artist or his psycho pseudo-fiancé. I shoved my chair back, grabbed my things, and jogged to the door, head whirling. On my way home, I'll grab a bouquet of flowers, maybe some jewelry. I'm not a man accustomed to apologizing, but I have to start somewhere. I'm going to fix this. We're going to be just fine. I take a deep breath as I ride the why it's so fucking slow elevator down to the main floor. Come on, you son of a bitch. Go faster. Go. The doors open to a swarm of police filling the lobby. Guns point at me from every direction. Voices shout at me to get down, put my hands in the air, drop whatever I'm carrying. The building officers at the security desk look completely shocked, as am I. So much so that I almost forget about the safety alarm button programmed in my key fob. Without a word, I slowly raise my hands with a nod of confirmation so they know I'm not armed. I'm not going to pull any swift moves against them. I understand the orders. My coat is slung over one arm and my keys were already clutched in my hand before the elevator opened, so I have to do whatever it takes to not get accidentally shot. I keep my hands open, only holding the keys to my palm with my thumb. They need to see it's not a gun. They won't see that until I press the button to alert Mac and Sophie about their presence. A man in an untailored business suit steps forward with a pair of cuffs in his hand. Pasha Chekhov, you're under arrest for violations in arms trafficking, racketeering, and money laundering. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. My keys and coat are taken from me. My arms are yanked behind my back and cuffed, and they haul me outside to a waiting squad car. I maintain my silence, even as they taunt and threaten and try to goad me into speaking. By the time we get to the station, my phone will be completely wiped. Mac and Sophie are already gathering our legal team and preparing to meet me there. We've had our eyes on you for a while, one of the officers remarks as we pull away from the building. This should be interesting. It should be fast, too. I don't care what dirt they think they have. It won't be enough to hold me. I have to get home to Daphne.
Chapter 72. Daphne. I don't know what else to do. I've tried everything. I've tried calling him, texting him, video chat, email. I even Googled carrier pigeon. Pasha wants nothing more to do with me. Sophie's been a listening ear, but she doesn't know what Pasha is doing or why he's ghosting me. Mac is the same. He even took me for a smoothie run just to help get me out of the house for a bit. Asya visits me every day to make sure I eat. I'm pretty sure if she didn't, I wouldn't be eating at all. Thursday was the final straw that broke the camel's back. I asked Victor to drive me to the office, thinking that maybe it was time to face Pasha in person. We got there, he escorted me into the building, and we were stopped by security.
Apologies, ma'am. You are not cleared for entry.
My heart dropped into my stomach. Are you sure? I'm Daphne Covington, Pasha's girlfriend. I rested a hand on my swollen wound just for good measure. The guard solemnly nodded.
I'm sure. I'm sorry, but we can't let you through.
Even Victor didn't like this turn. He scowled, stepped forward, and braced a hand on what I hope was his wallet in his back pocket.
Did you hear what she said?
At the guard's nod, he glared even harder.
You recognize me, yes? So, what's the problem?
The guard gestured at the computer.
The problem is, Miss Covington isn't allowed to come in. I know who you are, and I know you're one of Mr. Chekhov's employees, but so am I. The best I can do is run this by the head of security when he comes in this afternoon. But right now, I'm sorry. Your name's been removed from the approvals list.
Victor's hand on my shoulder kept me from collapsing to the marble floor. I heard him mutter something in Russian under his breath as he turned us around and led me back to the car. He didn't say anything else. Not until we pulled up to an ice cream drive-thru and he ordered me my favorite triple chocolate volcano sundae. I don't know if the fact that my guards are still flanking me every day is a sign that Pasha's just thinking through things, or if all 4 of them have decided to keep an eye on me because of my baby. Either way, I'm grateful for their constant presence, and I'm probably going to need at least one of them with me for my road trip. Are you sure you want to drive? Melanie asks me over the speakerphone. It's like 5 hours from here, and that's so long with your baby and bladder. I'm too far along to fly. I sigh and toss another stack of folded tunic tops into the suitcase I have open on the bed. I'll take lots of stops, I promise. Do you have a backup plan? In case, my niece decides to debut while you're here? I feel a small smile tug at my face. I'm sure we'll be fine. Baby isn't due for another 2, 3 weeks tops, and I'm not planning on overstaying my welcome. Mel scoffs. As if. You know you're always welcome here. Unlimited. Her voice softens. I'm sorry things aren't turning out the way you wanted, Boo. You deserve so much better. I'm hoping, praying, that this is just a hiccup or a misunderstanding or something. I swallow hard before I choke up again. It can't be over just like that. He wouldn't do that to me or our baby. I rest a comforting hand on my stomach, hoping my daughter can feel me here. She's been nervous, kicking and rolling more since her father left. Can she feel his absence? Can she feel my pain? If he does, he's an asshole. A dumb, stupid asshole. Melanie sighs. And he doesn't deserve you. I mean, he never deserved you, but if that man lets a singular omission destroy everything between the 2 of you, take it as a win. He's not worthy of your time or tears if he's that delicate. I echo her sigh. I wish it was that easy. I wish I could shake this feeling that we're not done. And even if we are, I can't stop myself from loving him. And even if I could, with our daughter coming into this world, I'll never truly be separated from him. I don't know if I can handle seeing Pasha all the time and yet not be allowed to touch him. He promised he'd always be there for our daughter through every first, every high and low. He won't abandon her. Then again, he also promised he'd be by my side no matter what. I'm leaving in a few minutes. I tell my sister, we'll be there by tonight. We? My driver and I. He's going to get a hotel nearby, so you don't have to worry about hosting him, too. At this point, Daff, I don't care what we have to do. We just want you to get here safe. Thanks. I'll keep you posted. I'll be honest, I don't really know what to pack. Clothes, obviously, and some toiletries. But do I need to bring more for a longer stay? Should I pack a few things for the baby? Should I be planning for a longer arrangement, maybe a more permanent one? I toss in a few newborn onesies just for peace of mind. Then diapers, wipes, receiving blankets. By the time I'm done, it looks like there's more packed for my baby girl than for me. I zip up the suitcase and heave it to the floor. Navigating my body when it's the size of a blimp is a challenge, so I'm careful not to smash my toes or throw my back out. Pasha would have carried this for me. Tears sting my eyes at the thought, and I blink them back. I can't let myself cry. Not right now. Not when I need to leave. I haven't told Asya or the family that I'm leaving. I don't know why. Maybe I'm afraid they'll inform Pasha, and he'll only come after me out of some misplaced panic instead of genuine desire to fix things between us. Maybe I just don't want anyone to try and stop me. I do leave a note on the kitchen island for whoever finds it first. If they have any follow-up questions, they know how to text me. I give the penthouse one more longing glance when I reach the front door. Sanity demands that I focus on this just being a temporary trip. I'm only going to visit my sister and her family as a mini vacation before I officially become a mother. Reality whispers that this might be the last time I call this place home. Ivan meets me in the foyer downstairs. He's one of Pasha's dedicated drivers who typically chauffeurs him around town, but for some reason, he was available today and yesterday when I needed to make a grocery trip. From how it sounds, Pasha hasn't left his office building this whole time. He's stubborn like that, I'd believe it.
Do you have everything?
Ivan asks me before he opens the door to the parking garage. I pause. How is it possible to have everything I need and yet feel like I'm leaving with nothing at all? I think so. He nods once and takes my suitcase. We don't speak to each other on the way to the car or when he helps me climb in. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart while he loads and arranges our luggage in the trunk.
Traffic is fairly clear right now, he says once he's buckled in. We should be on the highway in no time.
Has Pasha contacted you? I don't know why I ask. Correction, I don't know why I allow the small flicker of hope in my heart to ask. Ivan meets my gaze in the rearview mirror, then he slowly shakes his head.
I'm sorry.
I nod and choke back a few tears that threaten to ruin what little makeup I put on for my arrival at Mel's. It's like that on the hour, every hour, for the duration of the drive across state lines. I don't even have to voice the question. Our eyes meet when we stop for a stretch break, and Ivan knows what I'm too afraid to ask. And each time, he gives me the same little shake of his head. By the time we're only an hour away from Melanie's house, I'm unable to hold back the tears. It's over. We're over. Pasha should be home by now. Someone should have stopped by the penthouse and notified him of my absence. If he cared, my phone would be blowing up with calls and texts from him. But it's been silent, not a word from him. Or from Mac, or Sophie, or Asya. Do they know? Are they done with me too? I try to avoid looking at Ivan, but I catch a glimpse of his face in that rearview mirror. I'm sobbing uncontrollably, trying my damn hardest to wipe away the tears that refuse to stop flowing. He looks worried and frustrated. He keeps glancing at his phone, which hasn't pinged for at least 3 hours. When we're half an hour away from our destination, Ivan pops an earpiece into his ear and taps the button. He mutters something in Russian. I'm at the point where sobbing almost hurts my head, so I try to calm myself with deep, hiccuping breaths. Then Ivan freezes and glances at me in the mirror. Something idiotic flickers to life inside me. Pasha? Is it him? He shakes his head and returns to whatever conversation he's having. It's serious, and he grips the steering wheel tighter. They're telling him to get rid of me. I just know it. Maybe not right now, but soon. He'll drive me to some secluded spot and tell me to kick rocks. The Chekhovs are done with me. They never want to see me again. Why should they? I'm only worth the weight of my unborn child. Oh, God, please don't let them take my baby from me. The horrifying thought sends me into a longer, deeper spiral of sobs and tears. I'm barely aware of the car pulling into a driveway and coming to a stop. Somewhere in the distance, a familiar voice shouts my name. The passenger door is yanked open, and I'm wrapped up in Melanie's arms. I've got you, she whispers into my hair. She reaches up to wipe the tears from my face. You're home, Daff. You're safe. We've got you. I hear Jameson talking with Ivan, but I have no idea what about. I don't care. I'm too tired, too worn, too drained.
My hotel is only 3 blocks away,
Ivan says to me before I'm escorted inside.
Call me if you need anything. Your family has my number too.
Both Jameson and Melanie agree. They seem suspicious, but they have the good manners to thank him for getting me here safe and sound. I'm only visiting. This is only temporary. But when Ivan drives away, my heart sinks with the fear that the last lifeline to my hopes and dreams, to Pasha, is officially severed.
Chapter 73. Pasha. I tug against the chains for the 100th time. Is this really necessary? The officer who's been staring at me blankly for a solid hour doesn't respond. Typical. I've been here for what feels like forever, though time has little meaning here. There are no windows in this room. The only way I know how long it's been is the Rolex on my wrist. On the one hand, it's only been 3 hours since they arrested me. On the other hand, it's been 3 fucking hours since they dragged me in here and chained me to a table. Finally, the door opens and someone who looks like he's in charge comes swaggering in. Mr. Chekhov. The man pulls out a chair and sits across the table from me. I'm Special Agent Aaron Smithson. Apologies for the wait. He frowns at the cuffs chafing my wrists, then gestures at them with a glance to the officer still standing in the corner. Seriously? The officer sighs, then lumbers over to uncuff me. I'm assuming, Mr. Chekhov, that you're not going to lunge across the table and gouge my eyes out or anything like that. I feign indifference. This suit's too expensive to get blood on it. Smithson barks back a laugh. Too expensive. Funny. Very funny. Now, Mr. Chekhov, let's get down to business. You've been informed of why you're here, yes? You're going to have to remind me. Between the blinding lights, the loud sirens, the army of high school dropouts invading my workplace, it's all kind of fuzzy. That does sound like a bit much, doesn't it? Smithson scrunches his nose as he flips through the dossier he brought to the table. Still, I think a man of your experience can understand the precaution, considering the accusations against you. He looks me in the eyes, dead serious. Gun running is nothing to take lightly, don't you agree? I wouldn't know. Really? He flips through the pages, glancing up at me a few times. So, you have no idea why anyone would accuse you of, let's see, illegally smuggling, dealing, and bartering weapons and ammunition. I have plenty of ideas as to why anyone would accuse me of pretty much anything. It's called competition, Agent Smithson. Special Agent. Go fuck yourself in the ass. Special Agent Smithson. I have many competitors. I have many corporate enemies. What I don't know is why you're wasting your time and valuable resources believing them. Smithson scoffs. So you're going to sit here and tell me that the mountain of evidence I'm sitting on doesn't exist? Show me the evidence. I'd love to see it. We both know he doesn't have shit. He does try one tactic, tossing the plastic evidence bag holding my phone onto the table. Here's an interesting one. Thing's completely dead. Even our tech team couldn't resurrect it. I bite back the proud smirk. Mac or Sophie did exactly what I needed them to do, right on time. I'm due for an upgrade. It's been giving me issues lately. A man like you wouldn't be walking around town without a fully functioning phone. A man like me has 1,000 other things on his mind. Plus, I had to fire my assistant recently, and she usually handled these things. His brow hits his hairline and he shuffles through the papers. Oh? Care to share what went wrong there? She just wasn't aligned with the company culture. The sudden silence between us is maddening. Either charge me or get me the hell out of here, asshole. He straightens out the paperwork, and as he does, I see a snippet of a name, a sender's email address, one I recognize. Let me guess. I crack a tiny, patronizing smile. You received a call from Stuart Hamish, the former president of Chekhov International, who promised you the inside scoop on everything that I have going on behind closed doors. You know I can't divulge my sources with you. He smirks back at me. At least, not until you're charged and processed. which you can't do without actual evidence or verifiable cause. I bet you can't even get a warrant to hold me here. I chuckle with pity. Just when I think I've heard and seen it all, some dumbass like him comes waltzing in to give me more. All you have is a disgruntled former employee who hates the fact that his greed didn't ruin me or my family like it did his. Serious charges need a stronger foundation than spite, Special Agent Smithson. Any vestige of a smirk is gone from his face now. We have a warrant to search your entire estate, Chekhov. Our ATF team is out there as we speak. Go for it. Knock yourselves out. In the meantime, I'll be waiting for my lawyer to arrive. You understand, lawyer. Smithson narrows his eyes at me. We've been surveilling you for months. Don't think you can run and hide from this one. I widen my smile and whisper one more time. Lawyer. I'll repeat it until I'm blue in the face and he's red in his. I'm done playing his fucking games. He leans back in his chair with a long-suffering sigh. Fine. Have it your way. You don't have to talk, but you do have to listen. The game is over. You lost. As I said, we've been surveilling you for months, and let me tell you, it's been an interesting ride. I hardly bother listening. Men who think they have a lot to prove tend to not have anything at all. It's all smoke and mirrors meant to make me crack, to give me enough rope to hang myself with. In reality, it's Stuart Hamish who's tying his own noose. I knew it had to be someone from the inside. Chekhov International's public-facing front is too clean for anyone to have enough to blow the whistle. But Hamish, he ran with my father back in the day. He had the inside track on both realms of business, the corporation as well as the Bratva. The coward couldn't handle a gun to save his life, but he knew how to keep the realms separate from each other just in case. I could almost laugh at the irony. Just in case this exact thing were to happen. Is Daphne in on this? The moment the question enters my mind, it crumbles. She wouldn't. She loves me. Fuck. Daphne. She couldn't have known I was trying to come home tonight, trying to make things right. My heart aches at the thought of her alone, in our bed, probably crying herself to sleep for yet another lonely night. I'll wake her up with a kiss, just enough for her to feel me crawl into bed beside her. I'll wrap my arms around her and whisper every apology I can think of until I fall asleep, a shield between her and the world. We're expecting. Smithson paused mid-rant. Excuse me? My wife and I, we're expecting our first child. She's actually due any day now. I swallow hard. It's no effort at all to fake the emotion clogging my throat, because I'm not faking. I need to get back to her. She needs me. For a moment, it almost seems like it works. It almost looks like he's actually considering it. But then, he chuckles under his breath and shakes his head. Nice try, Chekhov. You're not married. Sure, we've seen you around with that pregnant woman, but who is she? How are we to know she's not your recently fired assistant? Two things run through my mind at the same time. One, when I get the chance, I am going to smash my fist into this Mudok's face until his teeth fall out. Two, he doesn't know who Daphne is. They don't know who she is, which means she's definitely not involved in this at all. I fold my arms. That's all he's going to get from me. If he wants another word, he'll start playing by my rules. Otherwise, Special Agent Smithson can go fuck himself. Mac's grinning face is not exactly what I want to see. Solemn, yes. Pissed off, definitely. But grinning to the point of almost laughing? He can fuck right the hell off. Sorry, he says when he sees me glaring at him.
He clears his throat and attempts to be more somber. I just never thought I'd see you in a drunk tank.
Sophie side-eyes him, but focuses on the updates she's brought me.
The lawyers are currently lobbying a slew of complaints and filings at the district court,
she says as they both approach the bars of what is, unfortunately, the station's drunk tank. I'm sure there are more private holdings somewhere in this building, but Smithson seems to have a personal bone to pick with me. I make a mental note to have someone look into that later on, after I'm released. Smithson made an enemy today. And? I press. Am I getting out?
Within 24 hours, yes. The team is working on shortening that up as much as possible.
How the fuck? I take a deep breath to center myself. Explain. Matt glances around before leaning in.
Unfortunately, their little informant was feeling very talkative, but they're digging up old dirt.
That makes sense. Any info Hamish might have would be a generation out of date. He's probably got ATF sniffing down old warehouses that we haven't used in years. I'm no fool. The day I took over, we moved everything. Every storage facility, every box, every pallet. I changed every last fucking door code myself.
Just take it easy.
Sophie offers me a reassuring smile.
Play nice with the other kids. Don't throw sand.
I snort. These assholes are driving me up the wall. One guy in here has been wailing over a goddamn hangnail. Another has been loudly snoring while he drools a thick trail of saliva down his chest. The remaining inmates make attempts at conversation, but I am in no mood. I just want to go home. I need to go home and be with Daphne. Shit. How's Daphne? Is she okay? Sophie winces while Max steps away to make a phone call.
She's the same as she was this morning. Despondent, barely eating, and waiting for you to remove your head from your ass.
I don't like the look on Mac's face. He goes from solemn to stern to almost pissed. And then, uncertain, when he turns around and slowly walks back to me. Actually, he chimes in, she's not. Sophie tries to find the punchline that isn't there.
What do you mean? She was just...
Mama's over there right now. She's been trying to get a hold of us. He fists his phone, then forces himself to look at me. I'm sorry, Pash, but she's gone. She left for her sisters and doesn't know when she'll be back. If I thought I'd already shit up my stomach, I was wrong. It's happening right now. Why? He opens a text and reads it aloud to me. From the angle he gives me to see the image, it's a picture of the note Daphne left behind. Pasha, I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable or unwelcome in your own home. I'm heading out to Mel's for a while so you can have your space. I don't know when or if I'll be back. He pauses. I love you and I miss you. My heart is in my throat and it tastes like acid. I have to think. Fast. I'm not going to lose my woman or my child over some miserable asshole's pathetic attempt to keep me from his daughter. Go to her. Mac and Sophie look at me like I'm insane. I double down, righting myself and sorting my thoughts. Go to Daphne. Make sure she's okay. And make sure she knows what's going on. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Chapter 74. Daphne. Seriously, Mother Hen? I'm fine. I give Mel a light push. If I wear anything fluffier, I'm going to become a marshmallow. My sister sighs and helps me slip my feet into the ultra plush slipper she bought for me as an early baby shower gift. Are you sure? I can get you another blanket. I've just taken a shower and was greeted upon my emergence with a neatly folded pile of pajamas, a thick robe, these slippers, and a faux fur blanket to wrap around me. I know this is all supposed to help me calm down and feel safe, warm, and comfortable, but It also kind of makes me feel like they've packaged me in bubble wrap. I'm fine, really. I just think I want to lay down. After a glass of water, Melanie steers me toward her kitchen. You sound parched. Have you been drinking enough water lately? I want to say I have. I want to be able to say I've been taking perfectly good care of myself in the midst of Pasha shattering my heart. That I've been stretching and meditating and drinking green juices and journaling my stresses as I ascend to a higher astral plane of peace and equanimity. But that would be a lie. Honestly, I think I've cried it all back out. Jameson is already in the kitchen when we arrive. He's got a glass in one hand and the icebox in the other.
One glass of water coming right up.
Oh no, really. Daphne. Mel gives me a squeeze. You need to get fluids in your body for you and your baby. She's right. I don't want her to be right. I'm supposed to be the wise older sister giving her advice. Fine. I take the glass and sip slowly. I needed this. I didn't realize how thirsty I've been until that first sip of... Something's wrong. It starts in the base of my spine, a rolling sensation that travels up through my muscles in a violent flood. The rush is so instant, so unexpected, I'm almost dizzy from it. But then it crashes back down, zeroes in on my abdomen. Holy fucking shit! I don't even realize I've cried out at first. The sound is muted amid the rushing in my ears. Jameson and Melanie grab my arms to hold me up. Did I fall? My legs feel wobbly. I can't breathe. My heart is racing. I need to breathe. Another rush, this time focused entirely on my abdomen. If I could double over, I would. It hurts so fucking much. Breathe, Daphne. Mel coos in my ear. Breathe. In, out. She sucks in air and slowly blows it out, the same way those birthing videos showed me at the clinic.
It could be Braxton Hicks.
Jameson mutters more to himself than to us.
You're, 35 weeks along?
I shake my head. 37, almost 38. They exchange concerned glances.
I'll call my mom.
Jameson helps her ease me onto the couch and grabs his phone from the coffee table.
Let her know what's happening. See if she can keep the kids a little while longer.
What? I'm partly disappointed I haven't seen my niece and nephew yet, but mostly I'm panicking over the way they're looking at me. What's wrong? What's going on? Melanie strokes my hair back from my forehead. Just keep breathing, sweetie. We've got you. It's a good thing you're still packed, huh? She glances over at her husband, who is talking with his mother on the phone while pacing back and forth and glancing at me. She checks her smartwatch. I'm gonna set up a timer, okay? Let me know when the next one happens. Realization dawns. No, I'm not. I can't be. Sorry, sweets. Her smile has a tinge of sadness that doesn't help my panic. I don't need her sympathy. I need her to tell me I'm hallucinating all of this. I can't be going into labor. It's too soon. It's too fucking soon. Jameson gives her the thumbs up. I'm hoisted to my feet, my arm draped around my sister's shoulders. They switch places so he can half carry me out to the car while she wheels my suitcase behind us.
We've got you, he reminds me. You're safe.
I know I am. I know they'll take bullets for me if need be, and God forbid that occasion should ever arise. I just hate how alone I feel, even while surrounded by family. Jameson peels the car out of the garage, burning rubber as he whips us onto the street. Melanie scolds him to be more careful. They bicker back and forth for a few moments while I try to lean to one side or shuffle my weight down a bit more. Another wave of pain spikes through my stomach, making me cry out, then groan through my clenched teeth. I don't think this is Braxton Hicks.
I think this is happening. Mel, do you have my phone? She rummages through my bag for a second, then hands me my phone.
Want me to call anyone for you? Split the list?
I shake my head. Woof, bad mistake. No thanks, I got this. Pasha's name is the first one I hit. Please, please, pick up. Automatic voicemail. I hang up, steel myself for the explosion of his patience. Call again. Pasha, please. It rings and rings and rings. Voicemail. I can't cry. Not right now. Think, Daphne. Me. SOS. Me. I'm in labor. Me. This is happening. Me. Please pick up. Whatever he may be feeling about me, I know how much our daughter means to him. He won't ignore these texts. If anything, he'll be calling me in just a second. Minutes passed. We're almost at the hospital. Jameson glances in the rearview mirror. We're being followed. I try to twist my neck around to see. Black sedan? Silver detailing? Yeah. That's Ivan. We're good. My heart squeezes with a pain that's almost as bad as the pain radiating through my body. Pasha's men will follow me and make sure I'm okay, but not him? I see the signs for the hospital through the window. If I'm going to get a hold of anyone, I better do it now. Hey, Asya, it's me. Yeah, I'm fine. I can't finish saying the word. Tears spill from my eyes and lodge a thick lump in my throat. I'm not... I hiccup. I'm in labor. Breathe, Malishka. Asya's voice is so soothing in my ear. Breathe deep, breathe slow. We're on our way. I don't have time to ask her about Pasha. Jameson whips the car up through the ramp to the emergency room entrance and leaps out, shouting and waving for the nurses to come help me get out of the car. Ivan pulls up behind us and yanks my door open. Someone pushes a wheelchair over to us. I'm hoisted in and wheeled inside, trying to keep up with the whirlwind of information Melanie is giving the attending nurse.
Let's get you in a room.
The nurse nods to her colleagues, who begin the check-in process at the desk.
You came at a good time. We should have a doctor taking a look at you in just a few minutes.
We're escorted back through the double doors and into a room that the nurse explains will only be temporary. Either I'm just having Braxton Hicks contractions and I'm good to go home, or I'm actually in labor and will be sent upstairs to the maternity ward.
No matter what, we'll take good care of you.
I try to smile. I just wish my heart wasn't shattering in the middle of all this. True to their word, the doctor enters the room within a matter of minutes. She checks my chart, my vitals reading, and makes a few notes on her clipboard.
You're a tad early, but well within the healthy range. Do you have a birthing plan?
Yes, the plan was for Pasha to be here while I gave birth. I try to stifle my sob and shake my head. No, it's okay. The doctor squeezes my hand.
This is your first baby, yes? It's always a bit scary the first time, but we've got a great team ready to take care of you.
Isn't it Braxton Hicks? Can't this just be a false alarm?
Normally, I'd say yes, but not this time. Your contractions are too close together and...
She glances down between my legs, which suddenly feel a lot warmer.
Your water just broke.
This can't be happening. Not without Pasha. No, it's too early. The nurses usher my sister and brother-in-law outside of the room to make room. Ivan's on the phone with someone and constantly checking on me through the window. That is until one of the nurses yanks the curtain shut. They move so quickly, so perfectly in sync, I don't stand a chance in stopping them. The doctor smiles at me sympathetically. A myriad of different things can cause early labor, stress being the biggest one. Have you experienced any intense stress recently? I almost burst into laughter. Yeah, you could say that. Well, there you go. Your body goes through a lot to protect you and your baby from the damages stress can cause. At this stage, your body has decided it's safer for your baby to be in your arms. Again, she squeezes my hand, her smile brightening. Are you ready to meet your daughter? No. Yes, I sniff. The calm of the storm lasts long enough for the medical team to wheel me up to the maternity ward. The rooms here are private and cozy, so far removed from the mechanical sterility of the emergency ward. Pasha would love this. He'd have me using the hot tub they have available for water birthing. He'd be daubing my brow with silk handkerchiefs. Where is he? I can't. The panic is back. I don't want to do this without him. I can't do this without him. I try to sit up, to roll out of the bed, but nurses and Melanie rush to my side and ease me back down. What do you need? She strokes my hair back from my face again. I need this to stop. I'm done trying to hold it in. I need this to stop until he gets here. I need him to answer his fucking phone. Am I angry? I don't know. I'm sobbing into her shirt whenever I'm not screaming in a new surge of pain. I'm clawing at the bed to either get out of it or ride through another back-breaking spasm. I don't want to do this alone. Melanie all but climbs onto the bed next to me, ignoring the glares of the attending nurses. She pulls me into her arms and slowly, gently, starts to rock me back and forth. Shh, she soothes. You're not doing this alone. I'm here. I'm right here. So is Jameson. We've got you. I love my brother-in-law, but he's not the man who should be seeing my baby's face first. He shouldn't even have been the man to drive me here. But he was because Pasha wasn't. He was because Pasha doesn't want me anymore. Another surge of pain rolls through my body. This